Pervert, she'd whisper, blushing at his every touch. She was the naive girl, too shy to even meet his gaze. That was their game, until the night the rules changed. He was the master frog boiler, the playful CEO, slowly turning up the heat. His back hit the cold bedroom door. Her hands, trembling but determined, slid under his shirt, her touch setting his skin on fire. You once verified that you were a pervert, she breathed, her fingers tracing the lines of his stomach. Her eyes, once timid, now held a dangerous spark he'd never seen before. Now, it's my turn to verify something. The sun had completely set, and twilight gradually settled in. As the sky darkened, it felt as though the entire world was slowing down. This was especially noticeable in the old residential complex. After Lily hugged him, Leo didn't move again, and naturally, he didn't have a chance to get up and turn on the lights. He quietly watched the hazy night outside the window, his feelings somewhat complicated. He never imagined that his first time sharing a bed with a girl would unfold like this. He had no other thoughts, his mind entirely consumed with worry. In just a short while, he had lost count of how many times he had touched Lily's forehead, afraid her temperature would rise again. Lily, however, slept soundly. The naive girl had no guard up around him at all, despite calling him a pervert every day. Leo sighed inwardly and reached out to touch Lily's forehead again. He had to admit, Lily was soft all over, and holding her was truly comfortable. Perhaps this time his movement was a bit too big. The girl in his arms let out a soft whimper and then slowly opened her eyes. Still feeling unwell? Are you hungry? Leo asked softly. A little bit, Lily replied, seemingly still half asleep, her words mumbled. It was unclear which question she was answering. Before she could realize her own octopus-like posture wrapped around Leo, she snuggled deeper into his arms. What time is it? A little past 8. Do you want to sleep more? If not, sit up and drink some water. I'll go make you dinner. I don't want to sleep, and I don't want to eat, Lily said in a low voice. Then what do you want to do? Leo found it strange. Lily seemed to have woken up now. She smiled, lifted her face, and kissed Leo's neck. I just want to cling to you like this. Leo took a deep breath. Lily's temperature had gone down, but her breath on his neck still felt a bit warm. Has it been a long time since someone took care of you when you had a fever? This is the first time, Lily said. After a moment's thought, she added, since I can remember. The dim room fell silent. In the darkness, Lily only felt Leo hold her even tighter. He expressed everything he wanted to say with that single action. The corners of Lily's mouth curled up, and she hugged him back tightly, both of them acting as if they wanted to merge into one another. After a while, will I infect you? Lily asked seriously. She was a bit sweaty, a few strands of hair stuck to her cheeks. She pulled back slightly, not clinging to Leo as tightly. Girls always seem to want to show their best side to the person they like, and clearly, a sweaty appearance didn't meet that standard. No, Leo said bluntly. But it wouldn't be bad if you did. I could experience what it's like to be taken care of by you. You can experience that even if you're not sick. I'll remember you said that. The final right of interpretation belongs to me, Lily added in a tiny voice. She had a feeling Leo was up to no good. Mia said it was called role-playing or something. The smile on Leo's face instantly froze. He poked Lily's forehead firmly. You've been corrupted. The final right of interpretation. This naive girl was becoming sly. No, I haven't. Lily readjusted her position, lying on her side obediently, her clear, bright eyes blinking as she looked at Leo. She said softly, I want to sleep a little more. Will you help me fall asleep? She didn't know why, but she felt particularly like being coddled today, as if trying to experience all the things she couldn't in previous years. Then she felt something was off, and she reached out to touch Leo's stomach, feeling she was being a bit too willful. You have to eat after I fall asleep. You definitely haven't eaten yet. Okay. Leo was at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect Lily to remember to urge him to eat even in this state. Lily suddenly buried her face in his body and said in a voice so small it was almost inaudible, Can you unfasten that thing for me? Unfasten what? Leo raised an eyebrow. As a guy, he didn't understand the motive behind this action. You're just pretending you don't know. Lily felt both wronged and embarrassed, so much so that she could die. Are you trying to be a pervert? Lily took a deep breath, truly regretting her request. She would have rather been uncomfortable all night. Girls always unfasten this when they sleep. It's really uncomfortable to sleep with it on. Just unfastening it is enough? You don't need me to help you take it off? Leo asked thoughtfully, his expression looking completely harmless, as if he were very eager to help. Lily was silent for 2 seconds, then bit Leo hard. Leo winced from the bite, but his words became much more honest. He obediently reached his arms over, as careful as if he were defusing a bomb. The knife? No, the teeth were right at his neck. He was willing to bet that if he made any inappropriate move, he would get a vicious bite. This was the first time in his life he felt that the room being too dark was a bad thing, preventing him from seeing anything. Lily was dying of shame, burying her face and not daring to look at him. He tilted his head up slightly, his hands moving through her clothes, slowly fumbling for her back. When he touched her smooth skin, His heart immediately began to race. After a moment of fumbling, having confirmed there were only 3 wires on the bomb, Leo, the bomb disposal expert, began his work. He didn't know if it was because he was too nervous, but even though the mechanism felt simple, it took him quite a while to undo it for the first time. It took Leo half a minute to unfasten all 3 small hooks. The moment he undid the last hook, his heart almost leaped out of his chest. Seeing this thing was one kind of thrill, touching it was another entirely. Sensing the bomb had been defused, Lily quickly pressed down on his hands, giving him no chance to take further advantage. Leo obediently withdrew his hands. No wonder they say most of the guys who can unhook this thing with one hand are scumbags. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Unfastening the hooks on this thing was really troublesome, especially when he could only rely on touch to figure out the mechanism. If it's uncomfortable for you to sleep like that, just take it off and hide it somewhere. I'll go boil some hot water for you, Leo said seriously. Anyway, I'll leave after I get you to sleep. The moment he finished, Lily suddenly hugged him tightly again, pressing her whole body against his. I don't want you to go, Lily said softly. Perhaps because she was weak from being sick, her voice had an inexplicably soft and delicate quality. Leo sucked in a sharp breath. How was this naive girl getting better and better at being affectionate? Who could possibly resist this? Then I won't go. I'll go boil you some water and come right back to stay with you. I don't want that either. As Lily spoke, she hugged him even tighter. Leo wasn't sure if it was because she was no longer constrained, but he felt that the little cat between them had become even softer. If you keep this up, I won't be able to stop myself from being a pervert, Leo said. I'm a patient, Lily emphasized again. Leo arched his back slightly, suffering in silence. After silently chanting, I am a gentleman a few times, he said gently. Then let me help you fall asleep. Though he said he would lull Lily to sleep, he actually had no experience at all. Strictly speaking, the last time he had lulled a girl to sleep was when his sister, Chloe, was still in elementary school. But Chloe was a different story. She could fall asleep the moment her head hit the pillow, even with a mountain of unfinished homework. Lulling a sick Chloe to sleep required no extra effort. They looked at each other quietly in the darkness. Even though they couldn't see clearly, they could still see the contented smiles on each other's faces. After a sigh, Leo admitted honestly, I actually don't really know how to lull someone to sleep. Lily blinked. I don't know either. I've never been lulled to sleep before. While Leo was still deep in thought, Lily suddenly propped herself up, placed his arm flat on her pillow, and then carefully rested her head on it. As if still not quite satisfied, she snuggled deeper into Leo's embrace before finally settling down. This is good, Lily said with her eyes closed. She felt she could fall asleep very soon. After all, she had never felt so at ease. The first time she stayed the night here, she was still a bit apprehensive, but that feeling had now completely vanished. Leo had proven time and time again through his actions just how deep his love for her was. Seeing the slight curve of her lips, Leo also smiled faintly. You're too easily satisfied. How about I tell you a story? Lily tilted her face up to look at Leo. Isn't it a bit childish for someone my age to fall asleep to a story? Although she did quite want to experience it. It's okay. Aren't I being childish right along with you? Leo's expression was calm, as if it was no big deal. As long as it made Lily happy, being a little childish wouldn't hurt. Lily fell silent, just hugging Leo tightly, the sweet curve on her lips impossible to suppress. Leo smiled and kissed Lily's forehead. When Lily was sick, she seemed to take on a different quality, looking cute no matter how he looked at her. He simply found a random fairy tale online and began to read it slowly in a soft voice. It was actually quite fun. The two of them, with a combined age of 40, could still get so much joy out of discussing a fairy tale. When Leo couldn't help but comment on the plot, he would always make Lily laugh. What do you think the big bad wolf usually eats? Leo asked. Meat. So it eats meat while being friends with the little animals in the forest? Leo continued. Lily shrank back into the covers. I suddenly feel like this story you're telling is getting dark. What kind of person was he? She felt her boyfriend was a bit dark on the inside. Leo smiled at her. Actually, this kind of plot is quite normal. For example, I'm being your boyfriend, while simultaneously thinking about how to devour you completely. Pervert, Lily said, lightly kicking Leo under the covers with her foot. Leo arched his back again, forcing himself to remain calm. Don't move around. See, you really were thinking bad thoughts. I wasn't. My body just has a mind of its own. After cuddling so many times, it was impossible for Lily not to understand many of Leo's reactions. She asked timidly, Are you very uncomfortable like this? It's fine, Leo said, being stubborn. If you're really that uncomfortable, then let me help you, Lily said in a tiny voice. Leo was stunned. He felt he no longer needed to wonder who Lily had learned this from. Before his brain could even process it, his mouth asked first, Are you serious? Lily pouted and looked at him, snorting lightly. And you said you weren't thinking about it. As reason and intellect came back online, all the words Leo wanted to say got stuck in his throat. He could only quickly threaten. I'm warning you. If you keep this up, I'll make you regret it. Lily hid her entire body under the covers, leaving only half her face exposed, her clear and beautiful eyes blinking as she watched him. I'm still sick, you know. Leo froze completely. This was the first time he had fallen into a trap set by Lily, experiencing the humiliating feeling of being completely unable to fight back. This naive girl was improving too quickly. It used to be a one-sided domination by him, but now something seemed off. Leo suddenly realized that Lily could also become clever. If he continued like this, he was about to become the rabbit in the story of the tortoise and the hare. Wouldn't his reputation as a master frog boiler be ruined? After finally managing to change the subject, Leo honestly read the story for a while longer. When he wanted to say something again, he found that Lily beside him had already fallen asleep. Even in her sleep, a faint smile lingered on her lips. For her, the content of the story didn't matter at all. Just hearing Leo's voice was enough to make her feel at ease. Leo quietly lay down beside Lily and slowly closed his eyes. After a while, he suddenly opened them again. He just couldn't fall asleep. Helplessly, he sat up, tucked the sleeping girl in, and finally returned to his own room. The next morning, it had started to rain lightly sometime during the night, making the morning unusually cool. Lily woke up on time, following her unshakable biological clock. After washing up, she walked into Leo's room. Lily rested her chin on her hands, quietly kneeling by the bed, gazing at Leo's sleeping face. She would never tell Leo that she actually thought about how to make him happy every single day. Otherwise, how would she know so many flirtatious lines? She had never even been in a relationship before. The more she looked, the more she liked him. Finally, she took out her phone, wanting to capture the scene before her. Just as she positioned her phone, Leo's phone alarm suddenly went off. Leo and a flustered Lily looked at each other, the atmosphere momentarily awkward. Are you better? Leo asked, breaking the silence. Lily nodded, a bit embarrassed. Yes. Let me check. Lily pursed her lips, climbed onto the bed, and obediently leaned closer. I thought you were going to check my forehead. She shouldn't have believed him. I'm checking your conscience for daring to secretly take a picture of me. Leo stopped joking, sat up, and placed his hand on Lily's forehead. He was relieved only after confirming her temperature was normal. This naive girl was getting naughtier. If he hadn't been worried her fever might return and set several alarms, she would have actually gotten away with it. After Leo turned off the alarm, a new ringtone sounded in the room. This time it was Lily's phone. Ever since Leo sang her a particular love song, it had been her ringtone. Lily glanced at the caller ID and immediately shot up. It's, my mom is calling. Why are you panicking? Leo found the girl's flustered state quite amusing. It was as if they had actually done something. Oh, wait. It seemed they had just done something a little improper. Lily took 2 deep breaths, her small hand trembling as she answered the call. Hello, Mom. Her voice was barely audible, her right hand clutching the corner of her shirt, twisting it restlessly. A kind voice came through the phone. Honey, what are you doing? The girl thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with anything to say, making Sarah think her phone was lagging. After a few more calls from the other end, she quickly spoke up. I was just about to go buy some food. How's Mia? Lily paused. Mia is. She's fine. Sarah sighed. I looked it up online, and it said this illness requires surgery. Agu, that poor child, sick and with no family around. I heard the attacks are very painful. You should take good care of her, she added. Lily's mouth hung slightly open. Ah, yes, it's painful. A few seconds later, she saw the words Leo typed on his phone and subconsciously read them out without thinking. It was so painful she cried all night, just tossing and turning. She realized something was wrong halfway through, but she didn't know how to fix it if she stopped. She could only close her eyes and finish, then shot Leo a look of both shame and annoyance. Why couldn't this person pass up any opportunity to tease her? Leo couldn't hold it in any longer. He bit his lip hard to keep from laughing out loud. He felt that his own lip probably hurt more than Mia's did. Mia had officially become as useful a wingman tool as Jake in his mind. Sarah gave a few more instructions and then hung up. Only then did Lily relax. As if she had just run an 800-meter race, she slumped onto the side of the bed, drained of strength. This naive girl clearly didn't know how to lie. She stammered, and her cheeks were slightly flushed. Lily let out a deep breath, lay back, and then crawled onto Leo's body with a wronged expression. I feel like I've become a bad kid. Congratulations on becoming a mature adult, the kind who stays out all night without telling her parents. Leo continued to tease her. For some reason, Leo hadn't felt much about this before, but now he suddenly found it a bit thrilling. You're still talking. Lily bit his shoulder, then buried her face in his neck. You've corrupted me. Although she had only stayed because she didn't want to worry Sarah, she still felt like she had done something bad. Her cheeks were indeed hot, whether from shyness or the lingering cold. Leo was unconcerned. If you don't collude with me, who else would you collude with? I advise you to give up struggling early. You are destined to be corrupted by the evil me. Just as he was about to pick up his phone to check the time, he saw a call from his own mother. This time, it was his turn to jolt upright. Lily was startled by his reaction. However, Leo didn't answer immediately. He deliberately waited a moment longer, then answered in a drowsy voice. Mom, what is it so early in the morning? You woke me up in the middle of my sleep. In stark contrast to the stammering Lily, he lied without batting an eye, the epitome of composure. Sophie's voice was very excited. Your dad said you're giving a speech at the university at the end of the month? Is that true? Of course it's true. The university isn't even providing a script. I've been so worried about it these past 2 days I'm losing hair. Not bad, not bad. Sophie praised with a light laugh. My son earning millions didn't get you this excited, Leo said dismissively. As soon as he finished, he felt Lily's hand sneakily land on his waist, looking ready to tickle him at any moment. This scared Leo into quickly giving her a pleading look with his eyes. When that didn't seem to work, he gave the girl a fierce glare. That had a bit more of a deterrent effect. You wouldn't understand, Sophie said smugly. I can't exactly go around bragging about you earning millions, but this is different. When the video comes out, all your aunts and uncles will know. Just as Leo was about to speak, Lily's hand tickled him anyway, sending him rolling to the side with laughter. What are you laughing about? Sophie found it strange. Of course I'm happy I get to show off properly. As Leo spoke, he tightly gripped Lily's hand, giving her no more chances for mischief. Seeing her hand was controlled, Lily resorted to rubbing her head against his waist. Leo put out a hand to block her head, and her other hand once again took the opportunity to escape his grasp. Leo could only put the phone aside and use both hands to restrain this naive girl. The two of them were fooling around, making constant rustling sounds. Leo was speechless. This naive girl didn't learn any of his good qualities, but she had mastered being vengeful. I'm not working today. How about I drop by your place later? Leo feigned composure. I've sent you videos of the place. What's so special about it? What's wrong? Can't your old mom come see where you live? Sophie joked. It's not like you're hiding someone in there, are you? Whatever. Come if you want. Leo decided to go along with Sophie's idea. His mother was known for her 3-minute enthusiasm. If you agree with her, she might find it boring a moment later. On the contrary, the more you refuse, the more she wants to come, and she might actually start suspecting he was hiding someone. Lily sat cross-legged next to Leo, her fingers tapping away on her screen. Finally, she held up the typed words for him to see. Are you a pig? Nod your head, and I'll let you go. Leo gritted his teeth and grabbed the girl's wrist. Mom, I'm hanging up now. My phone didn't charge last night. He immediately hung up after speaking and casually tossed the phone aside, as if he could be defeated by a silly naive girl. Lily clearly hadn't expected this situation. She stared at him blankly, then lowered her head and said sincerely, I was wrong. Leo gave her a harmless-looking smile. After a bit more fooling around, Leo took the initiative to make breakfast and slowly walked out of the room. Lily sat on the edge of the bed, pulling at her collar to hide the hickey on her collarbone, tidying her messy hair while looking at the messages on her phone. Mia, spill the details. What exactly happened between you two last night? Lily, nothing happened. Mia, Lily, you've changed. You never used to lie to me. Lily, I'm really not lying to you. Mia, that's it. The organization is very disappointed in you. Mia sent a series of shocked emojis, looking completely incredulous. Lily texted back. What else could have happened? She was a bit lost, feeling that what she considered an ideal pace of progress was like a snail's crawl to others. Just then, another message came from Mia. Well, it's fine. I was just being a spectator, and I'm a bit disappointed the drama I imagined didn't happen. Speaking of which, one of my roommates got together with her boyfriend, and they did everything within 2 weeks. Lily pulled her collar slightly open, using the small mirror in the room to glance at the red mark by her collarbone, then quickly covered it up again. She and Leo had only reached this stage so far. As for anything else, she wasn't mentally prepared yet. Lily typed, So, am I not normal? Mia replied, It's not that you're not normal. It's just that when the wrong thing becomes mainstream, the right idea becomes a mistake. I'm mostly kidding, you know. I told you you're naive, and now you're doubting yourself over this. I just like to stir up trouble for fun. Smirking emoji. What are you doing? After a while, Leo saw Lily sitting on the edge of the bed looking at her phone. He leaned in and asked, though he already knew the answer in his head. It was either Mia or Chloe. It couldn't be anyone else. Although Chloe still brought her phone to school in her final year of high school, she seemed to be studying quite seriously lately. So it was most likely Mia. Feeling her free hand being held, Lily gently squeezed back. Chatting with Mia? She's definitely not saying anything serious to you, Leo joked. Lily hummed in agreement, a bit embarrassed. Leo could guess what this social butterfly was saying without even looking at the chat. It was undoubtedly about what happened last night. As the saying goes, you are known by the company you keep. Be careful not to get your mind polluted by her. Lily tilted her head. Is Mia the black ink in that saying? No, she's the yellow one. Leo felt the calluses on the girl's palm and said softly, The calluses on your hands are getting better. Lily nodded and looked up at him. Does it feel a bit more comfortable when you're being a pervert now? When it's between a boyfriend and girlfriend, can you call it being a pervert? Leo said without changing his expression, continuing to knead the girl's soft hand, which was incredibly stress-relieving. This is called deepening our bond. After a pause, he smiled again. but I must congratulate you on getting better at joking, even if it's at your boyfriend's expense. Leo realized that he had been frequently remarking on how much Lily had changed lately. Although the naive girl was still as gentle and shy as ever, she was a bit more playful in front of him. It was normal, though. She was, after all, a 19-year-old girl. She had just been suppressed for too long. Besides her gentle and shy nature, she naturally had the liveliness unique to her age. He had changed too. Lily had changed him with her actions, making him more and more confident, with an unshakable belief in her feelings for him. Looking back, he should have seen that she liked him from her reactions long ago, but back then, he just couldn't believe it. Even the moment before he decided to confess, he was still unsure. I wasn't joking, Lily suddenly said seriously while Leo's thoughts were drifting. The girl found it strange. I really just wanted it to be more comfortable for you when you hold my hand. Before she was with Leo, she would never have been willing to waste time and money on maintaining her hands. Leo was silent. He took a few deep breaths as quietly as possible. Maybe I should just marry this naive girl right now. I really can't take it anymore. A marriage certificate is just a piece of paper. I must trick her into coming home to be my wife immediately. Lily looked at Leo's strange expression with confusion and asked, "Are you not feeling well somewhere?" Leo stood up and walked to the door, clearing his throat forcefully. "It's nothing. Let's eat breakfast." After breakfast, a large pile of things Leo had ordered online arrived. Lily started helping him tidy up the house. Once the daily necessities were in place, people would consider buying things to increase their happiness. After all, humans are creatures that know how to enjoy themselves. Even though it was a rented apartment, Leo was still very enthusiastic about fixing it up. He had no plans to move before buying their marital home. The two-bedroom apartment wasn't huge, but it wasn't small either. A few additions would make it feel very homey. Things like flowers and plants. Even though he might not even be able to keep himself alive, he still had to display them. The most conspicuous item was the beanbag chair he had placed in the living room. He had specifically chosen a larger size, just right for the two of them to snuggle up and watch movies together. There was no need to go to the cinema and buy a couple seat anymore. By the time they were almost done tidying up, it was nearly noon. Leo plopped down on the soft sofa, practically sinking into it. He opened his arms to Lily, who was arranging flower pots on the balcony. "Come here." Lily walked slowly to him, turned her face away, and pursed her lips. With a grit of her teeth and a closing of her eyes, she hugged him. Leo held the girl tightly in his arms, looking at the freshly mopped floor. It really felt like a home, even though they had yet to successfully sleep in the same room. "Auntie won't suddenly show up, will she?" Lily suddenly propped herself up and looked at Leo nervously. When Leo was on the phone earlier, she seemed to have mentioned it. "It's possible," Leo said truthfully. "You should have a good grasp of my mom's personality by now. To put it nicely, she has no generation gap with you. To put it bluntly, never mind, putting it bluntly would be fatal." Then what do we do? Lily couldn't understand why Leo was so calm. It would be fine if they weren't caught in the act, but if they were caught like this, wouldn't it be impossible to explain? "We weren't doing anything. Why are you so guilty?" "This isn't doing anything." Leo blinked his eyes at her, looking shocked and innocent. "What did we do?" "Miss Leong, your thinking is unacceptable. We have nothing to hide. If my mom wants to come, let her come. What's there to be afraid of?" Lily pouted and ignored him. This person was probably hoping to be misunderstood. Then he would surely use the situation to throw caution to the wind and trick her into coming over to live with him more often. He didn't care about his reputation. He probably wouldn't even mind being misunderstood and getting a beating. Lily suddenly felt she had become much smarter. She could now guess what Leo was planning. After being taken advantage of so many times, one was bound to become smarter, especially when all the disadvantages came from the same person. Her brain had analyzed it clearly, dissecting all of this man's schemes and tricks. But her body involuntarily snuggled into Leo's embrace, greedily soaking in the sense of security, and her mouth uncontrollably muttered in a small voice, "You have a point." Time flew to the end of the month, the morning of Leo's speech. In the common understanding, late September should be the tail end of summer, with the days of being baked by the sun soon to be a thing of the past. But had the cool autumn truly arrived? Not really. One could only say it was on its way. To really feel a cool down, one would probably have to wait until almost the end of October. The morning was not that hot. The air conditioning in the studio was off. Leo sat slumped in his chair, looking exhausted, continuing his last-minute cramming of the speech. Just then, the office door was suddenly thrown open with force. "What's wrong with you?" Leo frowned when he saw it was Mia. So dramatic, it startled him. Oh right, today was Mia's first day back at work after a short holiday. Acute appendicitis, right, understandable. Mia excitedly placed her phone on the desk and tapped it with her knuckles. Look. Leo sat up and leaned over to take a look. It was a digital painting in a thick brush style, a piece of fan art. It depicted the scene from A Silent Voice, where the female protagonist, Shoko Nishimiya, holds onto a bicycle to confess. Although the anatomy was a bit off, the sunset and street background made the character in the picture stand out even more. It felt as if the emotion was radiating from the painting itself. There were plenty of illustrations that were immediately eye-catching or alluring, but it was rare to find one that could convey a specific emotion at a single glance. Not bad, Leo said calmly, slowly leaning back in his chair. Lily drew it. Leo's spirit was instantly lifted. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it, almost pressing his face into the phone screen. It's so beautiful, he said, his lips curving into a smile, his voice growing more excited. See? Didn't I tell you my girlfriend is a genius? Mia was speechless. This guy had been so nonchalant just a moment ago. Lily's feel for visuals is different from ordinary people. She really should study it properly. Find a skilled person to guide her, like a professional concept artist. Aren't you professional enough? Although Leo was reluctant to admit it, Mia's artistic skills were very impressive, and she had continued to improve after several months at the company. Even if she wasn't on par with the art directors at major game companies, she was more than qualified to be the art director of this company. In fact, she handled it with ease. Her potential is higher than mine. Mia was as happy as if she had discovered she herself was a genius. Art is not that easy to master. As a layman, you might not see much, but Lily's rate of improvement is already terrifying. Of course, her starting point was already very high. That's not right. Doesn't she often watch you draw? How come you're only discovering this now? Leo found it strange. Mia looked at the illustration in her phone's photo album and sighed deeply. Before she met you? No, before Annie Sarah's surgery, she wouldn't touch this stuff at all, no matter how much I tried to persuade her. Of course I couldn't discover it. Her only form of entertainment back then was sleeping quietly. She didn't dare to imagine what kind of life the naive girl would be living now if she hadn't met Leo. After all, she was not as capable as Leo. The things she could do were very limited, and she would eventually graduate from university and go home. Leo nodded slightly, not dwelling on it, but then changed the subject. By the way, teach her less of that other nonsense in the future. I asked her if she liked cats before, and she replied that she liked me. Mia looked at him with a cold face. Are you deliberately showing off your relationship? You didn't teach her that? Leo found it a bit incredible. Could it be that this naive girl was really beating him at his own game all by herself? How could he maintain his reputation if this got out? Of course not. Mia immediately retorted. She just said something sweet to you, and you're making a big fuss. Have you considered the possibility that your defense is just too low? There's no such possibility. Agu, forget it, you wouldn't understand. After all, she likes me so much. Leo said with a wistful tone, practically spelling out Lily likes me more. Mia was so angry she bit her lip with her canine tooth, looking unconvinced but unable to refute it. She could only slam the door heavily on her way out. Another day of being so angry at the unscrupulous boss that she couldn't eat. Leo looked at the closed door, the smile on his face almost reaching the heavens. He suddenly realized that not only had he stolen Mia's only best friend, Lily, to be his girlfriend, but he had also tricked Mia into the company to be ruthlessly exploited. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It was as if he was the one stealing someone's love. Am I the bad guy here? By a little after 9 in the morning, Leo had arrived backstage. The university seemed to take this speech very seriously, scheduling it in the auditorium where they had previously held the school anniversary celebration. Many people from the company had come along to join the fun. A group of them gathered together, making a racket. He heard that quite a few important people would be attending. As for the rest of the audience, it would mostly be freshmen. He had been a little envious when he saw Mia take the center stage in the recruitment video. He didn't expect to have the chance to be on the university's official website so soon. Who doesn't like to show off? There are so many people in the audience, Lily said timidly, walking up to Leo after taking a peek outside. And there are so many people with cameras filming everywhere. She was clearly still a bit uncomfortable in such crowded environments. If it were her giving the speech, she felt she would be so nervous she'd want to find a hole to crawl into on the spot. Leo put the script aside and, ignoring the crowd around them, directly took the girl's hand. I heard there are people from the TV station here. Lily's mouth opened slightly, as if in surprise. Seeing her reaction made Leo even more smug. Your boyfriend is pretty amazing, right? Do you have the sudden urge to marry me right now? In your dreams, Lily said with a light snort. A few seconds later, she looked at Leo with great concern and asked in a small voice, You're not nervous, are you? Leo found it funny. This naive girl didn't seem to realize that she was more nervous than he, the actual speaker, was. Her palms were even a little sweaty. The thought of Lily being so nervous for him made his heart feel warm. No, Leo started to say, but quickly swallowed his words. I'm so nervous I could die. Lily's grip tightened, and she used her other hand to gently stroke the back of Leo's hand. You should try deep breathing. It's useless, Leo said with a straight face, his expression very serious. He secretly glanced at the vanity mirror, increasingly satisfied with his acting skills. Why did I start a business? It's a real waste of talent not to be an actor. Then do you want to drink some water? Lily became even more worried, her watery eyes blinking as she looked at him, her concern practically overflowing. That's useless too. Leo slowly shook his head, then looked at Lily with a solemn expression. I know one way that might work. Are you willing to help me? Lily nodded vigorously. Leo, deeply moved, typed, "You can do it, hubby," on his phone and held it up for the girl to see. "It's okay that there are people around. Just come close to me and whisper it to me." After seeing the words, Lily's face turned red all the way to her ears. She shot him a look of extreme shyness and said with a wrong tone, "You're not nervous at all." "Look, my hands are shaking." Leo, the Oscar-winning actor, held his hand up for Lily to see, continuing his performance. "We're not even married yet," the girl said in a tiny voice, starting to believe him a little. Leo was not happy. "Just now when I asked if you wanted to marry me, you told me I was dreaming. Can't I just get a taste of it to tide me over? Right now. Only you can help me. Just imagine your boyfriend making a fool of himself in front of so many people later. The thought alone makes me want to die." All right. Following Leo's lead, the mere thought of it made Lily want to leave the planet. She could only grit her teeth, lean closer to him, and bring her mouth to his ear. Hubby. The girl's nervous and rapid breaths hit the back of his ear from time to time, making his own breathing feel a bit hot. "You can do it." Leo swallowed hard, his eyes shining brightly, as if he had just been injected with adrenaline. "I can so do it." Just as he finished, Ethan Peng knocked on the door twice and came in, saying anxiously, "Leo, a university leader is asking for you. I think his name is Chun." Leo stood up and walked outside. "That's my dad." Ignoring Ethan Peng's jaw, which had nearly dropped to the floor, Leo walked straight ahead, curious. Ethan, after a moment of stunned silence, quickly followed. He had other things to report. "Leo, the demo for the new game is done," Ethan said, then added with some embarrassment, "but the team has no experience switching from card games to action games. We might only have a half-finished product by the end of next month, even if we work ourselves to death." In truth, calling it a half-finished product was being generous. The difficulty of developing a new game while maintaining stable updates for the first one within 2 or 3 months was immense. Although both were roguelike games, a card game and a 2D side-scrolling action game were completely different genres with no overlapping development elements. He was prepared for a scolding, but to his surprise, Leo just nodded. "It's fine. A half-finished product is enough. Don't spend too much energy on this game. It's just a stepping stone. You can start taking some time to study how those anime-style mobile games are made." "What do you mean?" Ethan's mind couldn't keep up. "You're dense," Leo said, leaning against the hallway wall instead of heading straight to the auditorium. He pointed a finger towards the people outside filming everywhere. "Our company can't just do free promotion for the university, right? It's a two-way street. Our new game can also ride the wave of this event's popularity." Ethan completely understood now. "So, Leo, you're going to make a quick buck and then ditch the platform?" Leo held up 3 fingers, his expression pained. "We only get to keep 30% of the revenue right now. In other words, for every million we earn on this minigame platform, we have to hand over 700,000. Of course we have to leave if we want to grow bigger and stronger." "True," Ethan said, craning his neck to look outside with a sense of novelty. Even though he wasn't the one giving the speech, he felt a strange sense of shared honor. The impulsive version of himself who had run off to interview with Leo could never have imagined this outcome. As he was lost in emotion, Leo spoke again slowly. "By the way, there's one more thing I need you to do." "What is it?" "Go talk to the university officials and the student council. Get Serena Chin, who's supposed to be the host, replaced." Leo frowned, looking at the message from the event organizer on his messaging app. "I don't like her, and I want to find a chance to mention I have a girlfriend. That woman is a bit dramatic." Since the interview segment would be short and the questions were sent to Leo in advance, there had been no rehearsal. The host's identity was only just now confirmed to him. "Huh? Me? I've never done that before," Ethan said in a small voice. "You can learn. It's not appropriate for me to do it. If you go on my behalf, they'll know it's my intention but won't feel like they've lost face." "It's perfect," Ethan nodded vigorously. "Right, I can learn." After Ethan left, Leo slowly made his way to the seating area, looking for his father. The university staff were all seated near the front, so he spotted him right away. To his surprise, Vincent Mo was there too. "Dad, Uncle Mo," Leo said, walking over and greeting them softly. The 2 men nodded and, after he sat down, resumed their previous conversation. "Look how interesting the stuff young people have these days. You can work out at home with a video game console," Marcus Chin said, pointing at a video playing on his phone. "I think this thing is called a fitness ring." Vincent Mo looked down at his own slightly bulging stomach. "Lend yours to me. I should keep up with the trends of the youth." "I didn't even buy one. I feel like a morning run is enough." "Is it because your wife won't let you buy it?" "Of course not." Leo was speechless. These 2 old men, with a combined age of over 80, were still as unserious as ever when they got together. "Uncle Mo, what are you doing here?" he asked a bit awkwardly. Ever since Celeste had left, he hadn't had the courage to call Vincent Mo. After all, their past relationship was an open secret among both families. However, Marcus and Sophie had acted as if they knew nothing since then, wholeheartedly treating Lily as their future daughter-in-law, which had eased a lot of his pressure. "Can I come?" Vincent and Mo found it amusing. I've watched you grow up from a kid running around naked to who you are now. Isn't it normal for me to come and see you? It's just that you said you'd treat me to dinner a few months ago, and then I never heard from you. I thought you were afraid I'd cling to you, and didn't dare to come. Hey, you little brat. Marcus, have his mom deal with him when you get home, Vincent and Mo said, standing up. I'm going to the restroom. While they were chatting, the others who had been backstage with Leo all made their way to the audience. Lily glanced at Leo blankly, then followed Mia to a more distant section reserved for students. Leo turned to look in Lily's direction and patted Marcus's shoulder. Dad, your future daughter-in-law is over there. See her? You could search the entire university and not find a girl more beautiful than her. Lily was incredibly conspicuous now. Even just walking down the aisle between the rows of seats, she attracted countless gazes. Marcus cleared his throat. Don't talk nonsense. So improper all the time. This kid was good at claiming verbal advantages, but he hadn't seen him actually marry the girl yet. Oh right, they weren't old enough yet. Perhaps he was really getting old. He was starting to feel a bit envious of his colleagues who were already holding their grandchildren. Leo was unconvinced. Do you want Lily to be someone else's daughter-in-law? Let's pretend I didn't say that. After a thought, Marcus changed the subject. Where's that guy who's your partner? Hearing this, Leo scanned the audience again. I don't see him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the auditorium, Jake sat down with a blank expression next to a thin, dark-skinned middle-aged man. The man was sitting in the very back, watching the many late-arriving students. He didn't speak when Jake arrived. As if in a sulk, Jake turned his gaze elsewhere and asked, What are you doing here? Just looking around. The middle-aged man seemed nonchalant on the surface. Weren't you supposed to be the one giving this speech? It's the same whoever goes up. Both of them were expressionless, exchanging words in a stiff, cold atmosphere. The man nodded and took out a lighter from his pocket to light a cigarette. Jake hesitated with his hand in his pocket, but didn't take out his own lighter. Although he had guessed his father was here to see him the moment he found out about the speech, he was still too embarrassed. He found it strange. He was fine serving tea to his mom at home, but with his dad, it was just painfully awkward. They fell into a tense silence, with only the sound of smoke being exhaled. Smoke less. My mom nags me about it on the phone every day, Jake said suddenly after a while. The two of them continued to look off into the distance, talking but never making eye contact. The middle-aged man grunted in acknowledgement. Seeing Vincent Mo's figure, he stood up again. Come home for a meal when you have time. Don't make your mom worry. He then left without going over to greet anyone. Both of them used the same indirect method to hide what they really wanted to say. The back row of the auditorium fell completely silent, with only Jake sitting there alone. He fiddled with the lighter in his hand, turning it over a couple of times with his fingers, and finally, a small smile unconsciously formed on his lips. A little while later, he ran to the front and called Leo aside. My dad was here, Jake said bluntly, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Leo looked around again. That's great. Where is he? I'll go say hi. He left when he saw Celeste Mo's dad. Probably didn't want me to think he was trying to suck up to him, Jake said, the cigarette bobbing as he spoke. Going to such lengths to avoid suspicion, yet still saying he was just looking around. A strange feeling welled up inside him, and he began to silently reflect on his relationship with his father. Just as Leo was about to retort, Then what's the point of telling me? He heard Jake sigh. I don't know if it's because my situation is better now, but I find that I don't hate him as much anymore. Back then, after his university choice had been changed against his will, he had screamed, yelled, and run away from home. In university, he had rebelled by partying and slacking off, skipping classes whenever he could, living a life of debauchery, often not even remembering the names of the girls he ate with. It wasn't until he met Chloe Liu that he slowly shed those bad habits. It seemed he had gotten rid of many of them while pursuing her. He wondered if she had done it on purpose. Looking back now, the past felt like a distant cloud. The memories were still clear, but the emotions attached to them had long since faded. Recalling past experiences was like watching a movie. He felt no emotional stir. It seemed that with time, he had truly let it go. Seeing Jake's somewhat happy expression, Leo let out a deep breath. I've always believed that the process of growing up is a process of gradually reconciling with your parents. They get older, we get more mature, and eventually, we meet at a middle ground. Jake raised an eyebrow. Why would you have such an insight? Isn't your relationship with your parents great? He couldn't believe this guy would have conflicts with his parents. Not entirely. I used to never understand why they never controlled me, letting me grow up free range. I even suspected I wasn't their biological child. I used to feel neglected and even ran away from home once. I was only after seeing your situation that I gradually understood them. My parents' thinking is actually very simple. They didn't know how to parent, so they just hoped I would be happy. I think that's great, Jake said, still envious. People's joys and sorrows are not always shared. He hadn't experienced it, but he felt it was a good way to be raised, at least it was free. That was the one thing he had lacked his whole life. He smirked, finding it interesting. It seemed that whatever he and Leo had lacked most as children was what they were now pursuing. He was constantly striving for so-called freedom, while Leo just wanted to find stability from the people around him. I learned all my lessons only after truly suffering the consequences, Leo said seriously. For example, how to be in a relationship. After saying this, Leo smiled at him and, guided by the university staff, slowly walked onto the stage. On the audience side, Lily had opened her phone's camera and hadn't switched apps since, seemingly ready to record her boyfriend's moment on stage at any time. Her free hand was clenched tightly, afraid she might miss something. The influence they had on each other after getting together was always subtle. She was now increasingly fond of recording all sorts of memorable things. "Weren't you supposed to have a part-time job today?" Mia, sitting beside her, asked curiously. Although Lily wasn't as constantly busy as before, she was still busier than Mia every day. Clearly, some habits were hard to change. "I took the day off," Lily said, her gaze fixed on the stage, sitting perfectly still. "My boyfriend is definitely more important." The fact that this naive girl would take a day off was so extraordinary that Mia couldn't help but click her tongue, growing more annoyed the more she thought about it. "Can't you two live without flaunting your relationship? Is tormenting me also part of your play?" She had never wanted to be in a relationship so badly before. It was too painful. The next second, her pupils contracted again. "Look, your boyfriend is on stage." After the dean finished his opening remarks and Leo walked on stage, the people from his studio started cheering, and the entire hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. It almost startled Leo. He hadn't expected this at all. Lily didn't respond, continuing to watch Leo fixedly, her eyes full of admiration. Leo walked slowly onto the stage, gave a shallow bow, and then stood up straight, scanning the audience for a familiar spot. Despite the distance, their gazes seemed to meet for an instant. For some reason, she just felt that Leo was looking for her, and he was. After spotting Lily, Leo, regardless of how childish it might seem, raised an arm high and waved in her direction. Lily was a little surprised, her heart warm and her eyes moist. She murmured, "You can do it." Even though she knew Leo couldn't possibly hear her. Leo, who had been a little nervous, was now completely calm. He couldn't embarrass himself in front of his girlfriend. He hadn't brought a script on stage. He recited his speech methodically, his gaze never leaving Lily's direction, even though he couldn't see her expression clearly. Of course, the same was true for Lily. There are probably many freshmen here who have just arrived at this university, and many of you might be as lost as I once was. It's okay. This is just a beginning. For me, and for you all. Leo bowed slowly, and applause filled the hall. He could faintly hear the cheers of many girls. He didn't rush off the stage. According to the schedule, it was time for the Q&A. Leo had already anticipated that Ethan Peng would have arranged with the university to replace Serena Chin. But he hadn't expected Ethan to come up on stage himself. His eyebrow twitched. Wasn't this just messing around? Ethan grinned foolishly, then picked up his script and raised the microphone to his lips. "Leo, could you share some of your experiences with the students?" "Of course," Leo said. He already knew the questions, so he wasn't under much pressure. The two of them conversed as if they were just playing around, creating a relaxed and casual atmosphere. "How did you get through setbacks?" "During the most difficult times, it was my mentors and classmates who encouraged me and gave me the confidence and courage to overcome difficulties. The university leadership also stood up for me without hesitation and provided a lot of help. For instance, the university's support fund only came through after I had already survived my company's most desperate financial crisis," he grumbled internally. When all the questions he remembered had been asked and he was thinking about how to achieve his goal, Ethan spoke again. "You seem to have always been very determined. Why is that?" Leo smiled and turned to look in Lily's direction. "Actually, this determined mindset wasn't something I had from the beginning. I have my girlfriend to thank, Lily Leong." The moment he finished, the entire hall fell silent. 2 seconds later, a wave of whispers and discussions rippled through the crowd, and the more boisterous students started to cheer and hoot. Sitting in the audience, Lily was completely stunned, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes blinking. She clearly hadn't processed the situation. Although she had heard Leo say he would solve the problem of people asking for her contact info at the end of the month, she never imagined he would go nuclear like this. But as a girl, she was naturally not averse to romance. At this moment, besides surprise, Lily's heart was filled with deep emotion. By making such a move, Leo had effectively announced to the world that he had a girlfriend. Not just at the university. The entire interview would be posted online, and this would become one of his defining labels from now on. He was, once again, proving his devotion and deep affection through his actions. The power of love. Ethan continued the questioning. Leo nodded slightly. "You could say that. At my most lost moment, she was the one who told me she would always be with me, and that's what allowed me to persevere." "So it seems you and your girlfriend have a very strong relationship?" "Of course. She is far more important than my life and my career." "Damn, Lily, your boyfriend is too smooth." Mia couldn't help but comment. She felt a sudden sense of enlightenment. Since the constant, force-fed public displays of affection were unavoidable, why not choose to enjoy them? Just treat it like a drama. Besides, those female celebrities weren't even as pretty as Lily. Lily was too embarrassed to speak, only pursing her lips. Why aren't you saying anything? Mia gently patted her underachieving best friend's shoulder. Don't tell me you're so moved you want to marry him right now. Hearing this, Lily's already warm cheeks turned a deep crimson. She lowered her head, her hands twisting together, letting her hair fall to frame her face as she mumbled shyly, I've wanted to for a long time. Mia was at a loss for words, her mouth opening and closing, but nothing came out. A few seconds later, she finally shouted, so hopeless. On the other side, Marcus Chun and Vincent Mo were both a little surprised, with faint smiles on their faces. If Leo had pulled a stunt like this in middle or high school, Marcus probably would have been on the phone with Sophie in the next second, afraid of delaying military intelligence and getting punished along with his son. Now he just found it amusing. His son had grown up. He knew how to win over another family's prize. Your son's got skills, Vincent Mo remarked, clicking his tongue. Young people really knew how to play the game. A pity he wasn't his son-in-law. Marcus smirked, raising his phone to take a picture of his son. He chuckled, he's all right. Probably only inherited a tenth of my ability. Leo is just like you were when you were young. Vincent Mo's smile faded slightly as a thought occurred to him. He sighed internally. Whether it's running a family or raising children, I'm no match for you. He never thought that the ordinary, uninteresting days he once took for granted were now something he could only experience in his dreams. When his family was harmonious, he longed for money and status. Now that he had everything, he longed for family. In the end, it was all for nothing. Marcus's smile also faded. He posted the picture of Leo on stage to his social media feed and said in a low voice, I told you back then, a man has to know his priorities. Yes, but not everyone can be like you, willing to retreat at the peak of their career. Remind Leo of that when you have the chance. It's fine. He understands. After Leo came down from the stage, he had intended to sneak into the audience, but he was stopped by the university staff. Helpless, he had to send a message to Lily, asking her to come backstage first. Then he sat to the side, silent. Leo, what are you thinking about? Ethan asked, leaning in curiously. Leo paused. Oh, just thinking about the company's future plans. So impressive, Ethan said with genuine admiration, then slowly walked outside. He couldn't just leave after asking for a favor. He planned to buy some bubble tea for the people in the university's arts department. That way, they would be acquainted, and these connections might still be useful. Seeing Ethan leave, Leo let out a deep sigh. This naive Lily was getting harder and harder to trick. How was he going to convince her to take a nap with him? They had been living together at noon for a month now, yet there was still a clear line drawn between them. Other than that one time she had a fever and they lay down together, there had been almost no progress. Speak of the devil. As he was pondering this, Lily walked up to him. The girl looked a bit shy, her face slightly averted, and she didn't speak for a long time. Now, you, Leo was about to speak, but their words collided. He smiled faintly. You first. Lily took a thermos out of her bag and asked softly, you must be thirsty after talking so much? A little, actually. Leo was about to take it when he saw the girl unscrew the cap, take a small sip herself, and then say with a relieved smile, it's still warm. He stared at the girl before him, momentarily forgetting to reach out for the cup. Is this an angel sent from heaven to save me? The next moment, the previously quiet backstage area was broken by the girl's mortified voice. Why did you specifically aim for the spot my lips just touched? Lily regretted it as soon as she said it. She secretly glanced at the few people who had turned to look their way, then quickly sat down next to Leo, burying her face in his shoulder like an ostrich. I want to die, just let me die? I didn't. I was just idly turning the thermos around, Leo whispered in her ear. Does your boyfriend seem like that kind of pervert? To deliberately drink from the spot she just drank from? He, a gentleman, would never do such a thing, unless it was by accident. You're still talking. Lily was both shy and annoyed. If there weren't other students backstage, she would have bitten him. Leo grinned cheekily, then said seriously, now, if anyone asks for your contact info again, just tell them I'm your boyfriend. Although a so-called rising star entrepreneur had no real power at the university, it still held some deterrent force for students who hadn't yet entered the workforce. He now had easy access to various deans and directors, something ordinary students couldn't compare to. Lily gently bumped Leo's shoulder with her forehead. To say something like that during a speech, only you could think of it. You won't get punished by the university, will you? What's there to be punished for? Leo took the girl's hand and squeezed it casually. And even if I did, for my girlfriend's happiness, getting punished would be worth it. I'd be happy even if you didn't say it. Leo snorted. I wonder which little jealous pot gets jealous over everything. I do not. The girl denied it, but the corners of her hidden lips couldn't help but curve upwards. She had indeed always felt very insecure. Fortunately, her boyfriend seemed to see right through everything. The next day, the last day of September. After lunch, Leo sat lazily on the sofa, scrolling through his phone and giggling foolishly from time to time. He never thought he'd see the day he'd be a trending topic. He just wondered what the people praising his good looks would think if they saw him laughing like a creep. Noticing a bit of chapped skin on his lip, he licked it to locate it, then bit down, tearing off the small flake. Nothing happened. As autumn approached, people who didn't drink enough water often found their lips becoming dry and chapped. Leo was one of them. Naturally, this didn't escape Lily's notice. "I brought you some lip balm," Lily said suddenly, putting down her paintbrush mid-stroke. Now that Sarah didn't need as much care, she would usually come to the rental apartment after her classes during the day and go home at night. Both of them had a tacit agreement that as long as they didn't sleep together at night, it didn't count as living together, and she was still a good girl. The moment she spoke, she was already at the coffee table, rummaging through her bag. "Did you just buy it?" Leo asked curiously. Lily looked up at him in surprise, her dazed and astonished expression making her look even cuter. "How did you know?" Leo said helplessly. "Because you would never be willing to buy it for yourself." Caught. The girl pursed her lips shyly. She took the initiative to tear off the plastic packaging of the lip balm, unscrewed the cap, and then handed it to Leo. Leo, who had been happily looking at his phone, instantly frowned upon smelling the light fragrance from the lip balm. It had a floral scent. "You can keep it for yourself. I don't like using this stuff," Leo said, leaning back. He disliked the smell. Lily looked troubled. "But you don't usually drink much water." She found that her boyfriend could sometimes be like a child, needing to be coaxed. "Who says I don't drink water? Don't drinks and watermelon have water in them?" Leo retorted. Lily wasn't in a hurry. She sat down beside him and coaxed him in a soft voice, like she was talking to a child. "Just once a day, okay?" As she spoke, she linked her arm through Leo's. "Please." "No," Leo said, licking his lips. "See? They're not dry anymore." He really hated this stuff, mainly because Sophie had forcefully held his head down and applied lip balm too many times when he was a child, leaving him with a bit of a rebellious streak against it now. Once every 2 days, Lily continued to lower her demand. She couldn't help but wish Leo was as easy to trick as she was. It wouldn't be this much trouble. "Still no. What if I give you a little something extra?" Lily lowered her head and said in a tiny voice. She felt her earlobes and cheeks were burning. She had to resort to selling her charm just to get Leo to put on some lip balm. Anyone who didn't know would think she was begging him for something. Leo's interest was piqued. He turned his head to look at her. "What kind of extra?" "I'll give you a few more kisses later." Leo raised an eyebrow. "Is that all you've got to test a cadre like me?" Lily heard this and grew more and more annoyed. She didn't say anything, just took Leo's hand and placed it on her thigh. She was wearing her summer pajamas, and sitting on the sofa, a section of her thigh was exposed. Is this enough?" The girl's voice trembled with nervousness. She kept her face turned away, not daring to look at Leo. She had regretted buying the matching pajamas Leo had tricked her into countless times. She was willing to bet that when Leo had persuaded her to buy them, he had already laid the groundwork for this very situation. Leo felt the smooth touch, a smile uncontrollably forming on his lips. His right hand roamed restlessly. Unfortunately, while it could go down, it would be stopped if it went up, but it was still satisfying enough. "Are you done yet?" Lily's voice trembled. Her leg was held by Leo, and she couldn't run even if she wanted to. She could only lean weakly against his shoulder. Leo simply lifted the girl's slender legs onto his own lap. "Not even close. I could play with these legs for a year." He had long thought this naive girl's legs were beautiful, and now, testing them firsthand, he found them even more amazing than they looked. When he watched that anime before, he thought the classic line, "legs you could play with for a year," was an exaggeration. Now he completely understood. A year was a conservative estimate. He could covet this naive girl's legs for all eternity. The lip balm. Lily remembered the important task at hand and picked it up, looking at him with a flushed face. Leo couldn't be bothered with that now. "I'm busy. We'll do it later." The girl bit her lip, feeling wronged. This person only knew how to bully her. Just as Leo was wondering why Lily had gone silent, he saw her applying the lip balm to her own lips. He found it strange. Before he could speak, Lily wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her lips against his. A few seconds later, she slowly pulled away and met the shocked gaze of Leo. "If I apply it for you like this, once a day, okay?" the girl asked softly, her face turned away. Leo felt the lip balm on his lips. He gazed at the girl's soft lips, his heart pounding. He swallowed and said, "As many times as you want." He suddenly realized he was about to be completely wrapped around the frog's little finger. Oh well, so be it. I'm happy with it. The matter of boiling the frog can wait. This joy is enough for now. "One more time," Leo said suddenly after a while. As the saying goes, it's easier to invite a god than to send one away. Lily discovered that after she gave Leo permission, while he wouldn't push his luck, he would cling tightly to any advantage he had gained. She had no choice but to obediently stay by Leo's side, watching painting tutorials on her phone, letting him touch her leg. She really couldn't understand. How could this be addictive? Now, she wouldn't dare wear those kinds of socks for Leo to see. If she did, this person would surely devour her completely. Leo rested the girl's legs on his lap, then placed his laptop on her knees, working and de-stressing at the same time, feeling quite content. Are you going to work part-time during the national holiday? He asked, looking at the calendar. With Leo like this, Lily could only lie on the sofa. She tilted her head up and thought for a moment. For a few days. I see Annie can take care of herself now. I was thinking of taking you on a trip, Leo said, feeling it was a pity. He had been watching his parents live their life as a couple every day. Now that he had a girlfriend, he naturally had to show off in return. They should go out and see the world while they were young. He couldn't be like his parents, who only thought of traveling after having a child. He couldn't just leave the child at home then, could he? That wouldn't be right. It seems he was thinking a bit too far ahead. Just as Leo reined in his thoughts, he saw the girl looking at him with a wary expression. Lily said seriously, "At that time, you'll definitely tell me you couldn't book a room with 2 beds, and then trick me into sleeping with you. Did Mia teach you that too?" Leo couldn't help but ask, silently cursing Mia. "Are you sick? I only have a few tricks, and you figured them all out? You deserve to be single for life." Lily shook her head. "She didn't teach me that. I figured it out myself after being tricked by you so many times." Ahem. Leo tried hard to maintain a straight face. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm not that kind of person." The girl couldn't help but poke Leo's stomach with her toe and said speechlessly, "Could you? Maybe take your hand off my leg before you say something like that." "Don't move, be good," Leo said seriously. At first, Lily found it strange, but then she realized something was not quite right and immediately became obedient. "I think you're becoming more and more improper," she said, shifting her gaze to the side, looking as if she had been wronged. "Didn't I tell you before? All guys are like this." "I can't help it," Leo said with a deep sigh. He really didn't want to be like this. It gets very uncomfortable after a while, you know? Hearing this, Lily suddenly felt very ashamed and wanted to pull her legs back, but Leo held them tightly. "Do you enjoy this mix of pain and pleasure so much?" she asked, feeling helpless but also a little sorry for him, since he had said he was very uncomfortable. "I just enjoy the pleasure part," Leo said truthfully. "Lily, how about we become sworn brothers? From now on, Chloe can call me Big Brother, and you Second Brother, and she'll be our third brother." The girl could naturally tell he was mocking her and couldn't help but gently kick his stomach again. Leo couldn't help but hiss, not daring to make any more outrageous comments. He was already very satisfied with the current pace of progress. He even got to touch her legs. Lily knew Leo was just being verbally playful, but her feelings were still a bit complicated. "I'm going to take a nap. I have a class this afternoon." After she finished, she pulled her legs away, poured Leo a glass of water, and then slowly walked to her room. Leo watched the girl's back and couldn't help but chuckle again. "Want to sleep together?" "No." After Lily said this, she hid behind the door. Before closing it, she peeked her head out and said, "Remember to drink the water, so your lips won't get so dry." "Okay." The girl closed the door, her back pressed against it, leaning on it lightly, and then let out a deep sigh. She covered her slightly hot cheeks with her hands, feeling helpless with herself. Leo's words were like the devil's whisper, constantly tempting her. After all, she liked Leo so much. How could she not want to sleep holding him? The fact that she had clung to Leo and not let him go when she had a fever and her reason had temporarily collapsed was proof. But that was a bit too dangerous. If Leo really had any ideas, she knew she definitely wouldn't have the heart to refuse. No matter how outrageous Leo's ideas were, she might not be willing to refuse them. What if? What if? It can't happen. The girl shook her head vigorously, interrupting her thoughts. "Lily, you have to hold your ground. Even if you can't wait until you're engaged, you at least have to hold on until Mom has fully recovered and can take care of herself, right?" She walked step by step to the bed and let herself fall face first onto it. A few seconds later, she turned over and started searching for strange questions online. She didn't know that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius and people die at 100 degrees Celsius. She still sought knowledge from the internet. The results were indeed as Mia had told her during one of her wild conversations. Generally speaking, there was no absolutely safe method. In the living room, Leo had no idea that his casual joke had caused Lily to imagine all sorts of scenarios. He was still busy with work. Half an hour later, he stretched and was about to go to his room for a nap. Just as he stood up, his phone rang. It was Sophie. Leo guessed his mom had just finished humble bragging to all her relatives and was calling to praise him. "Hello, Mom." Sophie's gentle voice came through the phone. "I'm at your complex. Which building is your apartment in?" The sleepiness Leo had accumulated instantly vanished. He looked around. Lily's t-shirt was still hanging on the balcony. "Hello? Why aren't you talking?" Sophie asked again. "Oh, it's in building 1. No elevator. I'll come down and open the door for you." After hanging up, Leo plopped down on the sofa. Today he was a trending topic for his game. Tomorrow he would be a trending topic again for getting his legs broken by his own mother for living together with a girl. He did one last scan of his surroundings and confirmed that there was no way to destroy the evidence of his crime in the short time he had. Leo could only make a symbolic effort, hiding what he could. After a while, Sophie called again. "That's not right. The person who opened the door in building 1 was an old lady," Sophie said, exasperated. "Huh? Didn't I say building 2? Leo said in a harmless voice. You said building one. Leo chuckled. Then I must have said it wrong. I'll come down to get you. He had, of course, said it wrong on purpose. Unfortunately, even with the extra time he had bought, it only made him more aware of how utterly doomed he was. Time to give up. A few minutes later, Sophie arrived at her inspection site. As soon as she entered, she looked around, her attention focused on the cleanliness. But the scene was a bit different from what she had imagined. Although Leo was a tidy person, everything in this apartment was neat and orderly, almost too clean. Could her son be this diligent? She would rather believe Marcus if he told her he was an alien one day. Mom, what's in that big bag you're carrying? Leo asked, handing her the water Lily had poured for him, a look of confusion on his face. Sophie placed the bag on the coffee table and then slowly sat down. These are all fruits your grandfather grew for you. So, here's the thing. Do you remember your second aunt? The one who came to our house before. Leo thought for a moment and immediately remembered the extremely dull-looking boy sitting next to the middle-aged woman at that time. He was already a university student, but still couldn't use his phone freely. May he be well. I remember, Leo nodded slightly. The news about you making a name for yourself with your game got out, and she came to our house to find me, asking if you could arrange a job for her son at your company. I heard the boy couldn't fit in at university at all and dropped out. Sophie took a sip of water and continued, but I managed to brush her off. Your dad and I don't know anything about your company, so we definitely won't cause you any trouble. Leo grimaced and sighed. I thought back then that her son was already ruined by her parenting. Sophie strongly agreed. Too obedient. Although your mom's parenting style has its problems too. But I think kids need to be a little mischievous. If you don't even dare to raise hell at home, what can you achieve when you go out? Mom, are you serious? Leo asked in a small voice, hiding his trembling right hand behind his back. Of course, just as Sophie finished speaking, the door to Lily's bedroom slowly opened. A girl with slightly messy hair and wearing pajamas walked out. I dreamt I was suddenly on the moon, but I was the only one there. Lily said in a whiny, aggrieved tone. She had clearly just woken up and was rubbing her sleepy eyes, her voice drowsy. After she clearly saw Leo and a stunned Sophie, her entire body froze. Let's just go to the moon. It's nice there. Let's go right now. Compared to the utterly frozen Lily and Sophie, Leo appeared relatively calm. He had deliberately not warned Lily. After all, if they had been prepared and were then discovered, the nature of the situation might change in Sophie's eyes. Having Lily emerge from his room like this was the only way to prove that he, a true gentleman, had done nothing wrong. No despicable act of tricking a girl to come over and share his bed. At least, not yet. Mom, you just said it's better for kids to be a little mischievous. You can't go back on your word. Leo prayed silently. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Lily took a step back, lowered her head, and said in a small voice, Hello, Auntie. Leo could tell that the naive girl's first instinct was definitely to imitate an ostrich and run back into the room. Well, so this naive girl only got feisty with him, huh? In front of others, she was still a fool who couldn't even speak. His heart suddenly clenched. Lily was too shy to even talk to others, but with him, she flirted relentlessly. Damn it, to be completely owned by a naive fool like this. How embarrassing. Sophie, after regaining her composure, first turned to look at Leo. Her gaze was calm, but it made his skin crawl. Then she turned her attention back to Lily and chuckled. Lily, you're here. Are you and Leo living together? And no, we don't sleep in the same room, Lily quickly explained, her words tripping over each other in her nervousness. She doesn't have a dorm room, and she has nowhere to go in the afternoons when she has classes, so I invited her to my place for a nap, Leo quickly added. She still goes back to her own home at night. The naive girl's explanation was too easily misunderstood. If he didn't clarify, he definitely wouldn't live to see tomorrow. Only then did Sophie nod as if relieved. Her unfortunate son was devious as hell, and this silly girl, Lily, was so easy to trick. She had been worried for a while now that Leo might pull some trick. Thankfully, Leo hadn't sprung something like a shotgun wedding on her. At her age, her heart really couldn't take it. Just napping together in the same apartment, and not even in the same room. The kids were grown up. She had to restrain herself from getting physical. Seeing his mom's reaction, the tight string in Leo's heart finally loosened a bit. At least Sophie hadn't broken his legs on the spot. People always prefer to compromise. If he had directly told Sophie he wanted Lily to move in with him, Sophie would definitely have shown him what tough love meant. But by letting her think they were living together and then telling her it was just for a nap, Sophie would most likely accept it. Come, sit down. I was just thinking about you, Sophie said with a smile, her voice incredibly gentle. Lily timidly sat down beside her, her head lowered, too embarrassed to speak. She felt like a cabbage that had secretly hooked up with someone's pig, feeling incredibly guilty. Just half an hour ago, she had been sitting here, cuddling and kissing Leo. The thought made her cheeks flush even redder. She tightly clenched the hem of her shirt, her rounded, pink toes pressing against the top of her shoes. Lily wasn't the only one feeling awkward. Sophie was also feeling very strange. She felt like she shouldn't have come. No, wait. Her unfortunate son was in the process of luring an innocent young woman. She was here to uphold justice. Having cleared her thoughts, she smiled and took Lily's hand, asking softly, "Has Leo been bullying you lately? If he makes you unhappy, just tell me, and I'll beat him up for you." Lily didn't quite understand what that meant and didn't respond for a moment. Leo, who had been so calm and collected, suddenly lost his composure. "Say something. You're so good at flirting with me. How can you fall apart now? If you don't speak up, your boyfriend is dead. You'll be a widow." As if telepathically sensing Leo's inner turmoil, the girl finally said in a daze, "No." Hearing this, Leo slumped onto the sofa, letting out a breath of utter despair. Lily had indeed changed significantly over the past 6 months, but he might always feel that the direction of her evolution was a bit strange. Her social skills had barely improved from a 30 to a 50, not even a passing grade, but her flirting ability had soared to a 90. "Your subjects are seriously unbalanced, Lily." After they all calmed down a bit and chatted casually for a while, Lily's cheeks were no longer as red. "It's good that you come here for your naps, Lily. It's so hot, and the days are so long in the summer. It must be so uncomfortable for you to have nowhere to sleep at the university in the afternoons," Sophie said with great sympathy. She couldn't imagine how this child had managed before. "So I considered this when I was choosing an apartment. Your son is smart, isn't he?" Leo said, only to be glared at by his mom. He didn't dare to take any more credit. He was still a suspect in the luring of an innocent young woman. "Tomorrow is a holiday at my office, and Chloe will be back too. Lily, come to my place for a meal," Sophie said suddenly. Leo blinked blankly. "What about me? Aren't you going to ask if I'm coming?" What about Leo?" Lily asked, her voice trembling. Sophie couldn't help but laugh. She didn't know how her son had managed to find such a cute girlfriend. "Of course he's coming too." The girl pursed her lips and then nodded shyly. Since she hadn't planned to stay long, Sophie said a few more words and then got up to leave. Lily wanted to walk her out, but was smilingly refused by Sophie. Before she left, she gave Leo a meaningful look. Leo didn't dare to overthink it. Even with the air conditioning on in the living room, a drop of cold sweat trickled down his cheek. The living room instantly fell silent, with only the whooshing sound of the air conditioner. Lily sat for a moment, then suddenly collapsed onto the sofa, burying her head in a cushion, motionless. I don't want to live anymore." The girl's slender legs kicked a couple of times as she said pitifully. Leo couldn't help but smirk. "Look at you. You were just taking a nap here, and not even in the same room. An innocent person has nothing to fear. Auntie definitely won't believe me." Lily had no confidence, feeling more and more like a bad girl. She had even stayed the night here before. "That's a possibility," Leo said, crawling over to the girl. He propped himself up over her, pressing her down, and whispered in her ear, "Since she already suspects it, why don't we just sleep in the same room?" Leo, such an upright gentleman. How could he be falsely accused for nothing? Since he was going to be suspected whether it happened or not, he might as well make the crime a reality. If someone says you have nuclear weapons, you'd better actually have them. By the same token, if someone calls you a pervert, you'd better actually be one. Otherwise, being falsely accused would be a huge loss, wouldn't it? Lily continued to lie motionless like an ostrich, completely unfazed by his persuasion. Leo kissed the girl's earlobe, then took the peaches Sophie had brought to the kitchen to wash. A little while later, Lily was combing her long hair with a comb, getting ready to go back to school for her class. Leo lay on the sofa, munching on a peach and scrolling through his phone. The weather was nice today, the clouds were flying high in the sky, perfect for slacking off. He vaguely remembered feeling a bit lost right after graduation, occasionally missing the feeling of being in class. Now, he just thought the version of himself who missed classes was an idiot. Not having to go to class every day was awesome. As he was scrolling, he suddenly saw Lily's name on the university's confession page again. It started with someone posting to ask who his girlfriend was, since he had publicly mentioned her during his speech. Then there were a few new comments below. "The ice queen of our accounting department, Lily Leong. I've never seen such a beautiful girl in my life. Too bad she's taken. Someone with yellow pea, please come and wake up the guy above. You'd never even be able to talk to her. She doesn't say a word to her own classmates. I'm in her class. Only one female classmate in the entire class has her contact info. Ice Queen." Leo looked up at Lily, who was combing her hair, and almost burst out laughing. "Ice Queen. Huh, that's hilarious." There was no Ice Queen, just an extremely socially anxious, naive fool. In this day and age, even social anxiety could be mistaken for being cold and aloof. "Come here and let me hug you," Leo proposed. "Oh." Lily obediently came into Leo's arms and let him hold her. "Should I pour you some water? If you keep tearing the skin on your chapped lips, it'll bleed. I don't want to move, you feed me." "Okay." Lily quickly brought over the warm water she had prepared. Feeding Leo water was a small matter, as long as he was willing to drink it. Leo sat up straight and just opened his mouth, while the girl held the cup and fed him. For some reason, after this naive girl was labeled with such a strange tag, teasing her felt even more satisfying to Leo. "Why is my name on here?" Lily asked in surprise when she happened to see it. "It's just a bunch of people arguing." Don't worry about it. Leo drank a few sips and then pushed the cup away. Water, that tasteless substance, was truly disgusting to him. He found it amusing and joked. They're all calling you an ice queen. They would never imagine you're just socially anxious. This world full of locusts was so boring. Leo really wanted to take a megaphone and announce to the world that being beautiful was nothing compared to his girlfriend's other shining qualities. The funny thing was, before Lily started to care about her appearance, no one paid attention to her other virtues. They didn't even speak up for her when she was being insulted. How sad. I'm your girlfriend. Lily found these messy titles boring. They didn't sound as nice as being called Leo's girlfriend. After she spoke, she pouted, unconvinced. And I'm not cold, and I'm not socially anxious. Leo scoffed. Not bad. You've learned to be stubborn. Your master is very pleased. I wonder who it was that couldn't say a word in front of my mom just now. Lily bumped Leo hard with her head and then left for class. In the afternoon, Mia sat lazily beside Lily, already in a sleeping position before class even started. She was only slightly better than Jake. She just never failed her classes, but she still slept through them. You seem distracted, Mia asked with a yawn. She rarely saw Lily as restless as herself in class. This naive girl could usually sit as still as a statue. Lily sighed and told her everything about Sophie's visit at noon. That's so exciting. Mia's eyes lit up. She felt her previous train of thought was correct. These two's story was much more interesting than any TV drama. I'm so sad. Lily looked pitiful. Will Auntie think I'm frivolous? Mia pondered for a moment and said seriously, if I were her, I'd probably be hoping Leo would hurry up and seal the deal. Can't let the swan that's already in hand fly away. Lily was speechless. Halfway through the class, Mia suddenly burst out laughing. Under the watchful eyes of the entire class, she calmly cleared her throat. Then, as if nothing had happened, she looked back innocently at anyone who looked at her. A true social powerhouse, her psychological fortitude was extraordinary. Only after everyone's gaze had shifted away did she continue to laugh, her head on her desk. What's wrong with you? Lily was a bit confused. She had been wondering if Leo was drinking enough water, and was suddenly startled by Mia. In those few seconds, Mia had tried to think of the saddest things in her life, and even then, she had almost burst out laughing. She clutched her stomach and handed her phone to Lily without a word. Lily took the phone, her eyes blinking as she stared at the screen. Her face instantly turned red to the roots of her ears, and her breathing became rapid. On the screen was the post she had seen at noon, but now there was a very conspicuous reply below it. Leo, haha, you all have been chatting a lot. I just got kissed unconscious by my girlfriend and only woke up now. Thanks for the compliments, everyone. I think my girlfriend is alright, just a tiny bit prettier than other girls. Smug. JPG. No wonder everyone in class was looking at her strangely when she came in. Like Mia, she buried her face in her arms on the desk, wishing she never had to see anyone again for the rest of her life. While Lily was begging Mia to find someone to delete the post, Leo was busy with his own life's major event. That's right. Master Chun was repeatedly failing in his grand project of boiling the frog. He had called for air conditioner repair again. As soon as the repairman arrived, he greeted him with a big smile. Master, what do you do for a living? The old man who came to fix the air conditioner this time was clearly an honest person. He didn't get the joke and just blinked blankly. He then asked, what's wrong with your air conditioner? There's nothing wrong with the air conditioner. If there's nothing wrong, why did you call me? I want to make something wrong with the air conditioner. Something is wrong with you. The air conditioner repairman was dumbfounded. He had never heard such a strange request in his entire life. Leo pointed to his room. You just helped me break the air conditioner. It's not like I'm not paying you. He then paused. Hey, don't call the police. Let me explain. In the evening, dazzling sunset clouds stretched across the sky. The old residential complex was filled with children who had just gotten out of school, laughing and playing. There were many elderly people and children, and residents who had lived there for a long time would greet each other when they met. It was full of life, a good thing about old neighborhoods. After class, Lily bought a lot of groceries and planned to make dinner for Leo before going home. Just as the girl was about to enter the building, she came face to face with a middle-aged woman with permed hair. You must be Leo's girlfriend, right? You're so pretty. Lily was startled. Hello, Andy. Here, take this bag of peaches. I just bought a lot from the market. We still have some at home. Leo helped me carry rice the other day. I can't let him do it for free. Look at you. If you don't take it, I'll get angry. Be good. Oh, after being forced to accept some unexpected gains, Lily entered the apartment and saw Leo sitting on the sofa, looking completely at ease. After being forced to accept some unexpected gains, Lily entered the apartment and saw Leo sitting on the sofa, looking completely at ease. She pouted her lips. Well, who do we have here? Leo said in a deliberately strange tone. The matter of Leo's comment made Lily more and more embarrassed the more she thought about it. She walked up to the sofa, placed her hands on Leo's shoulders, and then bumped her head hard against his chest. So you only bully me, huh? Leo cried out in mock pain and chased after her to tickle her. Leo had thought Lily was going to kiss him. This naive girl was only good at bullying him now. So mean. Lily was caught in Leo's tight embrace and couldn't escape. She could only look at him with a wronged expression and say coquettishly, "You can't bully me." This naive girl was getting better and better at acting cute. This one move had dealt a heavy blow to Leo's health bar. Leo was unconvinced. This naive girl had taken advantage of his body for free before, and now she wanted to hit him and run? He wrapped his arms around the girl's slender waist, enjoying the light fragrance of her hair, and said softly, "Give me a reason to let you go." This naive girl's stomach was soft. He gave it a squeeze. "Your comment this afternoon made Mia tease me all the way out of school." Lily looked very wronged. "I'm getting my revenge." Leo was unconcerned. "Just dock her pay. She makes $10,000 a month now." He then moved his mouth closer to the girl's ear and continued to joke. "Let me teach you. Dock her pay in increments of 648. She'll definitely feel the pain when she hears that. She doesn't work for me. You're the boss's wife. I am not." Lily was extremely frustrated. This person took advantage of her from all angles, making it impossible to defend herself. "My classmates were looking at me strangely this afternoon. I saw that you didn't seem to like being talked about, so I stepped in. I couldn't just shout at them to shut up, right? I had to be a bit more subtle." Lily blinked blankly, thinking for a long time before she vaguely understood what Leo meant. She pursed her lips, feeling a little like kissing him. Leo was worried about the progress of the second game and wasn't in the mood to tease her. He sat back down on the sofa, leaving Lily to stand there in a daze. "Why did you buy another bag of peaches? My mom already brought so many." When Leo saw that the bag was full of honey peaches, his previously curious eyes instantly dimmed. He grimaced in distaste. "You two trying to raise a monkey here?" And they were all soft peaches, not as delicious as the sweet and crisp ones. "I didn't buy them," Lily said seriously, putting the groceries she bought into the refrigerator. Leo found it amusing. "Don't tell me someone gave them to you because you're pretty?" "An auntie gave them to me." Lily reached up and held her hair, shaking it gently. The auntie with the permed hair. The girl thought for a long time, but couldn't place her. This situation where others recognized her, but she didn't recognize them, made her want to die of embarrassment. "Oh," Leo pointed to the floor. "It must be the auntie from downstairs. Her daughter is a counselor at our university, in the accounting department, I think." Lily looked at him as if she had seen a ghost. "How do you know everything?" "We just chatted. We run into each other often, so we can't just not talk, right? And this is a residential complex near the university. It doesn't hurt to know more people. If you know enough people and keep talking, you'll eventually find someone you both know. That's networking." Actually, the main reason was that he couldn't stand being the one to end a conversation. If the other person said, "Oh," and then fell silent, that was great. But he could never be the one to say, "Oh," and stop talking. The advantage of this was that he seemed polite to others. The disadvantage was that if he ran into a chatterbox, it would never end. Lily didn't quite understand, but she felt it sounded very impressive. She gently kissed Leo's cheek and then ran to the kitchen to cook. After dinner, it was only a little past 6, and it wasn't dark yet, so Lily wasn't in a hurry to go back. Leo finished washing the dishes and sat on the sofa with his eyes closed, resting. Now that the studio had gained some popularity and the second game was taking shape, it was time to consider some provocative marketing. Seeing that Leo was thinking about something, Lily obediently didn't disturb him and sat to the side, drawing. At first, she said it was a hobby, but after hearing from Mia that she could earn a lot of money if she got good at it, she became even more motivated to learn. Lily still felt that finding a hobby wasn't for her, and being a sugar baby supported by Leo wasn't for her either. Although she had come to realize that she was a bit slow compared to Leo, she still hadn't given up on her dream of supporting him. Mia said I should create an account on a creative platform and post my drawings to attract followers. Lily said, resting her chin on her hands. She said it would make it easier to earn money in the future. Leo opened his eyes and looked at her. "You might not think drawing is that tiring now, but when you start making a living from it, drawing will become a form of torture for you. Look at me. I used to love playing games so much, but now that I make them myself, I don't want to play as much anymore." It was the same principle as setting your favorite song as your alarm. When Leo was a child, he thought he could definitely wake up with a spring in his step to his favorite song. In the end, he still slept in, and he no longer liked the song. Never underestimate human laziness. When mixed with the desire to slack off, a hobby is no longer a hobby. It only brings endless torture. He suddenly had an idea and couldn't help but smile. In the future, if our child gets addicted to games, I'll use this method to help him quit. Lily was stunned for a moment, then said with a light huff, "You're shameless." "I only mentioned a child, not the process of making one." Leo shrugged, feeling very wronged. His current permissions were only unlocked to climbing mountains and touching legs. "You think I'm shameless, which means your thoughts are very dangerous, Lily." Lily knew she couldn't win an argument with Leo, so she just rested her head on her arms, pouting, and ignored his tactic of turning the tables on her. This person was thinking bad things every day, and yet he said her thoughts were dangerous. So unfair. She was only thinking about the child's name, not those things. "Speaking of which, should I help you find a master to teach you?" Leo asked seriously. He He was now in the game industry circle and could easily find a skilled artist. No need. Mia is so good. It's enough for me to learn from her until I catch up to her, Lily immediately replied, completely forgetting her plan to give Leo the silent treatment. After more than half a year, Lily was still stuck on the first level of the Ignore Leo challenge. She had never even lasted 10 seconds. Leo couldn't help but smile. Lily clearly had her own plans and didn't need him to worry at all. So, should I create the account or not? The girl continued to ask. If you want to try, then try. I thought you wouldn't agree, Lily said in a small voice. Leo had just said a whole bunch of things. I was just analyzing the pros and cons for you. Leo gave her a faint smile. I'll support whatever decision you make, unconditionally. Lily's clear eyes, visible from under her arms, blinked. Then she shyly looked away. But even so, Leo could still see the curve in the girl's eyes. She was definitely smiling secretly. The naive fool was being tsundere now. The next day, the first day of the national holiday. Early in the morning, Leo brought Lily to his doorstep. Just as he was about to open the door, his hand was suddenly grabbed by Lily. What's wrong? Leo found it strange. I'm not mentally prepared yet. Lily took 2 deep breaths. She had finally gotten less nervous around Leo's parents, but after being caught in the act by Sophie, she was nervous all over again. The latter was much more nerve-wracking. Leo squeezed the girl's soft little hand. I have a way to make you less nervous. What is it? Lily turned her head to look at him as if she had found a lifeline, clearly very interested. Leo leaned closer to the girl and deliberately whispered, Let me teach you. When you go in, just call her mom directly. Then my mom will be the nervous one. Lily pursed her lips and didn't speak, looking up at him with a wronged expression, her face clearly saying, Are you even human? Leo smirked. This naive girl knew she couldn't out-talk him, so now she had learned to condemn his conscience with silence. No, this won't do. I must find a way to completely erase this conscience thing. It's getting in the way. Thanks to Leo's antics, Lily's attention was diverted, and her nervousness eased considerably. They stood at the door for about 3 or 4 minutes. After Lily had mentally prepared herself, Leo finally took out his key and opened the door. Lily felt a little bad for making Leo wait so long, but seeing his completely unbothered expression, she suddenly felt touched. Mom, I brought your daughter-in-law home, Leo shouted as soon as he entered. Lily froze on the spot. Well, that's great. All that mental preparation was for nothing. Give me back my moment of feeling touched. Sophie came out of the bedroom upon hearing his voice, apparently on the phone. Lily, you're here so early. Have a seat. I'm busy with work, she said, pointing to the sofa, then put the phone back to her ear. What sound? Oh, my son brought his girlfriend home. That report. She paused mid-sentence. Isn't your eldest still single? Agu, you'd better hurry up. Times have changed. It's harder to find a girlfriend the older you get now. Look at Sister Lee's son. He's getting married in a couple of days. She's just waiting at home to hold her grandchild. As Sophie spoke, she walked back into the room. Leo gave his mom a helpless look and took Lily's hand, leading her to the sofa. He could see that Sophie was planning to return all the humble brags her colleagues had thrown at her. This group of old ladies with stable jobs didn't compare houses or cars. They just competed to see who could have grandchildren first. How interesting. His mom used to be constantly stressed out by her colleagues' anxiety-inducing talk. Now she had become the source of anxiety for others. How the tables have turned. As soon as they sat down, Leo noticed Lily kept glancing to the side. He followed her gaze and saw Chloe lying flat on her back with a book covering her face. Lily probably thought Chloe was sleeping and didn't dare to greet her. Leo didn't care about such things and immediately mocked. I've never even dared to imagine you studying at home in my entire life. How rare. Chloe, who had been lying flat, slowly sat up like a zombie. The dark circles under her eyes made her look like a panda. I have no choice. The college entrance exams are coming up. Stop studying. I'll take you shopping. Pick whatever you want, Leo said with a grand wave of his hand, slapping a bank card on the coffee table. All right, Chloe's previously lifeless face lit up. But just as she was about to grab the bank card, Leo snatched it back and smiled. Just kidding. Don't trust anyone easily. Your big brother is giving you a free lesson. No need to thank me. Chloe gritted her teeth in anger and then threw herself into Lily's arms. Sister-in-law, look at him. Lily was already used to Chloe calling her sister-in-law. She didn't say anything and silently reached out to gently massage Chloe's eyes, her movements and gaze extremely gentle. Now it was Leo's turn to grit his teeth. He had never wanted to be an only child so badly in his entire life. I should find a chance to sell this cheap sister, even if I have to pay someone to take her. After 2 minutes, Leo couldn't take it anymore. Sis, don't you have a conscience? Your sister-in-law's hands get tired too, you know. Chloe thought he had a point and sat up with a grin. My turn, Leo said, moving closer to Lily. Chloe was stunned for a moment, then loudly condemned him. Are you even human? While the siblings were bickering, Sophie came out after finishing her call. Seeing the baring-toothed Leo and Chloe, and the helpless-looking Lily, she felt her blood pressure shoot up and took a deep breath. How old are you two, still acting like this? You haven't even poured Lily a glass of water after all this time. Leo was not happy. Mom, your son's heart is bleeding. If you keep this up, I'm really going to run away from home. The family of 4 originally had one dedicated porcelain cup each, the kind with cartoon patterns. Now Sophie had also bought one for Lily. She took out the new cup and poured water for Lily, saying, "It's a deal. If my brother leaves, I'm leaving too." Chloe continued to add fuel to the fire. The combined weight of the 2 siblings couldn't possibly be less than her sister-in-law's, right? Sophie scoffed in surprise. Oh, a double blessing. The atmosphere made Lily's lips curve into a slight, contented smile. Unlike the feeling of being an outsider before, she now seemed to be no longer a bystander, but a piece of the puzzle that made up this warm picture. Her nose tingled. This family was so accepting of her. Compared to the happiness she felt now, all the hardships she had experienced before were indeed worth it. She was glad she had held on. Sophie patted Lily's head and said softly, "Later, Leo and I will go pick up your mother, and we can all have a meal together." Lily's mouth opened slightly. Just as she was hesitating about how to respond, Leo spoke for her. "I asked before we came. Auntie Sarah's legs are still not very convenient, but she said you should come over to her place for a meal when you have time." The girls secretly glanced at Leo. It seemed he would never put her in a difficult position, except when he was bullying her. "Okay." Sophie nodded, not asking any more questions. It was only a little after 9 in the morning, still some time before lunch. After chatting for a while, Chloe couldn't sit still anymore and loudly suggested, "Let's go shopping." Seeing no reaction from Leo, she cleverly pleaded with Lily. Anyone could see that the user manual for her big brother was with her sister-in-law. Lily's gentle nature made it hard for her to refuse. After a few pleas, she nodded in agreement. A little while later, Chloe, having changed her clothes, zipped out of her room. Like Lily today, she was also wearing a t-shirt and slim-fit jeans. But unlike the gentle and elegant-looking Lily, Chloe looked much more youthful and energetic. "Your appearance is a reflection of your heart, as they say. Why are you dressed so casually today?" Leo couldn't help but ask. "Duh. Even if I dressed up meticulously, I wouldn't be as good-looking as my sister-in-law with no makeup on. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if people found out? If you don't try, you can still be stubborn and say you're only a little worse than the best. If you actually try, how can you still be stubborn?" Chloe was quite frank about it, smiling cheekily and not caring at all. Her main characteristic was being carefree. Sophie took out her phone to transfer money to Chloe. "You and Lily can each buy an outfit you like. We're not short on that," Chloe said grandly, her eyes constantly darting towards the pocket where Leo kept his bank card. Leo immediately reacted. "What are you pretending for? The money on this card is all mine." Chloe ignored him and turned to Lily. "Sister-in-law, can you buy me a dress?" Lily calculated how much pocket money she had left and then nodded vigorously. "Isn't your money my sister-in-law's? She's already agreed to buy it for me," Chloe said smugly. Of course, she wouldn't let Lily pay. It was all a trap laid to scam her big brother. Seeing no reaction from Leo, she continued, "You wouldn't want me and my sister-in-law to be held at the store because we don't have enough money, would you?" "I have money," Lily said in a small voice. "You two go ahead. I have some work stuff to deal with," Leo said suddenly, looking at his phone. It seemed that working on 2 projects at once was a bit too much pressure for their company. The new game was full of bugs. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lily's eyes, but it vanished in an instant. Not long after Chloe and Lily left, Leo was about to get up and leave. "I'll be back for lunch." Just as he was about to head out, Sophie called him back. "Wait a minute." Hearing her, he turned back curiously. Sophie cleared her throat. "You come over here." "You're not going to hit me, are you?" Leo asked. "I will if you don't come here." Leo grew even more puzzled and sat down on the sofa with a bewildered expression. Sophie soon came out of the bedroom, holding a tightly sealed manila envelope. She looked a little nervous, as if she were holding some kind of classified document. Leo took it and squeezed it. He could feel a small box inside, but he couldn't guess what it was. "You're an adult now? Your dad and I can't say much to you. In short, whatever you do, you must be aware of what you're doing, understand?" Sophie said to herself. Adults have to take responsibility for their actions. You have to think twice before. Leo was too lazy to listen and didn't understand what his mom was talking about. He reached out to undo the staples on the envelope. "Open it after you get back," Sophie suddenly shouted. "Oh," Leo was startled and had to hold the envelope in his hand. "I'm leaving then." Not long after, Leo's figure rushed out of the building. He hadn't come downstairs this fast in his entire life. The reason was simple. He was really curious. Luckily, Sophie said to open it after he got back. If she had been mysterious like a certain ancient strategist, he would have had several sleepless nights. It was one thing to wrap it with string, but it was also densely stapled. Anyone who didn't know better would think it was a state secret. Leo grimaced and simply tore it open. Then he saw a small rectangular blue box. Durex. Damn it. Leo froze completely. Even though he had no experience using them, as a guy, it was hard not to recognize them. Why is mom giving me this? Although he had always said he didn't care if he was misunderstood, now that his own mother had misunderstood him, he felt a little awkward. Because he really was a gentleman, He felt very wronged. Leo thought for a moment and decided he couldn't keep this thing. What if he didn't hide it well and Lily saw it one day? Wouldn't she misunderstand him and think he had some ulterior motives? His lifetime of innocence would be ruined. He wasn't some kind of pervert. Lily's leg had come to his hand on its own that day. It had nothing to do with him. He had intended to throw it into the trash can with the envelope, but after thinking about it, he only threw away the envelope. Forget it, I'll keep it. I'll use it sooner or later anyway. On the other side, since it was the national holiday, the mall was packed with people. There were men, women, young, and old everywhere. Noticing the occasional glances, Chloe felt more and more that she had been farsighted. Trying to compete with her sister-in-law, a girl that even other girls would drool over, was the stupidest thing in the world. She carried a cup of bubble tea and linked arms with Lily, strolling around openly. A social phobe is a social phobe. Lily was very timid, her head always lowered. This kind of environment was really not something she could adapt to. Halfway through, Lily suddenly stopped and looked around. What's wrong? Chloe asked curiously. This is where I first saw you, Lily said very softly, her words immediately drowned out by the surrounding noise. We first met at my house, didn't we? Only then did Lily realize. I remembered wrong. Chloe sighed deeply. Sister-in-law, you can't keep being this naive. Otherwise, what if my brother tricks you into getting eaten up one day? And no, he won't. I'm not that naive, Lily said, looking around nervously. Even in the extremely noisy mall, she was afraid someone would hear what they were talking about. And he won't trick me. If he wanted to, he would have done it long ago. The girl quietly muttered to herself, her heart warm. Oh, so you two haven't reached that stage yet, Chloe said with a wicked smile. My brother is so lame. Just this? And she still said she wasn't naive? I just fainted, and you used all your skills? Lily bit her lower lip, feeling wronged. Sure enough, she couldn't handle either of these siblings. After a while, Chloe spotted an apricot-colored dress that she liked more and more. She glanced at the price, $11.98, and felt a little reluctant. Do you like it? If you do, I'll buy it for you, Lily said seriously. She was still so generous when spending money on people who were important to her. Her financial pressure was not as great now, so she could afford it if she gritted her teeth. After all, she had fewer expenses now, but the frequency of her part-time jobs hadn't decreased much. Chloe really wanted to buy it, but after buying study materials and watching a concert, she really didn't have much money left. She had a sudden idea. After saying she wouldn't buy it, she strolled around with Lily for a while longer and then suddenly said, Sister-in-law, you are a mature woman now. You should learn how to trick your boyfriend into coming shopping. Lily pursed her lips. He's busy, and I don't want to trick him. He just doesn't want to go shopping with us. Chloe's heart ached a little when she said this, because Leo didn't want to go shopping with them. He just didn't want to go shopping with her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left only after they did. She was willing to bet that if she wasn't there, Leo would have come over eagerly. A younger sister has no rights. Lily lowered her head and fiddled with her fingers. I don't know what to say. This is a skill that girls are born with. You just haven't discovered it yet, Chloe said with a serious expression. You have to believe in your talent. Lily carefully recalled the guidance Mia and Chloe had given her, seriously searching for useful knowledge. As the saying goes, a timid soldier makes for a timid army. If the theoretical mentor is unreliable, how reliable can the student they teach be? She thought and finally came up with an idea. Lily, are you still busy? Leo, yeah? Lily, Chloe and I saw a cat that can do a backflip at the mall entrance. Do you want to come and see? Chloe looked at their chat, her jaw almost dropping to the floor. Sister-in-law, pretend I didn't say anything. You really don't have a talent for this. But as soon as she finished, Leo's reply came through. Leo, really? I'm on my way now. What is wrong with you two? Why are neither of your thought processes normal? I believe there are 2 reasons our second game's progress has been stalled, Ethan Peng said, methodically analyzing the recent issues of the programming team in the conference room. He had even prepared a dedicated presentation for this meeting. First, the update frequency for our first game, Tower of Slaughter, wasn't slowed down in time, occupying too much energy. Second, the technical skills of too many people are insufficient to handle the current project. I hope you all quickly go and learn, so you don't become the ones holding everyone back. Because the new game's progress is unclear, I suggest that for the next 2 weeks, the programming team's focus should remain on stabilizing the revenue of Tower of Slaughter. Everyone should also work some overtime and quickly adapt to the structure and development process of the new game. Leo sat to the side, propping up his chin with one hand, his gaze fixed on his phone hidden beneath the table. Ethan looked at Leo. Leo, this is the current project status. Do you have any further instructions? For now, let's go with what you've said. I'll figure out solutions for other problems, Leo said softly. He had clearly been listening. He then looked up and around the room. Everyone, since the first day you joined the company, have your salaries ever been delayed? Have your bonuses also been more than you expected? Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances and then nodded in unison. Not only were their salaries and bonuses impressive, but when work wasn't busy, they were never docked pay for being late or leaving early, nor were they even criticized. Most of the current employees were interns or had already started their careers, so they were even more keenly aware of how generous the company's benefits were. They were the kind of people whose friends envied them to the point of drooling. Seeing this, Leo nodded slightly and continued. I'll be responsible for finding people to solve technical issues. You all don't need to worry about anything except working hard to keep up with the progress. However, I still maintain, project progress is ultimately each person's responsibility. If you can't complete your tasks, you'll be paid and let go immediately. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. They had grown accustomed to Leo saying this and didn't doubt him in the least. Because while Leo genuinely didn't interfere when people were slacking off, he was equally decisive when someone failed to deliver a task and held everyone back. If there was anyone in the company who could make mistakes without consequences, it was only the beautiful, ethereal boss's wife. It was no exaggeration to say she was the apple of the boss's eye. Leo stood up, pushed open the door, and walked out. Jake followed him, looking disdainful. This guy was too skilled at the carrot and stick approach. He was truly devious. The investment from 10 cent. The two had just stepped outside when Jake grabbed Leo's arm. We might need to make a trip to Shenzhen in a few days. He looked a bit troubled. I originally didn't want you to go to the trouble, but I think they're more interested in talking to you. Leo tilted his head in thought for a moment, and then said seriously, postpone it for a few days. Why? It's Lily Liang's birthday in a few days. After saying this, Leo jingled his car keys, signaling that he was about to leave. Jake watched Leo's retreating figure and sighed with a wry smile, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu, like when they were still in university, facing final exams. Back then, Leo was the same. After messing around, he would just let fate decide and do whatever he pleased. Only Jake would be anxious, staring at a pile of highlighted notes, then frantically working himself ragged, only to score much worse than Leo. But he never expected that Leo, who was so carefree when the worst outcome was just failing a class, could still be so carefree now, when the second game might die in its infancy due to technical immaturity. This was the only thing about Leo that he hadn't understood since they met. While his thoughts were still in the past, his phone suddenly rang. It was Chloe Liu. Her voice carried a hint of fatigue, but was still cheerful. I'm finally going to pass the bar exam. How have you arranged our trip? I'm telling you, the only thing that got me through studying was that thought. If I could do it all over again, I'd rather study civil engineering than choose this major. Jake didn't feel like laughing at her joke. He looked out the floor-to-ceiling window at the university's students passing by, feeling a sudden pang of envy. After a moment of silence, he exhaled a puff of smoke. The company project has been a bit difficult lately. I'll take you after a while. Okay, I understand. You're busy. Don't forget, though, the cheerful voice on the other end of the phone suddenly turned flat, as if doused with cold water. A moment later, Jake heard the click of the call disconnecting. He didn't bother to react, just let out a deep breath and leaned back against the chair. This was how newly established companies were. Stepping out of your comfort zone meant taking such risks. If they didn't, there would be no future. He knew worrying wouldn't help now, but he really couldn't bring himself to focus on anything else. He kept thinking about finding a way to try harder. His thoughts kept circling back to securing technical support from Tencent, which meant he and Leo absolutely had to go to Shenzhen. Otherwise, they would have to abandon the new game, letting it die in its infancy, and all their initial investment would be wasted. Or, they could just double down, risking the company being dragged down by the game. Neither seemed like a good idea. Leo wasn't really in a playful mood today either, but since Lily missed him, he definitely had to go back. After parking the car, Leo sat alone for a while, deep in thought. Only after confirming that his reflection in the rearview mirror showed no signs of distress did he open the door and step out. A mature man shouldn't bring negative emotions to his family. At least, that's what he believed. Walking from the parking lot to the mall's main entrance, he didn't even need to search carefully to spot a slender figure. She was standing there timidly, regardless of the sun, waiting for him. Lily Liang was indeed waiting for him at the mall entrance. She was wearing the t-shirt Leo had given her, along with slim-fit blue jeans. Her hands were clasped in front of her, occasionally fiddling with each other, looking incredibly well-behaved. She looked like a lost little girl waiting for an adult to claim her. Didn't I tell you not to wait for me out here? Be careful, the sun will make you tan, Leo said, knowing it was useless but still unable to resist teasing her. I'm not hot. The girl's eyes held an unconcealable joy when she saw Leo. Where's the cat? Leo asked with a smile. It ran away. Lily turned her face away, saying with a hint of guilt. Unlike Leo, who could nonchalantly make up stories about alien invasions, she would blush and her heart would pound whenever she told a lie. Leo snickered inwardly but didn't speak. I don't believe a word of it, he thought. This naive girl couldn't even lie properly. He wondered where she learned it. Perhaps some eternally single friend had warned her about the 10 scumbag tricks to avoid, and this naive girl had cleverly put them to use, turning them back on him. What a pity. If only I had come earlier, Leo said, looking very regretful. This trick was a bit clumsy, but what else could he do? He had to pretend to fall for this naive girl's ploy. He adored his girlfriend. Just as Lily was secretly letting out a sigh of relief, Leo leaned in with a mischievous smile. You weren't lying to me, were you? A liar's nose grows longer, and then it won't be pretty. No. Lily secretly touched her nose, then stepped forward and took Leo's outstretched hand. Chloe Chun, naturally, wouldn't stand foolishly at the mall entrance like Lily. When Leo and Lily found her, she was sitting in the rest area, leisurely sipping bubble tea. Leo looked at Lily beside him, feeling even more touched. What more could a man ask for than a naive girl who always ran out to wait for him? The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he got. He walked up and playfully smacked Chloe Chun on the back of her head. Startled, Chloe Chun turned around angrily. Seeing it was her older brother, she immediately smiled. Brother, you're here. This sudden change in expression sent a chill down Leo's spine. He went straight to the point. Tell me, what do you want to buy? Her first expression had looked like she wanted to kill someone, and then in the next second, she was smiling so gently. This girl was too much. Chloe Chun just smiled without speaking, pulling both of them towards the dress section. Leo casually looked around and suddenly saw the place where Lily used to work in the mascot costume. Here, he murmured. What's wrong with here? Chloe Chun, walking ahead, turned around and asked curiously. Lily also turned to look at him. Nothing. Leo quickly cleared his throat. He had almost exposed the fact that he recognized Lily back then. He was willing to bet that if he said it, Lily would jump off the roof. Thinking of Lily's exquisite acting in the coffee shop back then, his lips unconsciously curved upwards. This naive girl probably couldn't lie for her entire life. He suddenly wanted to sing. I was supposed to cooperate with your performance, but I pretended not to see. Chloe Chun looked at the store, frowned, and sensed that something was amiss. When they arrived, Chloe Chun immediately pointed to the dress she had liked earlier and asked for a new one, looking very generous. If the sales assistant hadn't been good at recognizing people, she would have almost forgotten that it was Chloe Chun who had just reluctantly given up on it. She would have thought she was a wealthy young lady. Although she had made up her mind, Chloe Chun still tried it on before paying. She came out, looked at the dress that suited her figure so well, and liked it more and more. Excluding Lily, who had outrageously good looks and figure, Chloe Chun felt she was quite stunning. Brother, does it look good? She asked excitedly. Looks good, Leo said, sitting to the side and squeezing Lily's hand, without even looking up. Lily, however, took out her phone and proactively took a picture of Chloe Chun. After posing, Chloe Chun turned around with a grin and said to the sales assistant, I'll take this one. Seeing Leo looking around, showing no intention of paying, she was about to speak, but then saw Leo tap his phone. She immediately understood and pulled out her phone to check. Leo, buy it, and then leave immediately. Don't be a third wheel. Chloe Chun, got it. Do you want to buy me an extra one? I'll even trick my sister-in-law into your bed. Leo, my girlfriend knowing you and Mia is truly a misfortune. Leo was speechless. One for vacation, one for clothes. These two would sell Lily out without batting an eye. After everything was packed, Lily was about to pay when Leo stopped her. I'll pay, Leo said softly. Let her scam you for money after you marry into our family. The girl wanted to argue further, but her mind was completely filled with the phrase marry into our family. She froze, unable to say anything. In the end, Leo reached out and pulled the stunned girl away. After sending Chloe Chun, the third wheel, away, the two weren't in a hurry to go back and continued to browse the mall. Along the way, Lily would occasionally turn her head to look at Leo, always feeling that he was a bit distracted today. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Should we go back? The girl asked softly, her clear, beautiful eyes full of worry. She knew she might be a bit naive, but Leo's bad mood couldn't be hidden from her. It didn't require any thought. It was purely intuition. She could tell whether Leo was in a good mood or not at a glance. Leo shook his head, touched the calluses on the girl's fingertips, and chuckled. No, let's go. I'll buy you a dress too. For some reason, Lily picked out a dress very quickly today. She didn't compare prices or care too much about the cost. She just picked one that seemed suitable. Aren't you going to look around more? Leo asked, a little surprised. This one's good. I'll go try it on. Okay. A few minutes later, Lily slowly walked out of the fitting room. The girl was wearing an off-white spaghetti strap dress, with a very short milky white knit cardigan over it. The dress, which was originally not at all modest, immediately became conservative. But like a cheongsam, no matter how fully covered the person is, as long as you know they are wearing it, it feels suggestive. Never underestimate human imagination. A spaghetti strap is still a spaghetti strap, no matter how well it's covered. Her delicate calves, beautiful collarbone, and swan-like neck were all exposed, making it hard to know where to look. Not to mention this naive girl's slender waist and slim figure. Leo's eyes almost popped out. If she didn't speak, this style of dressing was indeed that of an ice queen, wasn't it? This naive girl was simply too unfair. She could wear any style as long as she was pretty. Darling, do I look good? Lily walked up to Leo, bringing her mouth close to his ear and asking, her face slightly flushed, her words deliberately enunciated. The warm breath hit Leo's cheek, and he finally snapped out of it, forgetting about his image. He nodded his head as fast as a pecking chick. He suddenly realized that Lily being able to wear any style was not a bad thing for him at all. As he thought about it, his imagination started to run wild again. After they bought and paid for the dress, Lily pulled him and turned to leave. The sales assistant stared blankly at Lily's retreating figure, then looked up at the billboard beside her. The model on the billboard was wearing the same dress as Lily. They picked the wrong model, she grumbled internally. In the parking lot, there weren't as many people as in the mall, so Lily no longer paid attention to Leo's hand, which had been restless the whole way. What bad intentions could a naive fool have? He just wanted to make her happy. Walking to the car, Lily was about to open the door when she heard Leo shout, "Wait." The girl flinched, looking at him nervously. "What's wrong?" "There's a spider in the car, as big as a cat," Leo said, sounding very panicked. "Huh." Lily quickly took 2 steps back. She wasn't afraid of bugs, but a spider that big would scare anyone, right? And seeing Leo, who was usually so calm about everything, looking so panicked, she started to panic too. Leo pulled Lily aside, got into the car first, and hid the blue box that had been on the passenger seat. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Damn, I forgot to hide that. It was annoying. Even if Lily didn't recognize it, she wasn't illiterate. Like a ticking time bomb, he felt it would eventually explode. After confirming everything, Leo slowly rolled down the window and chuckled. "I was just teasing you. Get in the car quickly." Lily pursed her lips helplessly. Her boyfriend was sometimes a bit bored. She actually thought there was a spider. The girl got into the car with peace of mind, completely unaware that something scarier than a spider was hidden in the car. Half an hour later, Leo drove the car into the complex's underground parking lot. He found it strange. Lily hadn't said a word the whole way and seemed to be in a bad mood. "I'm sorry," Lily said softly. She really hated the feeling of lying to Leo, even this small amount. "Why are you saying sorry?" "I lied. I didn't see any cat doing a backflip." Lily's hands were clenched tightly, her voice trembling slightly. Her watery, somewhat moist eyes looked at him with guilt. I just really missed you." She had been thinking the whole way if she was being too willful, if Leo was very busy, if Leo's work wasn't going well, if she was causing him trouble with all this. The more she thought about it, the more guilty she felt. Indeed, the word willful shouldn't have appeared in her mind. The waves of guilt overwhelmed her, making it almost impossible to breathe. "What's there to be sorry about, silly?" Leo couldn't help but laugh. He certainly didn't care about such a thing. He even found it amusing. When he saw the message earlier, he thought this naive girl was utterly adorable. But then he remembered something and slowly said, "However, children who make mistakes have to obediently accept punishment." "What kind of punishment?" Lily was a little nervous. "Would he spank her?" Leo smirked. "I won't tell you. Come to my room later." "Oh, I'll go cook." As soon as they entered, Lily tried to slip away. "My mom's cooking today," Leo said while changing his shoes. Sophie had explicitly said she would take full charge today. He couldn't possibly let his future daughter-in-law cook every time, could he? People who didn't know might think his family was abusive. "Then I'll go help." "Don't run," Leo said coldly on purpose, and Lily, like a startled ostrich, froze. A moment later, Lily slowly walked into Leo's room. Since it was almost noon, the bedroom wasn't very dark even with the curtains drawn. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, scattering onto the bed, vaguely revealing many particles floating in the air. Everything in Leo's bedroom was neatly arranged and orderly. When she cleaned rooms, she focused only on cleanliness, but Leo seemed to prefer this aesthetic of tidiness. Lily felt that if she had OCD, she would feel very comfortable looking at this scene. Of course, it was quite comfortable to look at now too, but that was just a result of her love for him extending to everything he owned. The girl wasn't actually too nervous. After all, they were at Leo's house, and Chloe Chun and Sophie were just outside. Even if Leo was completely overcome by lust, he wouldn't do anything in this situation, would he? That's what she had thought. Until Leo suddenly closed the door with a bang. Lily spun around sharply, looking at Leo with a bewildered expression. "What are you doing?" "It's obvious," Leo said, expressionless. As Leo took another step closer, the girl, having nowhere left to retreat, stumbled and sat on the bed. The cardigan she wore over her spaghetti-strap dress also slid off, revealing her fair, swan-like neck and beautiful, striking collarbone. The girl's clear, bright eyes stared straight at him, looking like an innocent young woman on the verge of being bullied, making Leo unable to resist swallowing. He slowly leaned down, his lips hovering very close to the girl's rosy ones. He could even clearly feel Lily's rapid, warm breath. In despair, Lily finally thought of a lifeline and quickly whispered, "Auntie and Chloe are just outside." Leo nodded. "So I suggest you keep your voice down, so they don't hear you." Lily couldn't understand why the very thing she used to threaten Leo was now being used by him to threaten her. Two people's lips pressed tightly together. Leo's hands were always restless during kisses, but this time, she dared not resist. This was the punishment for lying, after all. A few seconds later, Leo gently squeezed her hand, and she obediently extended her tongue. This also depended on talent. Proficiency could improve quickly or slowly. Leo, after awakening his male instincts, had already surged ahead, and Lily could only clumsily cooperate. "Lie down properly on your own," Leo suddenly said in a strange, uncharacteristically cold tone. Lily was stunned. Lying had cost her her body. There was no way such a thing could happen. Seeing Leo staring fixedly at her, she panicked as she realized what was happening. "No, Mom isn't better yet. What if I get pregnant? Who would take care of her?" "Just a little longer, it'll be over soon," she said softly, her voice trembling slightly, speaking in a pleading tone. She didn't realize her bottom line had been repeatedly lowered, and she was now completely on the edge of a cliff. After all, Sarah Xiao was recovering exceptionally well and would soon be able to take care of herself. Leo didn't immediately understand what the girl meant and continued to put on an act. "Who do you think you're talking to? I'm warning you, you're playing with fire." Lily nervously and fearfully shrunk back. When she started to feel a little wronged, Leo's domineering CEO act completely fell apart. "So cheesy," he said, clutching his stomach and laughing. "I didn't expect you to actually believe me, let alone not feel awkward." He couldn't understand how male leads in those novels could say such things with a straight face. It was too ridiculous. He only tried to imitate it for fun and got goosebumps from the awkwardness. After laughing, seeing the girl's pitiful expression, his conscience suddenly twinged. "Damn, I'm such a jerk. What did you say would be over soon?" Leo asked curiously. "I got nervous and said it wrong. Nothing." "Oh." Leo, whose mind was already in a mess, didn't think much of it and went straight for his original goal. He reached out and mimed grabbing something in the air. "Legs, come here." The girl pursed her lips and finally sat sideways, resting her straight, long legs on Leo's lap. Leo suddenly felt he had completely figured out the user manual for this naive girl. Creatures like Lily preferred compromise. For example, if he said he wanted to touch her legs, she would be shy and unwilling. But if he said he craved her body, she would compromise and let him touch her legs. As long as he kept digging these little traps, wouldn't sharing a bed with this naive girl be just around the corner? Once they were in the same bed, the rest would just be a matter of time. It would all happen naturally. This naive girl's legs were truly soft and delicate. His palm glided from her thigh to her calf, as smooth as a slide. Leo felt this was much better than any stress relief gadget. He swallowed, then leaned in and kissed the girl's thigh. Lily flinched. "Why did you kiss there?" Leo was rebellious. He left another kiss on her other leg and chuckled playfully. "Where can I kiss? You'll marry me eventually. By then, won't every part of you be mine?" The girl pursed her lips shyly. Because she had been stimulated twice, her two legs were pressed tightly together, and her toes rubbed against each other as she said awkwardly, "They're all yours." This inaction was fine, but her movement made Leo discover new prey. Although Leo wasn't a foot fetishist, probably few people could resist a girl wearing short white socks. But he really wasn't a foot fetishist. Lily was already too lazy to ask why he was touching her feet too, only quietly instructed, "Don't kiss here." "I haven't become that perverted yet." He didn't know why, but when he said it, he subconsciously added yet. Because Lily was extremely ticklish, after a while, Leo just continued to touch her legs. His eyes stared fixedly ahead, but his gaze wasn't focused. Although his hands were restless, he was actually thinking about serious matters. Gambling was definitely out of the question. Even if it meant letting all the initial investment go to waste, he couldn't gamble the company's future on being able to grit their teeth and finish the second game. Between taking a huge fall and risking potential bankruptcy and losses, Leo still had a clear choice. His bottom line when he started the company was not to take a single penny from his family. At worst, he would just give up. Such a big gamble was not acceptable. However, before accepting reality, he could certainly struggle a bit more. "Leo," just as he was lost in thought, Lily suddenly called out in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. "What's wrong? Are you feeling a little happier?" "If you ask me now, I can't tell you I'm happy, because that would make me seem vulgar." Lily hooked Leo's stomach with her toe. "Tell me the truth." She was almost dying of embarrassment. If such a sacrifice couldn't make Leo a little happier, that would be truly frustrating. Leo grimaced. "All right, I am indeed a vulgar person. I'm almost bursting with pleasure." He felt he was pretty pathetic too, getting so high just from touching her legs. But he was willing to wait until Lily no longer resisted before taking the next step. He felt he was quite a promising person after all. Just then, the door suddenly opened. "Do you still want to eat Coke chicken wings?" "We don't have any." Sophie's words trailed off halfway. She had spent years trying to avoid catching Leo doing things boys do alone in his room. She never expected to stumble upon this scene. Her first thought was, can kinks be hereditary? Lily instinctively tried to pull her legs back, but was suddenly held firmly by Leo. Leo reacted quickly and said calmly, "She sprained her ankle. I'm massaging it for her." As he said this, his hand was indeed kneading Lily's ankle. Outwardly calm, Leo was internally freaking out. It was one thing to be caught by Sophie while napping together, but to be caught by his own mom while playing with her legs. While massaging Lily, "Mom, do you have a built-in radar?" "I'll send Chloe-chan to buy liniment and plaster," Sophie said, then slowly closed the door. She took a deep breath and then saw Chloe-chan walk over. "What are you doing here?" I'm here to ask my sister-in-law some questions. Chloe Chin shook her English textbook. They're busy, Sophie said, walking towards the kitchen. If I want to hold grandchildren, I can't hit him. Marcus, look at the rotten son you raised. Chloe Chun. When Leo finally recovered his senses, Lily had already shrunk under the covers, revealing only her face as she looked at him, both shy and annoyed. Why didn't you lock the door? Next time, I definitely will, Leo said, locking the door and scratching his head. He had been so captivated by this naive girl that he had truly forgotten. The ostrich hiding under the covers suddenly pounced, pinning him down and biting him hard. You think there'll be a next time? A little while later, Leo concealed the bite marks on his shoulder, and Lily concealed the hickeys around her collarbone and inner thigh. Only then did they pretend as if nothing had happened and walked out of the room. Lily followed behind Leo, her head lowered, her cheeks flushed. Rule number 1 of the How to Defend Against Leo guide. Don't wear clothes that are too convenient, like a spaghetti strap dress. Sophie's cooking was excellent. To entertain Lily, she had specially prepared 4 dishes, a soup, and a roasted duck. Leo was a bit too embarrassed to speak, so he just lowered his head like Chloe Chun and ate ravenously. His bowl of rice was quickly emptied. I'll help you. Just as he was about to stand up, Lily got up, took the empty bowl from in front of Leo, and headed to the kitchen. Is that a small red patch under my sister-in-law's collarbone? Is it an allergy? Chloe Chun, sharp-eyed, asked, looking worriedly at Lily's retreating back. Sophie swallowed her food and said in a low voice, Your brother probably used a bit of force when massaging her. Chloe Chen's face was full of confusion. Is this what a proper massage is? Leo heard and almost wished he could die. He was about to argue stubbornly, but then saw Sophie glare at him and immediately shut up. Leo felt his mom was a bit indecisive. Sometimes she hoped for a grandchild soon, and sometimes she worried he would take advantage of Lily's obedience and completely devour her. He felt wronged. He hadn't done anything. Just some kissing, some climbing mountains, and now playing with legs. It was all perfectly normal. He was different from those perverts outside. He had morals. This was purely his mother projecting her own thoughts onto her son, a blatant slander. With such wavering thoughts, how could she expect to hold a grandchild early? After dinner, Leo and Chloe Chin sat in the living room playing Nintendo Smash Bros. Lily sat next to Leo, watching him play. This game, combining competitiveness and entertainment, was enjoyable even when played casually without focusing on skill, making it quite suitable for all ages. Even Marcus Chun would sometimes play a few rounds with Chloe Chun. I lagged, Chloe Chun shouted after her character was knocked out. That excuse is so old, Leo said disdainfully. I really did lag. This round doesn't count. I'm switching characters. Try telling the exam proctor that you lagged during your college entrance exams and see if you can retake it. The two bickered back and forth. Lily, watching the dazzling screen, gasped slightly, her eyes wide. She didn't recognize any of the characters, but it felt like Leo would jump and dash, perform a flurry of flashy moves, and then Chloe Chin's character would fly off the screen. Her boyfriend looked so amazing. Leo noticed Lily was engrossed and couldn't help but smirk, his desire to show off greatly satisfied. Normally, if he won too much, he would intentionally lose a few rounds to prevent Chloe Chun from getting discouraged. But today, with his girlfriend watching, he couldn't go easy. He had to be righteous, even if it meant sacrificing his sister. A sister? Worthless in the face of love. Do you want to play a couple of rounds? Chloe Chun is terrible, Leo said, shaking the controller. Lily slowly shook her head. This game was a bit too difficult for her. She preferred to watch and occasionally glance at Leo's focused profile. If she dares to win against you, I'll beat her up, Leo added again. Just then, Sophie, who was washing dishes, poked her head out from the kitchen. Lily, come help. I'll do it, Leo said, standing up. What are you going to do? Just make a mess. I called Lily. Lily was already used to doing chores and was obedient, so she didn't hesitate. She went over immediately. Leo found it strange. His mom was clearly reluctant to let Lily do any work. Since Chloe Chun, who was yelling nearby, was so badly in need of discipline, he had no choice but to sit down and continue beating her in the game. He would just ask Lily later. Anyway, she would tell him anything he asked. Lily walked into the kitchen. Sophie was washing dishes. Lily went to another faucet and proactively started helping. She vaguely felt that Sophie might have something to say to her, but she was too shy to ask. She secretly glanced at Sophie, then quickly lowered her head and focused on her task. The kitchen was quiet for a moment. Sophie turned up the water pressure a bit, and the entire kitchen echoed with the rushing sound of water. Sophie also turned to look at Lily. The girl's movements were very efficient. Her hair, which was usually tucked behind her ears, had fallen down, but she didn't even bother to fix it. She was just obediently washing dishes, so sensible it made your heart ache. The problem lay there. If it were a girl with a normal personality, she might not even worry so much. It wasn't that she didn't trust her son, but Leo was at the peak of his energy, and Lily was simply too obedient. Given her family background, she might not have received proper education about certain things. No matter how much Leo might try to deny it, Sophie had clearly seen the hickey under Lily's collarbone. If he dared to pull such stunts under her nose, she couldn't even imagine what they would do in the rental apartment. What if something really happened? Leo would graduate and be free, but the young girl was still in school. If the two were to marry as soon as they came of age, that would be fine, but they weren't there yet. If he got the girl pregnant before marriage, it would feel like taking advantage of someone who didn't have family support. That wouldn't be good. It was so stressful. Being a mom was hard. She wanted grandchildren, but was also terrified that Leo would suddenly tell her Lily was pregnant. Sophie felt very conflicted. She sighed. She believed that after instructing Leo, she should also instruct Lily, but she didn't know what to say. Lily immediately turned to look at her, her bright, sparkling eyes blinking, looking incredibly well-behaved. Sophie's heart almost melted. Who wouldn't love a daughter-in-law like this? Lily, tell Annie the truth. Has Leo done anything bad to you? Sophie asked softly, trying to make her tone as gentle as possible. She suspected that asking Leo if he had bullied her was too vague. Lily hadn't understood. Lily was startled at first, then nodded shyly. Well, it had already been seen, so arguing was pointless. Really? Sophie felt her blood pressure shoot up. She thought, how could Leo lay a hand on such an obedient girl? Thinking of what had just happened, Lily's cheeks flushed crimson again, her eyes misty. Lily's cheeks flushed crimson again, her eyes misty. She was so embarrassed she wanted to jump into a river. It has nothing to do with him. I did it because I wanted to make him happy. The girl hung her head low like a child who had made a mistake, explaining for Leo in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Even though she knew she was being sold out by Leo, and even counting his money for him, she just didn't want Leo to get scolded. Now, Sophie misunderstood even more deeply. It seemed her warning had come too late. The two had already done what needed to be done. From the looks of it, Leo must have claimed he was in a bad mood and coaxed this girl into it. Leo, you're committing a crime. Sweetheart, don't feel wronged. Sophie quickly washed her hands and went to rub the girl's cheek. Auntie will definitely make Leo take responsibility. If he dares not to marry you in the future, I'll definitely break his legs. Lily blinked. So the ancient saying about having to marry someone if they touched your feet was true. Mia didn't lie to me. Annie has a weak heart. Please, Lily, don't have a child before you and Leo get married. I won't, Lily said, finding it strange why she would say that, but she immediately responded anyway. Neither of them realized they were not on the same wavelength at all, each talking about their own things. A little while later, Leo saw his mom come out and lazily called out, Mom, I want watermelon. Sophie looked at the grinning Leo, wanting to speak, but holding back. Finally, she couldn't help but kick him. I'll deal with you when your dad comes back from his business trip. Leo looked at Sophie, bewildered, momentarily forgetting to howl in pain. A few seconds later, he finally reacted. Why are you hitting me? You know what you did. Do you want to lose face saying it in front of Chloe Chun? Leo scratched his nose and fell silent. Indeed, he couldn't let his younger sister know that her older brother had a leg fetish. No, not a foot fetish. Sophie saw Leo implicitly admit his guilt, and her heart unexpectedly skipped a beat. This account is ruined. Time to start a new one. Lily had to go to her part-time job in the afternoon, and Leo also had to go back to the company, so he decided to drive her there first. The girl had specially gone back to the rental apartment to change into very normal clothes. The afternoon sky was overcast, thick with dark clouds. Cool breezes swept through, swaying the trees by the roadside. It felt a bit cold on the skin. He wondered if it was going to rain. Upon arriving, Lily didn't rush off after getting out of the car. Instead, she deliberately walked around to Leo's side and said softly, I'm going to work. Leo nodded slightly and smirked, looking at her defiantly. Work hard. I'm counting on you to support me. The girl's eyes curved into a smile, her smooth long hair fluttering in the wind. She chuckled softly. Okay. This scene made Leo regret not bringing his DSLR camera. After she finished speaking, she was about to turn, but found Leo still holding her wrist, not letting go. He just smiled faintly at her without speaking. Lily's mind worked quickly. She glanced around, saw no one was looking, and then leaned in and pecked Leo on the forehead. I'm going to work now, she said again. That's more like it, Leo snorted. Then he suddenly remembered the incident in the kitchen and asked curiously, by the way, what were you and my mom chatting about? Under his curious gaze, Lily looked at the time. Seeing she was about to be late, she quickly summarized the key points, then slowly said, Auntie said we can't have children before we get married. Leo? After dropping Lily off at her part-time job, Leo went straight back to the company. Despite Leo not having mentioned offering overtime pay, many people were still working today. Ethan Peng was certainly one of them. Leo thought this guy, like Jake, had a problematic mindset. Their main focus was chasing their dreams. Leo placed the umbrellas he had bought on the way by the door and, very curiously, walked behind Ethan Peng. He saw Ethan debugging code while squeezing a rubber duck in his hand. Do all you programmers like to have one of these? Leo asked, finding it interesting. It was said that many programmers would talk to such objects to clarify their logic, repeating their thought process completely, which supposedly greatly reduced the frequency of bugs. I initially used my wife's figurine, but they said I was too perverted, so I switched it out. If you really switched it out, wouldn't that just confirm your perverted status? If it were me, I'd say it's just a tool to clarify my logic, Leo said, well versed in such tactics. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to shamelessly trick Lily. Ethan Peng turned around and looked at him seriously. I can't say that about my wife. How could he call his wife a tool? Leo's eyebrows twitched twice. He was speechless. You nerds are disgusting. Leo, this stuff is really hard. I'm already losing hair, a short-haired guy next to Ethan Peng said, resting his face on the table with a deadpan expression, complaining in a low voice. There are always more solutions than problems. Just keep pushing through, Ethan Peng said with a frankness that matched his optimistic name. He then excitedly pointed at the 2D model on the monitor. Look at this. This is the result of my all-nighter. It's already maxed out. Leo was too lazy to mock this guy's childish behavior and just snorted. That's right. As long as you all work hard, I'll eventually be able to drive a sports car and live in a mansion. The programming team chuckled at their antics and then went back to their respective tasks. Most of the people in the company were young, so the atmosphere wasn't somber. After a while, seeing Leo standing behind him, his hands resting on his chair, deep in thought, Ethan Peng couldn't help but advise, Leo, relax a bit. Don't keep worrying about problems that are difficult to solve for now. There'll always be a way when you get to it. No, I'm thinking about why my mom suddenly brought up the topic of children. He had only had his legs touched and gotten caught. Sophie hadn't hit him earlier or later. She had just hit him after calling Lily over. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Where had it gone wrong? Ethan Peng was speechless, then thought that Leo's state didn't seem too bad. I wish Jake had your mindset. He's been really down lately. It's not that I have a good mindset. I'm just not ambitious enough. I like to leave myself a way out in everything I do. He doesn't like that, Leo said, looking at Jake's empty chair and sighing. The more things a person wants, the more they have to pay. Either control your desires, or obediently accept the anxiety and hardship that desires bring. Leo had always believed this. The more you're stuck in the middle, the more likely you are to end up with nothing. After all, he had seen plenty of examples in school of people who neither played well nor studied well, and lived miserably every day. Tencent has a mobile game studio under them that made a side-scrolling fighting game. They acquired it 2 years ago, Ethan Peng said, opening a comparison report of 2 games for Leo to see. If we can really get technical support, the development progress of the new game won't be so stuck. Leo nodded. It will go from losing a lot to earning a little. Ethan Peng smiled. I think that's a huge win. This, more than how much they could earn, was about whether the company could successfully transform. The rest is for me to handle, Leo said, then slowly walked to his office. He checked the calendar on his computer, carefully calculating the time. Lily Liang's birthday was on October 8th, less than a week away. It's perfectly timed at such an awkward point, Leo muttered to himself. If it were 2 days earlier, he could celebrate Lily's birthday and then go handle business. If it were 2 days later, he could confidently go on his business trip and then come back to celebrate Lily's birthday. But it was right on the 8th, neither too early nor too late. This was the first birthday of this naive girl since he met her. He really didn't want to miss it. Brother Leo. Mia Lin gently pushed open the door and walked in. Leo, who had been resting his chin on his hand, contemplating life, looked up at her. Doesn't feel like good news. This person's entrance style should be similar to Chloe Chen's, both trained by the FBI. Entering so politely and calmly must mean something was up. Well, my parents said they want to visit the company. Her voice grew softer and softer, completely lacking confidence. Leo froze upon hearing this, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Ever since Lily was hospitalized and Mia's parents checked up on her, Leo had vaguely guessed that Mia was cherished by her parents. Now, as a university student, she wasn't asking for living expenses from home, and she was even transferring a few thousand back home every month. Her parents' feelings must be very complex. Mia wasn't going home for the national holiday, so it was normal for her parents to come and visit. But coming directly to the company was a bit much, wasn't it? Leo thought. Fortunately, I'm Mia's friend, and I'm easygoing. Any other boss might not be willing to entertain this. Mia herself was embarrassed. She scratched her cheek with her index finger, biting her lip with her canine tooth. Should I go tell them again? The company was already facing difficulties recently, and her parents wanting to come and stir things up made Mia feel that she would be annoyed too if it were her. Let them come, Leo said. He didn't seem too bothered. Instead, he chuckled. Do you need me to find a hotel for your parents and throw them a welcome dinner, so you can show off properly? Well, the company's boss personally hosting them. Anyone who didn't know would think Mia held a significant position in the company. It might really give her parents a shock. Oh right, I should bring Lily along. It wouldn't be good if they misunderstood. No. Mia quickly waved her hands, not expecting Leo to be serious. Just let them come in and look around for 10 minutes. I'll send them out as soon as they're done. Whatever, Leo said, then turned his attention to the computer screen, continuing to ponder the matters that were truly important in his eyes. He had been so busy lately that he hadn't even thought about what gift to get. Mia slowly walked out of the office, closed the door, and sniffled. She felt a strange sense of emotion. She had just argued with her parents about this. If her parents hadn't said it was either let them be at ease or quit, she wouldn't have agreed to such an absurd thing. She had been forced to come and ask Leo for his opinion, originally expecting to be scolded. But she wasn't. Leo seemed to understand everyone. She smiled and let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was because of Leo's personality that she could entrust Lily to him with 100% certainty. She had actually told Lily to be careful of Leo back then. How unnecessary. Lily deserved it, and Leo deserved it too. Mia's parents were very efficient. They had just finished speaking, and the next day, they flew directly to Hangsheng. In the morning, Lily didn't have her part-time job, so she stayed in Leo's office reading. Ever since Leo had no time to accompany her to the library, this place had become her study spot. Didn't your office originally have 2 chairs? The girl asked curiously. She had just arrived today and suddenly realized there was nowhere for her to sit. Leo looked left and right, then echoed with a puzzled expression. That's strange. Where's the other chair? As he spoke, he hugged Lily even tighter, burying his face in the girl's neck. Lily pouted, feeling wronged. She was too lazy to condemn his shameless behavior anymore. If you wanted to hold me in your arms, I would have come. Is it not tiring to go to all this trouble? And to bother moving the chair away? This bad person was clearly used to tricking her and had even forgotten to ask before playing his trick. She might be a bit silly, but she wasn't so silly that she would fall into the same trap every time. And it's all because I like you. Otherwise, I wouldn't fall for your tricks. I'm smarter than you now. I've seen right through you. Humph. Perhaps feeling the emotion wasn't quite right. After 2 seconds, Lily humphed again in her heart. Leo, on the other hand, smirked. I'm relieved you're still so silly, he thought. Have you met Mia Lin's parents? Leo asked softly. No, Lily said, squeezing Leo's hand, which was resting on her waist. This is your office. Behave yourself. Leo pretended not to hear. Wouldn't that be even more exciting? Hearing this, Lily immediately stood to the side, preparing to headbutt him. Mia Lin's parents are here, Ethan Peng said, opening the door. After he spoke, he slowly closed the door. Damn it. This company was good in every way, except they had to eat lemons every day, and his teeth were almost aching from the sourness. Leo, who had been about to beg for mercy, narrowly escaped. He was still quite scared. After all, being headbutt by this naive girl was almost as bad as being hit by a bull. But bullying this naive girl was truly addictive. Even though he knew it would hurt to be hit, he still couldn't resist. Every day he was in a state of, I was wrong, but I'll do it again next time. It was all about forgetting the pain once the wound healed. Leo cleared his throat and extended his right hand to Lily. Let's go. As the boss's wife, you should also go out and greet them. Lily wanted to hide in the corner. She turned her face away and mumbled, I'm so nervous. Nervous about what? You've already survived meeting your in-laws as an ugly daughter-in-law. What's this? Come on. As they emerged, Leo and Lily saw a middle-aged couple, Mr. and Mrs. Lin. Mr. Lin was quietly and formally surveying their surroundings, while Mrs. Lin, with a kind smile, was distributing items from her bag. She wore her hair in a ponytail and spoke with a distinct regional accent, saying warmly, These are specialties from our area. Please try them quickly. Don't be shy, we can't take all this back with us. Leo grimaced, wondering if he should stock up on snacks and drinks for his employees, as other companies seemed to do. But these employees were truly shameless. As soon as they heard there was food, they all swarmed around. Anyone would think he, the boss, abused them daily. His right hand was in his pocket, and Lily clutched his right arm tightly, half her body hidden behind him. His right hand was in his pocket, and Lily clutched his right arm tightly, half her body hidden behind him. The essence of this naive girl's social anxiety was fully on display at this moment. It seemed she was only outgoing when she was with him. Leo glanced at the girl beside him and snickered inwardly. Just bold at home, he thought. Every day, she's either headbutting me or making my heart pound. But once we leave the house, she buries her head in the sand again. Based on this, he concluded he hadn't lost to the frog. Are you treating me like sand, little ostrich? Leo whispered, tilting his head. Lily's current nervousness was understandable. Her state of mind was much like many children's first time meeting a friend's parents. Except she hadn't had many friends, so she was experiencing it much later in life. Lily looked at him blankly, her eyes blinking. I'm not treating you like a fool. Leo suspected this naive girl was doing it on purpose, but he had no proof. Just then, Mrs. Lin approached them and handed over a bag. Here, try these. My Mia has been so well taken care of by you all. Leo took the bag with a smile, glanced at the packaging, and saw it contained dried tofu and hot pot seasoning. A glance revealed a thick layer of red oil and chili. Good heavens, it looked incredibly spicy. You should all go back to work. I don't want to get you scolded by your boss, the middle-aged woman said, feeling a bit embarrassed as she put the remaining snacks aside. The moment she spoke, many who had been quietly munching looked up at Leo, their eyes filled with clear bewilderment. Our boss is right over there, Mia said, pointing at Leo with one finger and holding her forehead with the other, speaking in a hushed tone. She felt like dying. She didn't know how she would ever face anyone again. Mrs. Lynn turned her head in surprise. The young man being called boss was happily munching away, while a beautiful girl beside him occasionally wiped the corner of his mouth with a tissue. The young man being called boss was happily munching away, while a beautiful girl beside him occasionally wiped the corner of his mouth with a tissue. Mrs. Lynn was stunned. This care was a bit too attentive. It was then that she realized there was also a girl hiding behind Leo. Mrs. Lynn suddenly became nervous. Wasn't she affecting people's work right in front of their boss? She walked up to Leo, a bit embarrassed, and greeted him again. Mr. Lynn also walked over and offered Leo a cigarette. Leo, who never smoked, still said thank you and took it. We've caused you trouble, the man said seriously. You're making me feel awkward by saying that, Leo replied. It's mainly that I couldn't get in touch with Mia at first. Otherwise, as her friend, I should have come to pick you up. That's just how she is, the man said, slightly relieved. Based on Leo's words and actions, he had a general impression of him. Mr. Chun is young and accomplished. He worked in procurement at a company and often dealt with various company bosses. He had truly never seen anyone as young as Leo. Uncle, you shouldn't call me that. Your daughter usually just calls me by my name. Just call me Leo. Haha, alright. Haha, alright. Mrs. Lynn found it hard to join the conversation, so she turned her attention to Lily. After a brief look, she suddenly remembered something and asked curiously, You're Lily, right? Mia talks about you often. Lily, who had still been hiding behind Leo, was startled. Auntie, how did you know? After confirming it was her daughter's best friend, Mrs. Lynn felt less reserved. She leaned in and teased softly. I saw you were the prettiest one here, so of course I recognized you right away. She saw Lily tightly gripping the hem of Leo's t-shirt and thought, Mia really didn't lie to me. Well, being friends with the boss and best friends with the boss's wife. Given her daughter's personality, wouldn't she be swaggering around the company every day? She had genuinely thought Mia was exaggerating when she talked about this, but it was true. Now, her worry had shifted from her daughter being deceived and bullied to her daughter being lawless. As Mia's mother, she knew her daughter's character best. She's even prettier than Mia said. Mrs. Lynn said with a light chuckle, setting aside her complicated thoughts. Thanks to Mia's frequent mentions, she had a very good impression of Lily. Thank you, Annie. Even though Leo said he was Mia's friend, Mr. Lynn's respectful demeanor in their conversation never faltered. His words weren't flattering, but they were extremely polite. It seemed that nothing was more important to him than his daughter's happiness at work. He was clearly a devoted father. Dad, haven't you chatted enough? They still have to work. A little while later, Mia walked over, saying angrily, so agitated she almost stomped her feet. Mr. Lynn, having heard about Mia's work from Leo, looked at his daughter proudly. My dear daughter is so amazing. Mia glanced around. Today was too much social embarrassment. Even she, a social powerhouse, blushed instantly. What do you mean by that? Are you saying that in your eyes? I'm just a silly girl who stays at home all day watching anime and can eat 3 bowls of rice in one sitting. Isn't that good? Your mom and I can afford to support you. We were just afraid you'd be wronged out there. Mr. Lynn didn't feel annoyed by his daughter's tone. Instead, he reached out and gently stroked Mia's head, saying softly, You were sick constantly when you were little. You bravely making it through is the greatest reward you could give your mom and me. Now, Dad doesn't ask anything of you. Dad just hopes you're happy and healthy every day. A man who seemed so shrewd and capable sounded choked up by the end of his words. All the words Mia wanted to say immediately got stuck in her throat. Leo was stunned upon hearing this. It seemed his assessment of Mr. Lynn was correct. He felt that even if he had a daughter in the future, he wouldn't dote on her any more than this. No, he would have to dote on her even more. As he thought about it, he unconsciously started to look at the girl beside him. A daughter with this naive girl. Their eyes met at that moment. What's wrong? Lily asked softly. Nothing, Leo said. He hadn't expected this naive girl to be looking at him too. He quickly looked away, feeling a little guilty. He vaguely noticed that the girl's eyes were a bit red, and he didn't dare to look further. Silly girl, why are you looking at me out of nowhere? It was clear that the parents who raised a socially anxious person like Mia were exceptional. In no time, the couple had made the slightly oppressive atmosphere lively again. Everyone, please join us for dinner after work. I'm treating, Mr. Lynn said, then looked at Leo. Mr. Chun, please do this old man a favor. Okay. Leo instinctively reached out to grab Lily's hand, but found nothing. He immediately turned his head and realized that Lily, who had been hiding behind him, was gone. Huh, where's my girlfriend? While everyone was still caught up in the commotion, Lily quietly slipped into Leo's room and very carefully closed the door. She was too embarrassed to even make a sound closing the door, afraid of disturbing everyone else's good mood. The girl sat on the chair, a little forlorn, and let out a deep sigh. After a moment of quiet reflection, she took out her phone and opened the picture that she usually didn't look at but was deeply etched in her heart. The photo was inconvenient to carry around, so she had taken a picture of it with her phone. In the center of the yellowing photo was a man around 30, handsome and a bit tanned. One arm held her, a young child, close. The background was the fake backdrop from the town's photo studio at the time. A thin plastic curtain printed with a small stream and a wooden bridge. This man was her father. The still young man tilted his head to look at her, a deeply doting smile on his face, full of aspirations for the future. Even though his clothes were old, he seemed like nothing could defeat him. Lily's eyes welled up, and she bit her trembling lip, trying to hold back the tears that were about to spill. She wanted to be strong. Crying all the time would only trouble Leo. But soon, the man's face gradually blurred, just like her memory, obscured by a mist, impossible to see clearly. The family was poor back then. This was the only photo of her father besides his ID pictures. Her own childhood photos, however, weren't particularly few, because her father had surprisingly spent generously on her. Her head slowly drooped, her back shaking with sobs. The office's soundproofing wasn't very good. The laughter from outside quickly swept over her like a wave, completely covering her sobs. "Dad, I can't remember anything," Lily said slowly in a very small, tearful voice. "It's been too long. I'm almost forgetting everything about you. Now, I only remember that you were good to me. But I really miss you." Just then, there were 2 gentle knocks on the office door. She hastily wiped her tears and quickly turned her face away. "Silly girl." Leo knocked on the door and waited for almost 10 seconds before walking in. As he spoke, he gently closed the door. The moment the door shut, the noisy sounds from outside were immediately muffled, as if they had suddenly plunged underwater. Realizing it was her boyfriend, she turned her face back, then deeply lowered her head again. Like a child caught skipping class by a teacher, Leo paused at the sight. Then without a word, he knelt before the girl and gently wiped her tears with a tissue. Just as he had promised Lily, standing in front of them all. "I am already fine," Lily said, holding Leo's hand that rested on her cheek, relishing the comforting touch. She forced a passable smile. "You go back to your work." She could, of course, tell that Leo was the central figure of the lively atmosphere outside. She knew if she left, no one would notice, but Leo's absence would immediately be felt by everyone. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'm going to ruin you," Leo threatened softly. He stood up and pulled the girl into his arms. Lily didn't say anything more. She gently rested her forehead on Leo's body, letting tear after tear fall, either directly onto the clean floor tiles or sliding down her nose. A single tear fell to the ground and splattered, then several more drops gathered together. The thought that she had just mopped the floor this morning when she arrived made her want to cry even more. "You still have me." After a long silence in the room, Leo suddenly spoke. "Yes, I still have you." Lily felt incredibly content. "Yes, I still have you." Lily felt incredibly content. "And you don't just have me. My parents and Chloe also like you very much." Leo kissed the girl's damp cheek, which tasted salty. "Auntie Sarah values you more than anything, and Mia is also very fond of you. Actually, there are many people around you who are willing to do their best to take care of you. Most importantly, I will always be by your side." He was also nervous, at a loss for how to express himself clearly, his words unusually clumsy. "Perhaps you're simply missing your uncle, but I still hope you know that I will try my best to make you happy too. No less than anyone else. The past is the past. I can't help with anything there, but I can participate in your future." He scratched his head after speaking. This was truly the most awkward he had felt since meeting Lily. He never expected Lily to suddenly smile, almost blowing a snot bubble, and quickly covering her mouth with her hand. Lily to suddenly smile, almost blowing a snot bubble, and quickly covering her mouth with her hand. "What are you laughing at?" Leo asked. "It's the first time I've seen you so nervous when talking." "You seem a bit silly," Lily said, doing her best to discreetly blow her nose with a tissue. "It's the first time I've seen you so nervous when talking." "You seem a bit silly," Lily said, doing her best to discreetly blow her nose with a tissue. She looked at him with somewhat red eyes. Her boyfriend could give a speech in front of so many people without batting an eye, but he got nervous comforting her. "You can't call me silly," Leo said with a straight face. The girl was startled by his reaction and asked timidly, "Why?" "Why?" Leo poked Lily's forehead. "If someone who can't even do 1 + 1 makes fun of your math skills, you'd get angry too." Lily pouted. Being told that, she no longer felt like crying. She wasn't silly. "This is a picture of my father." After a while, she handed her phone to Leo and said softly. This was the first time Leo had seen a picture of his future father-in-law. He inexplicably exuded the aura of a pop star from the 80s or 90s. The naive girl's smile seemed to be inherited from her father. It looked particularly approachable. After much thought, she still couldn't recall too many details. Lily sighed deeply in her heart. She dreamed of turning back time to remind her father not to skip breakfast every day to save money, not to eat stale steamed buns with mineral water every meal to save money. But such things were ultimately just wishes. However, she could still strive to take good care of what she had now. Realizing this, Lily gently squeezed Leo's other hand and asked him in a small voice, "Do you want to have children in the future?" "You're tricking me." Leo frowned, feeling that things were not simple. He suspected that if he said yes, he would immediately be branded a pervert. After all, the having children part could refer to either the process or the result, and the final interpretation was still in this naive girl's hands. "I didn't," Lily mumbled guiltily, thinking her thoughts had been seen through. Leo leaned in and smirked. "So you're agreeing to have children with me in the future?" To his surprise, Lily neither blushed nor called him a pervert as before. Instead, she looked at him with determination. "If you consistently eat well, I'll agree," the girl said seriously, looking directly into Leo's eyes. "Such a good deal." Just as Leo's mouth was about to once again get ahead of his brain, there were two forceful knocks on the door. "Lily, are you in there?" Mia's voice was loud and a bit anxious. "See, you're not the only one who worries about you," Leo chuckled. "See, you're not the only one who worries about you," Leo chuckled. "But if you really don't want to go today, it's fine. I'll just find an excuse to tell them. And then tomorrow I'll take Mia's parents around Hangcheng before dinner. No one will blame you." He was clearly not being polite. He had even come up with solutions. Lily wiped her tears again, checked for swelling in her eyes using the reflective phone screen, then stood up and said softly, "Let's go together." "Change your mind." The girl nodded vigorously. "I promised you. I'll always hold my head high." As she finished, she realized Leo had misunderstood the key point of her words just now. The girl nodded vigorously. "I promised you. I'll always hold my head high." As she finished, she realized Leo had misunderstood the key point of her words just now. His gaze was fixed on a strange spot, looking lustful. Lily's cheeks instantly turned as red as her eyes, and she said, both shy and annoyed, "Don't stare." Lily's cheeks instantly turned as red as her eyes, and she said, both shy and annoyed, "Don't stare." The next day, at noon, Hangcheng was still like a steaming basket. It didn't look particularly sunny, but as soon as one stepped outside, they could immediately experience the feeling of a sauna. And then it would be a bit cold at night, which was exaggerated. Leo lay on the sofa with his legs crossed, looking completely at ease. Lily, however, couldn't sit still. When she had nothing else to do, she sat at the table and drew. The girl's left hand rested on the keyboard, her right hand gripped a drawing pen, gliding back and forth on the drawing tablet. Occasionally, she would tap the undo key, and the keyboard would make a crisp sound. She truly looked like a digital art master. The living room was very quiet, with only occasional shouts from children downstairs. But Lily's quietness was a sign of her earnest work. Leo's quietness, however, naturally meant he had something devious on his mind. Leo was quite displeased. He found that lately, this naive girl often made his heart race with her flirting. And aside from making Lily nervous when he took physical liberties, he was gradually losing to this naive girl. To put it bluntly, he was being thoroughly dominated by her. This was definitely not right. Although he, the master of boiling frogs, still held the advantage and initiative, he still needed to be wary. Leo, this salted fish, thought about it, then lazily rolled over on the sofa. Reaching out, he realized he had finished all the grapes. The Shine Muscat grapes bought from the fruit store downstairs were delicious, but excessively sweet. His brain and mouth wanted to wash and eat more, but his legs had a mind of their own and refused to get off the sofa. Leo felt he was becoming lazier and lazier, almost being turned into a useless person by Lily. He felt that even if he asked Lily to wash them and bring them over, this naive girl would be willing. Adhering to the principle of daring to practice, he decided to try. He turned his gaze to Lily, who was drawing, and said softly, "Lily, the grapes are all gone." He had learned this regional dialect from Mia's parents just last night during dinner. Lily seemed to be in a state that required concentration, but after 2 seconds, she still nodded. "I'll go wash them for you. You feed me. I'm so tired." Leo continued to push his luck, completely devoid of shame. Lily looked up at him. "Can you wait until I finish this part? It won't take long." Leo felt a little guilty under the girl's pure and innocent gaze, so he just continued to lie on the sofa like a salted fish. Leo felt a little guilty under the girl's pure and innocent gaze, so he just continued to lie on the sofa like a salted fish. He kept muttering to himself, "This is the last time. Truly the last time. For today." A little while later, Lily brought over the washed grapes. Leo looked away and scratched his cheek. He had almost forgotten he wanted grapes. "When you go through security at the subway, does the alarm often go off?" Leo suddenly asked. Lily fed him a peeled grape, tilted her head, and looked at him. "No. Are you sure?" Hearing Leo's words, Lily suddenly became less sure. She didn't understand why Leo would suddenly say this. And no matter how firmly she believed something, if someone asked her, "Are you sure?" she would start to doubt herself. "I'm sure." A few seconds later, the girl said in a daze, in a small voice, She had never carried any controlled items on the subway. She was a very well-behaved girl. Leo sat up and leaned in front of Lily, pretending to scrutinize her seriously, which made the girl feel vaguely nervous. He frowned slightly. It should be ringing. Which made the girl feel vaguely nervous. Why? Because you're an iron naive fool. Leo was amused by his own bad joke, leaving Lily frozen in place. Lily pouted and looked at him, deciding to confiscate the grape in her hand. After a thought, she still obediently handed it to Leo's mouth. But the moment he opened his mouth, she quickly ate it herself. Leo's mouth met air, and he looked at her coldly. The girl opened her mouth to show off her spoils, then gave Leo a sweet and cute smile. So happy. The girl opened her mouth to show off her spoils, then gave Leo a sweet and cute smile. So happy. I'll peel another one for you to eat, Lily said without bothering to chew. She was most afraid of Leo being sad. As soon as she reached out her hand, Leo grabbed it firmly. The next second, Leo's lips pressed against hers. But this time, he didn't kiss her deeply. Instead, he performed a silly mouth snatches food move, taking the grape from the girl's mouth and eating it. He even deliberately opened his mouth to show off to the girl in front of him. As expected of imported grapes, truly delicious. Lily's mouth was slightly open, and she was stunned for a long time. After she realized what had happened, her proud expression vanished instantly. She looked wronged, lowered her head, and mumbled, "Don't you think that's dirty?" "Dirty where? When we kiss, don't I often get your saliva?" "Dirty where? When we kiss, don't I often get your saliva?" "You're making kissing sound disgusting," Lily said, quite speechless. "When you like someone, you even like their saliva," Leo said seriously. "When you like someone, you even like their saliva," Leo said seriously. "So when you said I was a leg fetishist, that was a blatant slander. I'm not a leg fetishist, or a foot fetishist, or a hand fetishist. I just like you." Lily. Yexia stopped running. She pursed her lips, gave up arguing, and was too lazy to call her boyfriend a pervert anymore. Leo was also too lazy to call himself a pervert. He peeled a grape and put it in his mouth, then pointed to his mouth. "I want to test if you like me." Lily pursed her lips. After a long moment, she mustered the courage to lean her mouth closer. But the moment their lips touched, Leo suddenly swallowed the grape in his mouth. And that wasn't all. She also got a free kiss from him. You only know how to bully me." Lily, looking like a wronged child, returned to the table. She wasn't playing with this bad person anymore. Leo felt suddenly energized. He put his laptop on his lap, ready to start working, and shrugged. "You yourself said you were willing to be bullied by me." Lily was both angry and helpless. She drew a pig's head on the computer, writing Leo's name on its forehead. Still not satisfied, she drew a humanoid white rabbit beating the pig's head black and blue. The pig's head had purplish eyelids and was crying, saying, "Sister Lily, please let me go? I'll never bully you again." The white rabbit stood with its arms crossed, looking down at the pig. "This time, I'll barely spare you." That's more like it." Lily smirked and immediately felt happy. She screenshotted and saved this rough 4-panel comic. Leo looked at the smiling Lily and felt his emotions suddenly become complicated. What should he do if his girlfriend was a bit too naive? "Wow, someone followed me." Leo was engrossed in studying a plan when Lily suddenly said, very happily, "Someone followed me." "Someone followed me." "That's great." Leo praised her with a smile, not making too much of it. It was just 1 or 2 more followers. He had over 100 followers on creative platforms just by posting comments, without even uploading videos. But since it was this naive girl's progress, Leo was still much happier than if he had made some progress himself. "How many people followed you?" he asked curiously. "Tens, hundreds, over 1,000. Lily clearly couldn't believe it either and had counted them one by one. Leo almost choked on his own saliva and coughed violently twice. "How many? Did you accidentally upload your photo when you uploaded your drawing?" He couldn't think of any other reason for this naive girl to gain over 1,000 followers overnight. "It seems someone with a lot of followers shared my post," the girl explained seriously. She clicked on that person's profile, too. 82 million followers. It startled her. As she spoke, Leo had already leaned over. Leo picked up the mouse and scrolled through Lily's creative platform profile. The first thing he noticed was her username. "The world's smartest Musi Moo," Leo grimaced. "Your username is really something." After saying that, he turned and went back to the sofa, chuckling. "That's great news. You've already gotten a head start on so many people. That influencer with a good heart gave you an opportunity, and you happen to be skilled enough to seize it. So opportunities often only belong to those who are prepared." "Can I make money now?" Lily asked, her eyes sparkling. "No, you're still a long way from the stage where you can monetize your followers." The girl's joyful mood dissipated a little, but she was still very happy. She subtly smiled and bravely clicked on a comment below one of her drawings. It was a female character from Leo's company's Tower of Slaughter, wearing a bone mask, with long white hair flowing behind her. Her right hand was tucked into a green cloak, about to pull out 2 throwing knives. White hair and red eyes, a favorite among Chinese. Coupled with a cool, mature smile, it was naturally even more beloved. Fortunately, the atmosphere in the art community wasn't too murky, and most of the comments were compliments. Master, are you also a fan of Tower of Slaughter? Lily saw this comment and cautiously clicked reply. I am Leo Chen's girlfriend. She hadn't played the game. She liked the character simply because Leo made it. After a thought, she changed the period to an exclamation mark, feeling it made her tone sound happier. In no time, many replies suddenly appeared below. I'm at the scene. I'm Leo Chen's phone. I can testify. I'm Leo Chen's wife. Holy cow, the Leo Chen you're talking about is my classmate. Laughing emoji. JPG. Lily looked at these messages, a bit bewildered, and could only add, I really am Leo Chen's girlfriend. I really am Leo Chen's phone. I really am Leo Chen's wife. You above, aren't you disgusting? You're clearly a man, you bastard. Lily knew she was clumsy with words, so she gave up struggling. She closed her computer and stretched. I'm going to sleep. Are you? You say that as if you're going to sleep with me, Leo said disdainfully. I am going to sleep with you. Then are we sleeping in the same bed? Absolutely not, the girl said, then walked into her room, sticking out half her body to remind him. Hurry up and sleep. Okay, Leo mumbled dismissively. A few minutes later. All right, air conditioner number 1 checked. Cannot be used normally. Then Leo went to the living room. Air conditioner number 2 checked. Cannot be used normally. Leo silently muttered these 2 sentences, then turned his gaze back to Lily's room. He had been preparing for this grand dream for too long. Success was at hand. Not long after Lily fell asleep, she was awakened by Leo's knocking. Opening the door, she saw Leo looking at her with a helpless expression. What's wrong? She quickly asked. Leo scratched his cheek. My room's air conditioner is broken again. Leo scratched his cheek. My room's air conditioner is broken again. Lily was very wary. Are you trying to sleep with me and deliberately broke it? Leo argued without changing his expression. Am I sick? How could anyone be so bored as to intentionally break an air conditioner? Leo argued without changing his expression. Am I sick? How could anyone be so bored as to intentionally break an air conditioner? Before, I said I'd sleep in the living room, but you wouldn't agree to me coming to your room. The girl mumbled softly, just as her thought. So what exactly do you want to do? Was about to come out. Leo suddenly pointed to the living room. I was originally planning to just sleep in the living room. I wasn't going to come looking for you. But the living room air conditioner is broken too. Lily. She didn't even bother to put on her slippers. Her legs moved quickly, her pale feet patting softly on the smooth tiles. She walked to the upright air conditioner in the living room and checked it, pressing the switch a couple of times. It really didn't respond. The screen showed cooling, but there was no airflow at all. The girl then went around to check the wires. They were still properly plugged into the socket. It seemed to be truly broken. How could such a coincidence happen? She looked at Leo skeptically, reasonably suspecting he had malicious intentions. Even though it was an old apartment complex and the air conditioners were old, the one in Leo's room had broken twice, and now the living room one was also broken. Only a fool would believe that. Leo wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. He said softly, such coincidences do happen. Isn't our reunion the most amazing coincidence? His words were like the devil's whispers, lingering in the girl's ear, unwilling to dissipate. He was just waiting for Lily to be the naive one to open Pandora's box. It seems so. Lily thought about it, and actually felt a little happy. She suddenly felt that 2 air conditioners breaking down at the same time wasn't so unacceptable after all. There were always coincidences. Seeing Lily's face overflowing with happiness, Leo almost laughed. Well, she was already convincing herself. Leo stifled a laugh and continued, it's already October. We won't be able to use the air conditioner for many more days. If I really wanted to trick you, I would have done it long ago. Why would I choose this time? We can draw a clear line on the bed, and I promise not to cross it. See, you said you were afraid before, and didn't I really not kiss you for that long? At this crucial point, Leo would definitely say whatever sounded best. Now, he would even admit that he was dumber than Lily, without batting an eye. I swear, if I trick you, may I be struck by. He was halfway through his sentence when the girl's index finger pressed against his lips. She said in an extremely gentle tone, whether you're tricking me or not, you can't say such things. Leo felt even guiltier, but given the situation, he had to see the trap through to the end. He quickly cast his conscience aside and looked at Lily pitifully. In short, you have to believe in your boyfriend's character. What bad intentions could I possibly have? Lily saw the dark circles under Leo's eyes and the beads of sweat on his forehead, and immediately felt so much sympathy that she didn't bother to think any further. Leo's eyes and the beads of sweat on his forehead. She could only let out a soft sigh and said helplessly, then you can't get too close to me. Okay, Leo, holding his blanket and pillow, successfully snuck into the girl's room as he wished. He looked around. It actually felt quite new and fresh. Aside from the night Lily had a fever, he had never been in Lily's room, because Lily usually locked her door when she slept. Although she left a key when she wasn't there, he had never secretly snuck in. A real man would use legitimate trickery to get in openly. What kind of skill was it to sneak in when she wasn't around? Vulgar. As soon as he entered, he saw several bras hanging on the clothes rack. Both their styles and designs were perfectly suited for her age. Very girlish, very alluring. Before he could take another look, Lily rushed over, gathered all the clothes into her arms, and turned her back so he couldn't see. Leo felt this naive girl's hands were moving so fast, they were almost a blur. Lily then scuttled sideways like a crab, walked to the closet, and stuffed all the clothes inside. Lily then scuttled sideways like a crab, walked to the closet, and stuffed all the clothes inside. Then she picked up a strand of hair from the bed and placed it between the two handles of the clothes rack. "What are you doing?" Leo asked, looking confused. "What are you doing?" Leo asked, looking confused. "I'm afraid you'll open it and peek while I'm asleep," Leo said disdainfully. "Such a petty trick won't work on me. When I was a kid, my mom's methods to prevent me from staying up all night playing on the computer were much more sophisticated than yours." Leo said disdainfully. "Such a petty trick won't work on me. When I was a kid, my mom's methods to prevent me from staying up all night playing on the computer were much more sophisticated than yours." Well, back then, taking out the computer was like disarming a bomb. Not only did he have to meticulously follow the steps, but his hands couldn't shake. He had to take careful pictures before taking out the computer. A crime scene investigation couldn't be more thorough. Leo was too lazy to tease this naive girl further. He made his own bed and then face down, expressionless, ready to sleep. Lily, standing to the side, felt truly uncomfortable under his gaze. She smoothed her hair back from her temples and also lay down on the bed. After lying down, she quickly pulled down the legs of her pajamas, revealing as little of her thighs as possible. "Don't get any closer. Otherwise, I'll run home." The girl drew a line in the bed with her finger, threatening softly. "You can hug me while standing, but not in bed. I'm afraid you won't be able to control yourself." "No hugging while sleeping? You said before that every part of you was mine." Leo was unconvinced. People were always greedy. It was a good thing Lily hadn't let him finish earlier, or else lightning would be striking him right now. Lily bit her lip and moved closer to the edge of the bed. "I said that after we get married." "Then marry me now." "I'm not old enough." Leo's lips subtly curved upwards, and he looked at her with sparkling eyes. "So you're agreeing to marry me?" "Absolutely not." Lily turned over, pulled the covers up, and stopped talking to him. "Being tsundere is outdated, Lily Leong," Leo said, poking the girl's pale neck. "I suggest you tell the truth. Do you want to marry me or not?" Lily turned around, kissed Leo, and said softly, "Ask me again later." This person was so bad. He hadn't even said, "I love you," and yet he wanted to trick her into being his wife. She was so demanding. She wasn't that easy to trick. "Humph. At least say I love you, right? Then I might consider marrying you." This time, Leo couldn't guess the girl's thoughts and couldn't help but ask, "Why?" "It's a secret." She had now learned how to be coy. "It's a secret." She had now learned how to be coy. Leo was dying of impatience. He squeezed Lily's shoulder. "Why, really? If you don't tell me, I'll really have insomnia." Lily turned around again, looking at him with deep affection, her eyes flowing with clear, autumn-like water. To Leo, it was as if they held a sky full of stars, making him unable to look away. Under Leo's gaze, the girl, a little embarrassed, slowly began to speak. "Because I want to hear you ask me like this again in the future. Then I'll ask you again in the future. Once you're old enough, I'll ask you once a day." Aside from not making a sound, Leo was now smiling like an idiot. Leo firmly adhered to the principle of gradual progress and was genuinely very well behaved today, so Lily soon fell asleep. After resting his eyes for a few minutes, he slowly opened them and looked at the girl beside him, a very strange feeling in his heart. It was true that he was a little unaccustomed to it. After all, he had slept alone since he could remember. Now, with a girl sleeping beside him, his lifelong habit of sleeping alone had suddenly changed. Half the bed was taken, and he felt as if half of his heart had also been given away. This naive girl was sleeping in the same bed as him, and also in his heart. The legendary sharing of a bed. He reached out and touched the girl's long hair that was spread across her back, tracing it all the way to the ends. Sleeping with this naive girl in the middle of the day was different from sleeping in the dark at night. Being able to see everything clearly was much more exciting than in the dark. Even though Lily was facing away from him, her long, smooth hair, her fair, soft arms, and the slight rise and fall of her body as she breathed were all incredibly pleasing to the eye. Leo turned his gaze to the window, looking at the clear blue sky and a few scattered clouds, and his lips curved upwards once more. He didn't know why he was smiling, but he just wanted to. He wished with all his heart that time would stand still, allowing this serene and beautiful moment to last forever. Just then, his phone vibrated. Ethan Peng. Leo, the company that the insider went to is developing a competing product to our stalled game. Get ready to go to Shenzhen quickly. Damn it. Leo cursed inwardly. They're really going to milk me dry, huh? Do they really think I'm a pushover? Although he never started trouble, when someone actively provoked him, he always retaliated completely. Tencent happened to have an intention to invest or collaborate. As long as he went to Shenzhen quickly and secured the partnership, there would be plenty of ways to deal with things later. But why make such a choice? He paused, turning to look at the sleeping girl beside him, his mood complicated. He suddenly felt like it was raining when his house was already leaking. If he couldn't make it back for this naive girl's birthday, she would be very sad, wouldn't she? But some things couldn't be delayed. Although the company was developing rapidly, neither its current size nor its situation allowed them to act like a big shot with a major corporation. As the saying goes, wisdom comes from knowing oneself. The other party wanted to collaborate only because they wanted a low-risk, low-investment, high-return approach. It didn't mean they couldn't do without him. If they got annoyed, it was highly possible they would simply decide to do it themselves. Leo took Lily's hand and gently squeezed it twice. He only relaxed when he saw that the girl was still sound asleep and hadn't been woken up by him. He didn't know when this habit started, but now, when he was under a lot of stress, he always liked to squeeze Lily's soft hand. It was like a stress ball, it worked wonders. Daily care still has an effect. The calluses are better. He muttered to himself, suddenly making up his mind. Leo, I need to go to Shenzhen by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Jake, you're not celebrating your girlfriend's birthday? Leo, I'll try my best to make it back. He could only say try his best. Discussing such a big deal, he didn't know if the other party would demand an exorbitant price. It was unrealistic to settle this matter within a few days. Jake, I've been researching this for the past few days. I think we can adjust our bottom line again. With our stake, we can definitely give up a little bit of equity. I'll tell you my opinion, see if it works. Immediately after, Jake bombarded Leo with a series of voice messages, making Leo frown. He quickly sent a reply. Leo, don't send voice messages. Jake, why? Leo, my girlfriend is asleep. Jake, why the hell did I even ask you? I'm such a masochist. After a few minutes of silence, Jake sent one last message. Then let's talk later when we meet. Leo put his phone aside, closed his eyes, and continued to think about these troubling matters. The afternoon sun streamed into the room through the curtains. It wasn't particularly bright, but it felt warm on his face. He could faintly hear the girls even breathing beside him, giving him a feeling of pleasant intoxication. Perhaps truly immersed in this sense of peace, Leo unconsciously fell asleep. Approximately 20 minutes later, the girl beside Leo slowly sat up, yawning and stretching. The hem of her shirt was pulled up by her movement, revealing her slender and eye-catching waist. Unfortunately, she still looked rather naive. Lily had an unshakable biological clock. Whether in the morning or at noon, she could wake up precisely on time without an alarm. This was a skill she had cultivated since childhood. She was about to rub her eyes when she realized her right hand was tightly held by Leo. Leo was clearly in a deep sleep. At this moment, he was like a child, clinging to his favorite possession. Lily hadn't even been able to pull her right hand back. Only then did the girl realize she had actually taken a nap with Leo, sleeping in the same bed. She had been so nervous at first, even planning to pretend to sleep and fishing for him to see if this big pervert would do anything outrageous. Then she inexplicably fell asleep. Even though Leo was asleep, she nervously hurried to straighten her clothes. Her heart was pounding. Only now did she realize she had been conquered by Leo yet again. Lily, you're so depraved. You have no sense of caution at all. The girl constantly criticized herself inwardly, warning herself not to make similar mistakes again, or else being completely devoured by Leo would only be a matter of time. After calming down a bit, Lily mustered her courage, filled with a curiosity like exploring a new continent, and leaned closer to Leo. Leo's sleeping posture was truly excellent. Like his demeanor, he was quiet and still, just lying flat there, not snoring at all. Did you have a nightmare? Why are you frowning even in your sleep? The girl mumbled softly in confusion, then gently smoothed out Leo's tightly furrowed brow. Looking at her boyfriend's handsome face, she smiled contentedly again. It's a good thing I'm smarter and more meticulous than you. Otherwise you'd be getting wrinkles. What a foolish Leo. Lily gently stroked Leo's hair, sticking out her tongue and saying softly. Although she was very reluctant to admit it, she only dared to say such things when Leo was asleep. Lily was about to cover Leo with the blanket and get up to boil some hot water when she suddenly saw a part of Leo's abs exposed at his waist. She actually wasn't that interested in abs, but when they appeared on her boyfriend, they suddenly became very attractive. She only coveted her boyfriend's. She really wanted to touch them. This thought hung like a piece of candy at the tip of her tongue, tempting her constantly. This person was such a hooligan every day. Of course, she could get back at him too. That's right, this was revenge. Having decided this, Lily reached out, her hands trembling as she lifted a portion of Leo's shirt. This action alone was enough to make her blush and her heart pound. She could even clearly hear the sound of her own heartbeat, thumping loudly. Leo had let her touch him twice willingly, but he hadn't initiated it since. Actually, she occasionally wanted to touch them too, but she was too embarrassed to ask. Girls had to be modest. She couldn't just say, "Quick, lift your shirt, let me touch your abs, okay?" She suddenly felt that being a girl wasn't so great. If she were a boy and Leo were a girl, she would definitely pin Leo down and ravish her every day. Unfortunately, she was the one in danger now. Life is not easy, Lily sighed, carefully stroking Leo's slender abs. Perhaps feeling ticklish, Leo frowned and scratched twice. This startled Lily. The moment Leo's arm stirred, she immediately hid entirely under the covers, curling up like a snail. A few seconds later, she mustered the courage to peek her head out from under the covers, secretly observing Leo. She didn't dare to touch him again. Still wrapped in the blanket, she moved closer to Leo and then covered him with his shirt. The girl's cheeks were scorching hot. She felt like she was doing something bad. Just as she was about to leave, Leo groggily opened his eyes and pulled the blanket higher. He felt a bit cold. "I helped you turn off the air conditioner," Lily said, feeling extremely guilty. Leo must have been frozen awake, so she was the culprit. She quickly picked up the remote control and pressed the power button. But the familiar beep didn't sound. "Why no reaction?" Lily said, eyes wide. It can't be that all 3 air conditioners broke down at the same time, can it? This was too bizarre. "No," Leo said bluntly. "You sound very sure." Lily couldn't help but retort. Leo grimaced, thinking, "Of course I'm sure, I didn't touch this air conditioner." Lily pressed the remote control twice more, but there was still no reaction. She simply stood up and stepped over Leo, holding the remote control very close to the air conditioner and pressing it twice more. This time, the air conditioner remote control responded. "It seems to be a problem with the remote control," the girl guessed. Thankfully, the air conditioner wasn't broken. Replacing a remote control was cheap, but repairing an air conditioner would cost who knew how much. Leo swallowed. For some reason, when Lily stepped over him just now, especially when her toes hovered in midair, his heart also trembled. Was he really a pervert? Impossible. He was such a pure person, a model gentleman of their time. No, he had to verify this. Leo gazed at the girl's pale, smooth calves, feeling unusually shy. He said in a small voice, "Can you step on me for a bit?" Lily immediately turned around, looking at him with confusion and shock. "Huh? What did you say?" Lily pursed her lips, her voice trembling as she confirmed. Her boyfriend was becoming more and more abnormal. "I said, step on me for a bit," Leo continued shamelessly. "Why?" Leo looked directly at the girl. "I'm verifying something." Lily, who had initially been surprised and scared, was now even more bewildered. She didn't understand, but it seemed very serious. "Hurry, hurry," Leo urged. His urgency immediately made Lily's already overloaded brain crash. She could only ask softly, "Step where?" "My stomach, I guess." Leo considered it carefully before giving this answer. After all, stepping anywhere else would feel a bit perverted, and he just wanted to verify something, not actually be a pervert. What decent person would have a foot fetish? "Oh," Lily responded pitifully, reluctantly extending her fair, pink right foot. Her toes lightly brushed Leo's stomach like a dragonfly skimming water. The girl's earlobes were burning. She wished she could immediately find a hole to crawl into. Why was she doing this? It was so embarrassing. Leo felt his heartbeat even pause for a moment. A feeling named joy inexplicably filled his heart. He kept feeling that this naive girl was perfectly proportioned everywhere, even her ankles and feet. They were exquisitely slender, and her skin was delicate and fair. "No, what am I thinking? This is very wrong." "Step on it," Leo gasped, continuing. That light touch just now didn't verify anything. Lily bit her lip tightly. At this point, she could only obediently follow his instructions and help him see this so-called experiment through to the end. She didn't even dare to use much force. Leo felt his cheeks were a bit warm. This usually foolish, naive girl was now pursing her lips, looking at him expressionlessly. Plus, when Lily was silent, she did exude a certain keep-away aura. This scene was somehow too shocking. "Are you done yet?" Lily was the first to break. She felt like she was about to die. Her whole body was burning hot, and her heart rate wouldn't slow down. Even though she couldn't pinpoint why this felt so awkward, her cheeks were burning. Leo let out a deep sigh. Yes. No matter how much he didn't want to admit it verbally, his body couldn't lie. He really wasn't normal. "What did you verify?" Lily, as if all her strength had been drained, sat beside Leo and asked, secretly taking deep breaths. "I verified that I seem to be a pervert." Leo tilted his head back, his expression extremely dejected. He had once been so ununderstanding of foot fetishists, even severely condemning Jake and Ryan in the dorm. His words calling them disgusting still echoed in his ears. He never expected that now he too had become a foot fetishist, becoming the very person he most detested. "Don't be sad, it's okay." Lily gently comforted him, her tone extremely soft. Even though her cheeks were burning as if she had a fever, she still said it was okay. Just as Leo looked at the girl, Deeply moved, she spoke again to console him. And I already knew you were a pervert. You might as well not comfort me. I heard from Mia that some boys just like feet. It's a normal phenomenon. Lily saw Leo so sad and couldn't be bothered to criticize him anymore. She walked over and hugged Leo, saying very seriously, I won't look down on you. Not looking down on him was true, but being a little afraid was also true. She still had a pair of white stockings and a pair of black stockings hidden in her closet. She couldn't even imagine what Leo's reaction would be then. He would definitely devour her completely, wouldn't he? Lily shook her head vigorously, resolving to hide these items for a while longer. Too dangerous. At the same time, Leo was also quietly thinking. Unlike Lily, who was worried about his mood, he was silently adding a new item to his things to experience in this lifetime list. It's okay, look on the bright side. Maybe I'm just a Lily Leong fetishist. Leo tossed out a comment and got up to use the restroom. After this rather absurd ordeal, his previously suppressed mood had improved a bit. He still had to go talk business later. Lily sat stunned on the bed, wiggling her toes, then hugged her knees and curled up. Listening to the sound of water from the bathroom, she pouted pitifully. This person was so perverted. How could he like everything? A little while later, Leo was mostly ready and planned to leave. He walked to the entryway. Lily, who had been drawing, was now staring at him intently. Leo was unusually hesitant. What's wrong? Lily walked over slowly, her bright, beautiful eyes blinking as she looked at him. She was simply the epitome of sweet and lovely, melting Leo's heart. I might not be able to celebrate your birthday with you. Such words simply couldn't come out. Nothing. If you're not going to the company, then I'll leave first. He thought and thought, but still couldn't figure out how to tell this naive girl. The next day, a little after 9 in the morning, Leo sat on the sofa, looking at the already booked plane ticket, a faint sadness in his eyes. The good news was that Tencent still had an intention to negotiate and welcomed him to visit, even proactively providing a one-way ticket. The bad news was that the flight was at 1 p.m. After much thought, his fingers still hovered over Lily's phone number, like two poles of a magnet, unable to press down. It was better to tell her in person. Leo had just stood up when he heard the sound of a key turning in the door lock. I took the afternoon off from my part-time job. Let's go to the amusement park, Lily said with a faint smile. I drew a portrait for someone and earned enough for tickets. She proudly leaned closer to Leo, lifting her face to meet his gaze. Your girlfriend is treating you. Leo's expression was a bit bitter. This naive girl was unusually lively and seemed genuinely happy. Whether it was earning money or going out with him, it would make her happy for a long time, wouldn't it? He suddenly noticed the dark circles under Lily's eyes and guessed that this naive girl had probably been so excited about going out that she hadn't slept much last night. I have to go on a business trip. Leo squeezed out these words with great difficulty. He wasn't a sentimental person, but his heart truly ached now. Lily was stunned for a moment, then only asked, where to? Shenzhen. To negotiate a partnership. It might take a few days. Lily nodded, as if she hadn't said anything just now, and began to instruct him to eat on time, drink less alcohol, and so on. Of course, she didn't mention her approaching birthday. This isn't an easy negotiation. I'll try my best to be back on your birthday, Leo said with a wry smile, clenching his right hand. If they really wanted to help, they would have done so already. Now they're just waiting to see, hoping I'll raise the stakes. Leo had expected Lily would definitely not throw a tantrum, but he hadn't expected Lily to simply hug him. The girl immediately sensed his gloom, hugged him tightly, and gently comforted him. They're just short-sighted. Don't be angry with them. If it were me, I'd definitely help you, and I'd marry you too. If only they were as naive as you, Leo said with a wry smile, lowering his head to kiss the girl. His nose tingled slightly. Another guy's girlfriend would probably throw a bit of a tantrum in this situation. Frankly, he wished Lily would cry and throw a tantrum, then have a fight with him. That way he wouldn't feel so guilty. But this naive girl still hadn't even learned to be angry. His heart was almost breaking. Lily looked at him, unconvinced, and said with a wronged expression, how am I naive? Leo was helpless. You can't even get angry, so you're naive. No one is easier to bully than you. He held the girl in his arms, inhaling the light fragrance of her hair. A smart girlfriend would be throwing a tantrum now, demanding an even happier birthday celebration later. That's what an unsmart person would do, Lily said seriously. You're not intentionally missing my birthday, and going on a business trip means you're really busy. Why would I throw a tantrum and make us both unhappy? I'm already reluctant to see you go. If I made you sad on top of that, I'd be even more reluctant to see you leave. You're right. Leo could only manage these 4 words. It was strange. He couldn't see a single trace of sadness on Lily's face. Do you need to pack some clothes? The girl asked again. Of course. It's even hotter there than in Hangqing. If I don't bring clothes, I'll stink when I get back. Lily felt she had asked a redundant question. She turned and slowly walked to the balcony. Bring the ones I washed for you yesterday. They're dry now. Although Lily only slept here at noon, she still kept a few changes of clothes here for convenience, as she traveled back and forth to the university. When she washed her own clothes, she would also wash Leo's clothes, except for his underwear, of course. But Leo felt that Lily washing her own clothes was the incidental part, because Lily had only a few items of clothing, while his clothes almost always filled the balcony. Seeing the girl carefully folding his clothes and putting them into his bag, Leo couldn't help but tease her with a mischievous grin, like a newlywed bride. Lily's hands paused, then after 2 seconds, she resumed packing. She had clearly grown accustomed to Leo's verbal hooliganism. Those clothes, you get them yourself, Lily said after a while, feeling a bit embarrassed, her voice almost inaudible. Leo had watched the whole show. Now, he walked triumphantly towards the bedroom with his bag. He didn't forget to turn back and tease her. A newlywed bride is always reserved. What's there to be embarrassed about? I've seen your underwear already. Lily was overcome by unpleasant memories and was mortified. She quickly said, if you keep talking nonsense, I won't pack for you next time. She felt Leo always enjoyed teasing her, which was too heartless. She was already so reluctant to see him go. I'm sorry. Leo mumbled dismissively, casually taking out a few pairs of underwear and stuffing them into his bag. Boys were much more convenient. Girls, unlike boys, might even need to coordinate their underwear. Speaking of which, he had heard a saying before. If a girl's underwear doesn't match, it means you've slept with her. If it matches, it means she slept with you. He wondered if it was true. He had to find an opportunity to verify it with Lily. This wasn't him being a hooligan. This was scientific exploratory spirit. He needed to verify the truthfulness of this statement. Do you need to bring a power bank? Lily asked from the living room. You're not allowed to bring power banks on planes. Huh. Lily was very surprised. It was the first time she had heard of such a thing. Always huh. Aren't you silly? Leo said with a chuckle. He had been influenced by this naive girl and also tended to make such unsmart sounds when surprised. Thanks to Leo's silliness, Lily wasn't as worried as before. She had been afraid Leo would encounter some difficulties. A few minutes later, Leo casually tossed his bag onto the sofa and sat down beside Lily. When are you leaving? My flight is at 1. No rush now, Leo said, then turned to look at her. Lily instinctively sensed danger and moved a little to the side, wary. Why are you suddenly looking at me? Will you miss me while I'm gone these few days? Leo asked softly. Of course, Lily said without hesitation. I'm already missing you now. You'll definitely want to kiss me a lot then, Leo said shamelessly. I'm kind-hearted, so I've decided to fulfill that wish for you in advance. Before Lily could fully process this person's strange logic, Leo had already pressed her down beneath him. After a deep kiss, Leo finally separated from the girl. Leo sat up, satisfied, and checked the time. Noticing Lily was still lying on the sofa, he patted her calf and asked curiously, Why are you still lying down? Lily put an arm over her forehead, her mouth slightly agape, and said weakly, I'm so tired. Anyone would think I did something to you, Leo said, a bit speechless. This naive girl got tired just from kissing. How would she live in the future? He threw the wrapper he had just torn open into the trash, then leaned closer to the girl, pulling her up and into his arms. If I don't come back on your birthday, I'll celebrate it with you again separately. His tone was extremely serious, every word heavily emphasized. But don't worry, your birthday gift will definitely be given to you on that day. Lily shook her head seriously. No need. After being with you, every day is happier than my birthday. She rubbed the back of her head against Leo, saying softly, And your willingness to be my boyfriend is already the best gift you could give me. Leo's nose suddenly tingled upon hearing this. He said nothing, just tilted his head up slightly. After calming himself, he squeezed the girl's shoulder again. Give me back my candy. Lily turned her head, giving him a fierce look in protest. After Leo looked back at her even more coldly, she immediately backed down and could only pitifully return the candy from her mouth to mouth. So obedient. Here's a kiss as a reward. He didn't know if he was trying to distract himself, but Leo was unusually off-kilter today. Lily gently bumped him with her arm. You're a pervert. That's right, I am. Lily, you were so dejected about this yesterday during your nap. How can you be so proud now? She had never been so speechless in her life. Leo was genuinely handsome when he was serious, and truly a hooligan when he wasn't. Because I found that being a pervert is quite enjoyable, especially when it's with you, Leo said seriously. The moment he finished, his phone beside him vibrated. Jake, I've brought everything we need from the company. When you're done flirting with your girlfriend, come downstairs. Damn it, there's nowhere to park. My car is just on the side of the road. If I get a ticket, you're paying. Leo sighed softly and slowly stood up. I'm off then. Lily also stood up, gently holding his hand, and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, Plant a hickey before you go. All right, Leo couldn't help but think, such a good thing. Seeing the girl proactively lift her pale neck, he said with a hint of surprise, I thought you were going to plant one on me. Either way is fine. The girl pursed her lips, then used her index finger to point below her collarbone. I just feel that way I won't miss you as much. A moment later, Leo looked at his handiwork, and with a faint smile, he squeezed the girl's hand in return. I'll try my best to be back before it disappears. Lily was very happy to hear this. Okay, you draw diligently. When you become a big shot in the future, I'll hold up a banner for you at your signing events. Okay, on your birthday, I'll ask Chloe Chin to take the day off so she and Mia can celebrate with you. Lily nodded almost imperceptibly and tentatively asked, should I accompany you to the airport? The airport was a 40-minute drive away. She wanted to spend a little more time with Leo. Forget it. How long would it take you to go back and forth? And you definitely wouldn't want to take a taxi back, so you'd waste even more time. All right. Lily didn't say anything more. After a thought, she also didn't say things like come back soon. She was afraid Leo would misunderstand and think she was rushing him. I'm leaving, Leo said, then shut the door as if escaping, muffling the girls okay. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he might impulsively shout, to hell with the company. Who wants to run it? I'm going to spend my girlfriend's birthday with her first. That would be troublesome. It was only for a few days. It would be fine. Leo said he would be back soon. She had managed alone for so long before, hadn't she? Lily comforted herself a few times, resisting the urge to chase out and watch Leo's retreating figure. She just leaned sideways against the door. The sound of the door closing still echoed in her mind. The silence around her made her feel as if her heart had sunk into a lake, somehow oppressive. Although the rental apartment wasn't too big and things were a bit cluttered, she felt it was empty everywhere, as if a piece of her heart was missing. As if by telepathy, Leo didn't leave immediately. He leaned against the door, his thoughts long unsettled. The farewell just now felt like merely an overture. They still hadn't truly parted. If it were just a business trip, Leo wouldn't care, but Lily had only had a few birthdays. Now he was going to miss another one. The thought of Lily's forced nonchalance just now made his heart ache as if it were being pricked by needles. 2 minutes later, Leo sat in the passenger seat. As long as our company is alive, I won't let that studio earn another penny in peace. This was the first thing he said after seeing Jake. The car drove onto the elevated highway towards the airport. The road wasn't crowded, so the car drove quickly. Jake lit a cigarette, one hand on the steering wheel, the other rummaging through his pockets. He still couldn't find his lighter. Damn it, that bunch of programmers. Why do they always steal my lighter? Jake couldn't help but curse. Leo, who had been looking out at the blue sky, turned to him and teased, what's wrong? How come we're going to solve problems, but you're still not in high spirits? We had a fight. Chloe Lou suggested I go on a business trip abroad and not come back. Leo suddenly felt even more sorry for Lily. Are you okay? Jake asked, turning his head. I'm fine. If you had taken the time to be with Chloe Lou before, she definitely wouldn't be angry with you, Leo said, a bit speechless. She has a temper, but she's a very reasonable person. You know that better than I do. Jake gnashed his back teeth. After unclenching his fist, he leaned closer to Leo. Brother, no dad. Start teaching. I'll listen on my knees. Get lost. What do you think are the chances of us succeeding? Jake asked curiously, looking at the license plate of the car in front. Hey, dumbass, he thought. How interesting. He had to take a picture with his phone immediately. Thinking about that is meaningless, Leo said, leaning back in his seat and closing his eyes. If you want to succeed, you definitely can. The question is how much you're willing to sacrifice. Hangqing wasn't particularly far from Shenzhen. The plane taking off at 1 p.m. arrived at 3:10 p.m. A little after 4 p.m., the two walked into the Tencent company building. Following the reception staff, their footsteps echoed crisply on the polished, warm yellow floor tiles of the spacious lobby. Leo grabbed Jake's arm and tapped the ground with his foot. He whispered, this floor tile was probably bought with the money I spent in games. Then this one was bought with my money, Jake said, influenced by Leo, childishly stepping on another floor tile. He had indeed spent a lot of money. In university, whenever he went online, his almost all-skins account would be surrounded by people watching. The decor here is really beautiful, Leo said, lifting his chin towards the door outside. The fountain outside is also beautiful. It makes you feel good. If our company could develop to this extent, that would be great. Unlike Leo, Jake's attention was focused on the company's scale. Don't dream. There isn't such a big opportunity now. This level isn't something you can achieve just by operating well. You need an opportunity, and you have to seize it. After sitting in the reception room for less than 2 minutes, the people responsible for meeting them knocked and entered. They came so quickly. Leo shook hands with a smile, mentally re-evaluating the project's importance to Tencent. This kind of negotiation was essentially a psychological game, like bargaining with vendors selling souvenirs in a scenic spot. You know the 61 listed price is definitely inflated, even higher than the 31 you're willing to pay at most. You also know that the vendor definitely has a minimum acceptable price. So, you not only want to cut the price to 31, but also want to get as close as possible to the vendor's bottom line. The vendor, conversely, wants the price to be as close as possible to the maximum you're willing to pay. During the bargaining process, both sides will continuously throw out false bottom lines until you say that if the price isn't met, you won't buy. This is a threat that if negotiations break down, it will be a lose-lose situation. You say you'll buy for 20. If not, forget it, and then turn to leave. When saying this, You might even feel that the 31 price you just bargained for was actually acceptable, and the vendor might also hesitate, thinking that 20 is also acceptable, pondering whether to keep you. In this situation, both sides will inevitably want to compromise, yet they will also hope the other side compromises first. This is the simplest game theory. Mr. Chun, Mr. Jake, you are young and accomplished. I've long admired you, the slightly stout man said, pulling out his business card and handing it to them both. My name is Lee Won, and I've been in charge of the company's external collaboration since the beginning of the year. Hello, Leo replied with a smile. He felt a bit fortunate that he and Tower of Slaughter still had a considerable amount of public attention. Otherwise, they might not have even met such a person. After all, when Tencent initially sent people to investigate, those individuals were just employees with some notoriety. After this, Leo and Jake were politely taken on a tour, took a few photos, and then began discussing serious matters. The conversation in the reception room sounded hushed, but Jake's face was already filled with impatience. He felt that Leo and this Lee Won were just beating around the bush the whole time, only occasionally discussing serious matters. You could try collaborating with one of our company's studios. Then, we'll be intertwined, each leveraging our strengths. How good would that be? Lee Won suggested softly, with seemingly utmost sincerity. Most of our company's employees are still in the experience accumulation stage. Our capacity and desire for collaboration are limited, Leo replied softly, with a faint smile. Lee Won subtly wiggled his fingers, then couldn't help but chuckle. How can you be so modest, young man? To produce such a hit just from accumulating experience? If word gets out, how will other competitors survive? Leo's smile faded considerably upon hearing this. As if catching the exploratory feeler from the other party, he stared fixedly at the man before him. So, we have the ability to do it independently. We just want the technology. The other party paused, then looked at his left hand to check the time. He stood up and patted both their shoulders. You must be tired from your journey, right? I've booked a hotel. Let's go eat first, and then you two get some rest. We'll talk again tomorrow. Okay. After several friendly exchanges, Leo had an initial assessment of the negotiation's progress. Today's negotiation wasn't very smooth. Speaking nicely didn't necessarily mean anything. One couldn't judge such matters based on the other party's attitude. If he simply assumed the negotiation was going well based on their attitude, he wouldn't even know how he was bled dry later. The specific conditions offered by the other party mattered. However, it seemed they still largely wanted to swallow them whole, or at the very least, invest both people and money to gain some control. This was actually a good thing. It wasn't about whether people were greedy. It was about whether they even bothered to covet what you had. If they didn't, they might not want anything from you. In that case, his bottom line could be very clear. He could accept an investment in exchange for technical support, giving up a small portion of equity. In fact, he wouldn't mind Tencent getting involved, but control was out of the question. He didn't care about more people sharing the profits. They would only earn more and more anyway. But he and Jake had to retain the final say. That night, Jake rushed into Leo's room, listening like an idiot as Leo explained the details of the negotiation. He actually had a great talent for business and was progressing rapidly in that area. The main reason he couldn't keep up was that his heart wasn't as dark as Leo's or Lee Won's. Damn it. I'm rich, but I've never stayed in such a good hotel. Do you want to go swimming? There's a pool and a sauna. Seeing no reaction from Leo, Jake lay back on the bed. I went to buy cigarettes earlier. The auntie on the street called me a handsome young man. Leo was clearly not interested and said expressionlessly, when you're done, get lost. Why are you chasing your dad away? We're together with Lily because I was a great wingman, wasn't I? Is this how you treat a hero? I'm going to video call my girlfriend. After chasing away the nuisance, Leo felt the world finally fall silent. He stood in front of the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out. Even though it was already 10 at night, the outside was still brightly lit. Tall buildings all around glowed with colorful lights, and the streets were filled with vehicles coming and going, looking like a swarm of luminous ants from here. His gaze unfocused, leaving only various colors of light lingering in his vision, drifting like fireflies. The lights were dazzling, very prosperous, very lively, but he only felt loneliness. After a moment of quiet, he picked up his phone and made a video call to Lily. He quietly marveled at the power of technology. The call connected within 2 seconds. What are you doing? Leo asked. The girl on the screen looked like she had just been fished out of a river, making him frown, but also find it amusing. He suspected Lily had stopped showering halfway when she heard the call. Her hair was still dripping wet, and a few drops of water slowly slid from her delicate cheeks down to her neck. Her pajamas were clinging tightly to her body from the water, and the buttons weren't fastened properly, revealing a tiny, eye-catching curve. She didn't seem to have noticed any of this yet. She was just staring intently at her phone. This naive girl was usually so easily shy. While Leo's thoughts were still complex, the girl looked into his eyes and slowly said, "Thinking of you." Leo wasn't very mindful of his appearance during the video call, simply lying lazily on the bed. Lily, however, was very well behaved. She sat up straight, facing the phone's camera. "Really? Leo no longer bothered to pretend to be calm. A faint joy appeared on his previously tired face. MHM. Lily hummed softly in agreement. Noticing Leo's gaze was a bit off, she secretly pulled her collar up slightly. Mia had once told her that girls should learn how to seduce their boyfriends, but Leo didn't need any seduction. She was already too busy trying to guard against him like a thief. Seducing him would be like walking into the tiger's den, wouldn't it? Leo was unconvinced. Even a gentleman needs guarding against. You're not a gentleman. You're a hooligan. Lily gently chastised him, then asked, is everything going smoothly over there? She suddenly felt a pang of melancholy. Just this morning, she could still lean in Leo's arms, but now they were so far apart. It's all right. You only know how to lie to me. How did I lie to you? When you're in a bad mood, you especially like to shift your gaze. Or you just stare at one spot, motionless, lost in thought. Lily said seriously. She firmly believed this observation. Such details couldn't escape her eyes. After all, she even paid close attention to the subtle inflections in Leo's tone. Leo was both guilty and shocked. Well, he hadn't even known this about himself. This naive girl, so silly and clueless. How was she so meticulous when observing him? It was the same before. He casually mentioned not having an umbrella during a chat, and then this naive girl waited for him in the rain for so long with an umbrella. My dear girlfriend, you can't be like this. After a moment of thought, Leo said with a straight face. Why? Lily found it strange. Because idiots can't become smart. It defies logic. I'm not an idiot. Lily really wanted to reach through the screen and headbutt him. This person always annoyed her when she missed him the most, making her unable to even feel emotional. She had been a little sad just now, but now all the atmosphere was gone. But if she really could reach through the screen, she would still hug him. After all, she missed Leo so much. Even though they had only been apart for a short time, the thought of the distance made her feel a little lonely. The two chatted, experiencing the feeling of longing. Jake had no idea that all the interesting stories and boasts he had described to Leo earlier were now being relayed by this guy to his girlfriend. It was truly a betrayal. This hotel is quite luxurious. I'm on the 30-something floor, and there's even a swimming pool and a sauna here. The hotel actually has a pool. Lily asked a foolish question that perfectly matched her character. Her imagination in this area was extremely limited. It seems I'll have to take you to see the world more often in the future, Lily yawned. No, it's too expensive. Lily yawned as she spoke. She had been thinking about taking Leo to the amusement park last night, and was so excited she hadn't slept much. Unfortunately, there wouldn't be an opportunity to go with Leo anytime soon. Go to bed early, Leo reminded her when he saw this. After the video call, I still need to shower. I didn't finish earlier. I'll go to sleep after showering. Leo looked at her with a mischievous grin. Actually, I don't mind if you shower while we're on video call. Lily tried to put on a fierce expression and glared at Leo. If you keep talking nonsense, you'll be finished. Unfortunately, she didn't realize that her demeanor not only had no deterrent effect, but actually made her seem easier to bully. For someone as gentle to the core as her, it was impossible to put on a fierce act. Who would care about a white rabbit's threat? Especially when this white rabbit was trembling in the corner while also verbally threatening you. It would only make one feel more excited. Will you come into my dreams? Finally, the girl asked in a small voice. If that makes you happy, Leo said, then turned off the master light by the bed. Go to sleep. Good night. The beep of the video call disconnecting echoed, and who knew how much time had passed, but Lily was still staring blankly at her phone screen, as if frozen there with the late-night hours, motionless. It wasn't until she heard the unsteady footsteps behind her that she gradually snapped out of it. Sarah Xiao was probably getting up to use the restroom. She immediately stood up, went to her mother, and said softly, I'll help you. I can walk by myself. Sarah Xiao hadn't let Lily help her for a long time. Thanks to her stubbornness in this matter, her recovery was quite optimistic. She hadn't let anyone help her even when walking felt like stepping on broken glass. Now, of course, she needed no help. Lily bit her lips softly and said nothing more. She knew that no matter how many times she brought it up, the result would be the same. Were you just talking to Leo on the phone? Sarah Xiao said, leaning on her cane, walking slowly with some difficulty. You two rarely call at this hour. Is everything all right? He went on a business trip. He has things to do. Leo, he's really good to you, Sarah Xiao said out of nowhere. Leo had talked to her, and she knew Leo hadn't originally intended to take this path. The reason Leo started a business was because he wanted Lily to be happy and to give this girl a better life. Such a capable, gentle, and devoted boy. She felt it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that heaven saw her daughter's plight and sent him to save her. Otherwise, she couldn't imagine what kind of life Lily would be living now. Strange as it was, she now dared not imagine it. Lily naturally didn't understand why Sarah Xiao would suddenly say this, but she still nodded. He's exceptionally good. Near that, Sarah Xiao suddenly turned her head. What's wrong? Lily looked at her, puzzled. Nothing. Seeing her mother's troubled thoughts, Lily tilted her head, feeling even more curious. A few days later, on Lily's birthday, Drawing alone in the rental apartment made Lily feel constantly empty inside, so she had tidied up the apartment a bit and then came to the company early that morning. Mia was drawing at her workstation. Lily sat beside her, reviewing her textbooks. As it neared noon, Lily suddenly closed her book and let out a deep sigh. She had been studying for 2 hours but had only memorized 2 pages of key points. She could have finished it before. She nervously brushed her hair aside, feeling as if a hand was constantly scratching at her heart. She couldn't do anything. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. I'll play with you, Mia said with a smile, sensing her best friend's low mood. If you can't read, then draw. Anyway, your major GPA is already the highest. It's a holiday, and you're still studying. Are you going to leave anyone else in the class a chance to live? She thought both members of the couple were a bit abnormal, both relentlessly competitive. As she spoke, she tapped the drawing tablet on her desk. I feel like I don't even need a boyfriend anymore. I can just draw one for myself. Fictional characters aren't as good as boyfriends, Lily mumbled softly. Leo is better than fictional characters. The naive girl didn't realize how much of a normie comment she had just made. Before she could finish, Mia interrupted her. Silence. You traitor who ran off to be a normie. Mia pouted angrily, her gaze fixed on her computer screen. She sighed to herself. If only fictional characters could move. But then I'd have worries too. I'd have to decide whether to marry Lelouch or Yuzui Takumi. Ah, such indecision. You certainly dare to dream. Chloe Chun, sitting to the side and playing on her phone, couldn't help but snicker. What was the difference between this and those idiotic couples who imagined winning a $3 million lottery and then fought over how to spend the money? She was here today to celebrate Lily's birthday tonight, so she was enjoying the feeling of being the boss's sister. Mia wiped her neck with her palm, signaling to Chloe Chun to shut up or she was dead. Chloe Chun was completely unfazed and stuck out her tongue at her. Mia, who usually swaggered around the company, had met her match. Both were top-tier social phobes. Neither could defeat the other. Chloe Chun returned an international friendly gesture, then turned her head back to watch Lily draw. Then her pupils suddenly constricted, and her jaw almost dropped to the floor. Because Lily was drawing on the digital tablet with a carbon pen, while softly muttering that the tablet seemed to be broken. Lily, are you drawing with this? She pointed at the carbon pen in Lily's hand, her brows knitted together. I brought the wrong one, Lily said, pursing her lips. I wondered why there was no reaction. Mia covered her forehead and took a deep breath. Lily, what kind of spell has Leo cast on you? This person was clearly broken, wasn't she? To put it bluntly, she had completely become Leo's shape. Wasn't this an idiot who couldn't live without Leo? Mia still exercised her professional judgment as a veteran of countless romantic stories. No, Lily muttered stubbornly, rummaging through her bag, but still not finding her drawing pen. She had truly brought the wrong one when she came. Is Leo not coming back today? Mia couldn't help but ask in a low voice. She wasn't actually sure about Leo's progress. He said if everything goes smoothly, he'll finalize it tomorrow. Lily put the carbon pin back in her bag, unconsciously changing her way of speaking. Mia was about to offer some comfort when she heard Chloe Chin's boisterous voice again. Ethan, did you finish my daily quests? I don't have time to do them every day in class anymore, so they're all yours now. Okay. Sister Xiaojia, I want fruit tea. Peeled grapes, huh? I'll go buy them for you. With Leo gone, Chloe Chun had become the emperor of the company. Mia couldn't stand it any longer. She looked up and shouted, Chloe, be careful. Your brother will kill you when he gets back. Xiaojia, get me a cup too. Love you. Chloe Chun was unconcerned. My sister-in-law will protect me. Besides, today she was an imperial envoy personally approved by Leo, defying Sophie's pressure. Her budget was unlimited, and her only mission was to make her sister-in-law happy. After she spoke, she saw Lily looking distracted and sighed silently. This mission would definitely not be completed. She could only have some fun before her older brother came to deal with her. She truly wanted to lament, what is love in this world? Lily found she couldn't draw anymore and had to pick up her book again. Her gaze wasn't on the book but on the tall buildings outside the window. Even an occasional bird flying by could distract her, but she couldn't absorb a single word from her book. She had thought she could adapt. After all, she was used to this loneliness. But every day Leo was gone felt like a year, so agonizing. Their chat log stopped at Leo's message saying he was going to a meeting. She hadn't sent any more messages, afraid of disturbing Leo. Even without a red notification dot, she would occasionally tap into the chat, then exit. Over and over again. In the evening, dusk settled. The sky gradually darkened, and the tall buildings of Hangsheng lit up with colorful neon. 3 girls wearing long dresses walked together on the streets near the university town, attracting countless gazes. Onlookers couldn't help but marvel at how high the quality of university students was this year. However, standing beside the middle girl, the 2 attractive and cheerful girls could only serve as green leaves. Unfortunately, the prettiest girl didn't seem to be in very high spirits. As the ancient said, 1,000 gold pieces can't buy a concubine's smile. Such a beautiful girl would surely look even better when she smiled. Lily, you're not allowed to say things like, let's not celebrate, or let's celebrate my birthday at my place, later. This is the first time I've celebrated your birthday since we met, Mia reminded her, lifting the cake she was carrying. She was wearing sandals, making constant tapping sounds as she walked. Lily, seeing her half-formed thought exposed, was too embarrassed to say anything and just gently hummed. Oh. She felt she shouldn't be sad. After all, this was the first time she had celebrated her birthday with Piers. Leo's happy birthday message had also arrived precisely at midnight. These were all things that could make her happy for a long time. But her heart still felt empty, as if a piece had been carved out. Mia linked arms with Lily and looked up at Chloe Chun. Chloe, what do you want to eat? Aren't you going to ask my sister-in-law? Does your sister-in-law look like someone who can make decisions? Mia couldn't help but say with a wry smile. Lily pursed her lips, too embarrassed to speak. Chloe Chun had a sudden idea. Let's go to Hadaleo and make them sing a birthday song for my sister-in-law. I think you're just wishing your sister-in-law would die of embarrassment. After much thought, the three actually went to Hadaleo, but since Lily was absolutely unwilling, the person supposedly celebrating their birthday became Chloe Chun. Chloe Chun was quite happy to experience it. Roughly speaking, it was like celebrating an extra birthday and getting small gifts, a huge win. 10 minutes later, Lily listened to the employees gathered around singing a birthday song for Chloe Chun. She also noticed the surrounding onlookers and immediately lowered her head, feeling like dying of embarrassment. Chloe Chun, however, was grinning. Mia even recorded a video with Lily. With these two causing such a ruckus, Lily had no time to feel down anymore. Sister-in-law, it's your birthday today. You're not allowed to get us any more food. Halfway through the meal, Chloe Chun, her mouth still full, quickly said. Even with her thick skin, she couldn't comfortably accept Lily's attentive care. Although being so carefully fed was incredibly satisfying, it was Lily's birthday after all. Not quite right, not quite right. As she thought about it, she suddenly felt a bit jealous of her older brother. The thought that this was the daily treatment her brother enjoyed made Chloe Chun almost grit her back teeth. Chloe Chun was about to say something else when she saw the message on her phone and then stood up. Sister-in-law, come outside quickly. Lily was stunned for a moment, almost spilling her dipping sauce. She quickly wiped the sauce that had spilled onto the table with a tissue and asked softly, what's wrong? My brother's birthday gift has arrived. Lily's mind didn't quite catch up for a moment, and she blinked blankly. What kind of gift from your brother just arrived now? A Lamborghini? I don't know either. My task today was just to bring my sister-in-law to the riverside. Ethan Peng is in charge of the rest of the project. Chloe Chun shrugged. This Ethan Peng was practically her brother's #1 loyal subordinate. No matter how she threatened him, he wouldn't budge. Lily walked slowly, feeling confused, towards the riverside. The October night was already a bit cold. The cool evening breeze occasionally brushed by, stirring the girl's soft long hair and the hem of her dress, adding a touch of elegance to her naive demeanor. Her heart was pounding. After all, it was Leo's gift. Not to be excited would be a lie. The girl kept walking along the riverbank and suddenly heard many high-pitched whirring sounds, like a swarm of bees. Turning her head, she saw countless drones, layer upon layer, neatly flying into the sky in the distance, then moving together over the river. Before she could react, different colored lights suddenly lit up in the sky, one after another. Then, stroke by stroke, from the first 3 dots to the final stroke, the name Lily Liang finally appeared in the sky, without any abruptness. Perhaps considering his girlfriend's social anxiety, the girl's name lit up for less than 2 seconds before extinguishing. Then, it immediately became Happy Birthday. This time, it lit up all at once. Lily was truly stunned. She probably couldn't even dream of such a thing, because she had never seen or heard of it. The Happy Birthday in the sky became a little blurry. The girl quickly wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. The words remained for a while. Just as Lily thought it was over, a small girl appeared in midair. As time passed, the girl, as if stepping out of a stick figure drawing, grew taller and taller, until she was hiding from the rain somewhere, as if waiting for someone. Lily no longer bothered to notice how fake the rain curtain, made of constantly flickering blue lights, was. The scene in midair finally transformed into a ring, slowly sliding onto the middle finger of a hand. The girl recognized it. It was the paper ring Leo had put on her finger when she confessed to him. Thanks for witnessing my girlfriend's 19th birthday. This was the last message displayed by the drone array. Lily sniffled, a subtle smile playing on her lips. She could tell whose handwriting this was. Only her boyfriend was this ostentatious. She never imagined that Leo, even without being there, could plan her birthday so romantically. Do we still need to give our gifts? Chloe Chun said, a little dejected. She had not only spent a long time picking out that dress, but it had also used up all her pocket money. What do you know? We call this a goose feather sent from 1,000 miles away. A small gift, but deep affection. Feelings cannot be measured by money. Just because he spent so much doesn't mean we lost to him, understand? But I'm envious. Chloe Chun stopped walking and looked up at the dazzling drones in the sky. If someone could do something like that for me, I'd marry him without hesitation. Actually, I'm envious too. Do you like it? The sound of a car door slamming heavily could be heard from the phone, followed by Leo's breathless voice. I love it, Lily immediately replied. She felt she was truly the happiest girl in the world. If you love it, why are you crying? I cry because I love it, the girl said, wiping away her tears. I thought you were worried about the money. That might also be part of the reason. Lily's voice was a little wronged. She had clearly just thought of that. Hearing the girl's rare joke, Leo gave a dry laugh, his breath constantly hitting the phone's microphone, creating a whooshing noise. I really won't be angry with you for missing my birthday. You didn't have to make it so grand. Lily held onto the riverside railing, her voice mixed with the cold wind, sounding like playful flirting. The hurried footsteps on the phone finally stopped. Leo, panting heavily as if exhausted, said, I won't miss it again. Turn back. The girl suddenly turned around. She saw the person she missed most standing in the night, panting heavily. By the distant lamplight, the boy's handsome face was clearly visible. Even though it was quickly obscured by a film of tears, it was still much clearer than the image she had seen in her dreams these past few days. I had planned to bring you here myself, Leo said, his voice a little hoarse. But I didn't expect the road from the airport to here was jammed. He had spent a lot of effort speaking these words disjointedly. When there was only a kilometer left, the road got jammed again. So he simply got out of the car and ran. Having mostly caught his breath, he was about to walk over when the girl, embracing the evening wind, threw herself into his arms. Neither of them had even hung up the phone. Your birthday isn't over yet. You should be happy today. No crying. Leo gently patted the girl in his arms, letting her hold him tightly. He knew very well that his girlfriend was essentially a little crybaby, so he offered a gentle reminder. I can't help it. I used to be able to hold it in, Lily said, her voice soft and tearful. Now it's just. The past is the past, Leo said softly. Lily used to neither cry nor laugh much. Now, she could laugh, and when it came to crying, she was unparalleled, as if trying to release all the grievances she had nowhere to express before. It was good, wasn't it? She was cute no matter what. I can't be a girlfriend who won't trouble you. I don't want to be a girlfriend who doesn't trouble you. Lily cried as she spoke, as if she had suffered a great grievance or made a huge mistake. I miss you so much every day. Really so much. These days, the thought of not disturbing Leo tormented her constantly. Knowing that Leo was busy with serious matters, she didn't dare to rush him, nor did she dare to ask when he would return. She could only do what she needed to do every day and obediently wait for Leo to contact her first. But being a sensible and obedient girlfriend was truly difficult. It was extremely painful for her, whose mind was constantly on Leo, to restrain herself from disturbing him. I don't want you to leave. I want to see you every day. I'm sorry, I'm not a good girlfriend. Lily rested her forehead on Leo, her voice growing softer and softer, until only this one sentence came out. That's right, Leo said seriously. This made the girl pause. She looked up at him, a little shocked. Lily's eyes were slightly red, still shimmering with tears. Leo reached out and wiped a tear from the girl's cheek. He said with a faint smile, a good girlfriend has to sacrifice many things for me, and cannot get angry or throw tantrums, cannot be willful. So most of the time, she won't be happy. He lowered his head and gently pecked Lily's forehead. You should be a girlfriend who is happy every day. You're always like this. Lily mumbled. Even if you wanted to drag me into the river now, I'd jump with you. Why do you still have to tug at my heart like this? The girl's heart pounded rapidly. She felt dizzy and truly didn't understand. Just then, Leo gently grasped her shoulders, moving her slightly away, and carefully examined the necklace around Lily's neck. A blue diamond hung from a hollowed-out small circular disc. With a slight movement, it seemed to sparkle. Is this a gift too? Lily held the exquisite necklace in her palm, not daring to guess the price. To avoid spoiling the atmosphere, she decided to scold Leo about buying expensive gifts later. Yes, Leo replied. Why 2 gifts? I'll give you 2 every year until I make up for all your previous birthdays, Leo said softly. This naive girl probably hadn't received birthday gifts for many years before, so he would make it up to her, one by one. Lily pursed her lips. One birthday suddenly had 2 sets of expectations, which made her very happy. Of course, if Leo didn't spend so much money, she would be even happier. Leo took the girl's hands, interlocked his fingers with hers, and they quietly looked at each other. Lily was now even more graceful and beautiful, far more stunning than the night they first met. I've already missed all your birthdays before you turned 19, so of course, I'm not willing to miss the first one since I met you. Nor will I miss any future ones. Lily, happy birthday, he said softly. Thank you for letting me into your life and becoming a part of your 19th year. And thank you for liking me so much, for rescuing me from the quagmire of self-doubt. Lily didn't speak. She just linked her arm with Leo's, gently stood on tiptoe, and looked at him affectionately. I have one more gift I want. You want? Before Leo could finish, the girl's soft lips pressed against his. Their words and tongues intertwined. They seemed to say nothing, yet all the words they wanted to say had already drifted farther and farther away with the evening breeze. A long while later, the evening breeze by the river was a little cold. Leo and Lily nestled close, sharing the same jacket. In the distance were the neon-lit tall buildings, and nearby, the calm surface of the water, as silent as the night. Under the night breeze, faint ripples occasionally appeared. Looking at the shimmering water, Lily tilted her head and rubbed her chin against his again. "What's wrong?" Leo asked curiously. Seeing the girl's head bowed without a reaction, he asked again, "Why aren't you speaking?" After 2 seconds, the girl finally stammered, "I want you to hold me." "Then why don't you just hug me?" Lily turned her face away, too embarrassed to look at him. Girls have to be reserved. She still regretted her actions just now. The more the cold wind blew on her flushed cheeks, the more she felt she had gone too far. Leo smirked. "Has anyone ever told you you're especially cute?" "You have," she replied. "Then I'll say it again." Leo stood behind Lily, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, rested his chin on her shoulder, and gently kissed the girl's neck. Their 2 figures pressed tightly together by the river. "Does your early return mean things went smoothly over there?" Lily asked softly. Although she didn't understand, she was quite worried. After all, she didn't want to see Leo looking troubled again. "You could say it's settled. I strongly urged them to sign the contract today," Leo explained unhurriedly. "They're investing $10 million and providing technical support for a 20% stake. The rest is 51% for me and 29% for Jake. With an outsider involved, we can no longer split it equally. One person has to have a relative controlling stake and decision-making power. Frankly, given the company's current development prospects, $10 million for a 20% stake was practically taking advantage of their vulnerability, a highly profitable deal. But in Leo's eyes, striking such a partnership while maintaining the company's independence was not a loss at all. The technical support offered a vast scope for opportunity, and Leo had many ways to gain more. $10 million was just the price for the equity. Further investments could be negotiated if the company showed promise. Moreover, putting aside other stereotypes, Tencent was typically generous with its investments and hands-off, caring only about profit. With an added backer, it wasn't an exaggeration to say they were temporarily immune to troubles. Of course, all of this had one prerequisite, that you could genuinely bring benefits. As long as there was money to be made, everyone was good friends. Your company is growing bigger and bigger. Will you be very busy in the future? Lily truly felt her boyfriend was about to become an incredibly capable person. She felt that if she hadn't known him, the current Leo would be beyond her reach. But that was if. She knew Leo would like her just the same, no matter how high he rose. This was the seed of confidence Leo had planted in her heart with his actions, time and again. Although it hadn't fully blossomed yet, it had already broken through the soil. "I'll try my best not to be busy," Leo replied seriously. "If I ever lose focus, you should just lock me at home." "Absolutely not. If you're very busy, then I'll run to see you." The evening breeze constantly stirred the girl's soft, long hair, but she still appeared so radiant. Under Leo's gaze, the girl's eyes calmly looked at the river surface, then slowly spoke again. "You know, before I met you, I always fantasized that we might see the same cloud. I never imagined that what you see now is what I see. Thank you for stumbling into my life that day." A faint smile played on her lips. She took a deep breath, deciding to say what she had never had the courage to say in person. "Leo, I love you. So much." Jake returned 2 hours later than Leo, having handled all the subsequent matters. As he exited the airport, he saw a familiar figure. The girl stood perfectly straight, wearing a white V-neck shirt and a gray high-waisted skirt. She exuded an aura of cool efficiency. It was Chloe Liu. They say that one's profession changes one's demeanor, and it seemed to be true. She was now increasingly fond of wearing clothes with simple, clean styles. "You're back," Chloe Liu said coldly, averting her gaze when she saw him. Jake clearly hadn't expected Chloe Liu to pick him up and immediately grinned. "I'm back." Chloe Liu showed no intention of helping him with his luggage. She remained standing with her arms crossed, snorting coldly. "I thought you'd been tricked into some industrial park. What a pity. What if my kidneys had been taken? What would you do?" "Don't be silly." Chloe Liu rolled her eyes at him. "I'll drive." "Why?" Jake remembered Chloe Liu had only gotten her driver's license earlier this year. She was a typical new driver. Fortunately, she didn't like driving. "You just got off the plane and haven't rested." "I'm afraid of dying." In the car, Chloe Liu casually asked about company matters. "Since Leo has more ideas, you should have let him take the majority stake from the beginning. Profit is profit, and emotions are emotions. These things must be calculated separately. If you let emotions influence profit distribution, eventually profit will dictate emotions." Chloe Liu looked at the rearview mirror outside the car, steering as she spoke. "It's fortunate that you two have compatible personalities and can collaborate. Otherwise, conflicts would have arisen long ago." Jake was displeased and immediately retorted with righteous indignation. "What are you talking about? I won't allow you to speak of my brother like that. Then it's just you acting unscrupulously on your own. Fine. It's good that you don't contaminate others. They might even find you disgusting. You should scold Leo instead of me." Jake couldn't take it anymore. This woman had such a sharp tongue. Chloe Liu was amused by him and couldn't help but laugh. Leo really got the short end of the stick knowing you. I really have to thank my dad. If he hadn't forced me to change my university major, I wouldn't have met you all, Jake said to himself. He often fantasized about whether he would have gone further if his father had supported him on this path, letting him study at a proper university, with more initial capital. The answer was clear, no. The truth was, Leo had truly helped him soar. He should burn incense for having such a brother in this life. That matter happened so long ago. Let it go. Go home and visit when you have time. Chloe Lu seized the opportunity to advise him softly, her tone subtly different from before. Jake just nodded, clearly not wanting to discuss the topic further. It wasn't that easy to let go. He was desperately trying to make a name for himself, not only because it was his dream, but also to show his stubborn father. He wanted to tell him that not everything he said was right. I feel like I've gotten old the moment I entered society. I now often recall when we first met. Back then, Leo left you as a third wheel, and I went over to play with you, he said, smiling. Then he suddenly remembered something. By the way, how is she doing now? At first, Jake had been displeased with Celeste Mo for bothering Leo, but now, with time, he felt neither joy nor sorrow, as if he were looking at a stranger. Chloe Lu, of course, knew who she referred to and said calmly, she's changed. Chloe Lu opened her phone and looked at the photos Celeste Mo had sent some time ago. Various foreign landmarks were indeed enchanting, and many of the photos were of Celeste and her mother together. Her mindset was much more positive than before, and in many photos, she was linking arms with her mother, a captivating smile on her face. She had never smiled so much before. In other words, she was approaching everything outside of love with a particularly positive and sunny attitude. The girl had learned to cherish everything she had. This past experience had dealt her a blow, but it had clearly also taught her many things. Those things buried in your heart, when you toss and turn in the night, do they still suddenly appear in your mind? Do you regretfully curl up in bed, hugging your legs and crying? Or do you cry and laugh at the same time, feeling like you're the second happiest girl in the world? Chloe Lu thought to herself, let out a light sigh, and turned to look at the man beside her who was yawning and looked very annoying. Let's be good to each other in the future, no fighting, okay? Jake suddenly trembled, shivering. Your attitude needs to be more hostile, otherwise I'm scared. Are you sick? Chloe Lu rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. The good atmosphere they had just a moment ago was completely gone. That's much better. You being so nice to me makes me feel like I have a terminal illness and won't live much longer, Jake said with a sigh of relief in a low voice. The next day, at noon, Leo returned to the rental apartment, waiting for lunch. He was working overtime on his laptop, handling work matters, with handovers being the most annoying part. Lily, however, sat quietly to the side, unusually watching an anime. Nagisa. Leo couldn't help but smirk upon hearing this. Tomoya's voice was still so recognizable. This naive girl was actually watching Clannad. Such an old classic must have been recommended by Mia, a seasoned anime fan. He wondered if this naive girl would suddenly exclaim halfway through, this female lead seems as naive as me. As Auntie Sarah gradually recovered, Lily had more and more time for entertainment lately. This was a good sign. While Leo was still lost in thought, Lily had already leaned closer to him, pouting as she looked at him. What's wrong? He asked curiously. You've been holding your laptop ever since you came back at noon. Hearing this, Leo tossed his laptop aside and said softly, should I keep you company? These tasks can be handled later. The girl shook her head, brought the laptop back, and then snuggled closer to Leo, burying herself in his arms like a cat, and closing her eyes contentedly. No, what I mean is, you've been holding your laptop for so long, you should hug me too. Lily moved the laptop from Leo's lap to the side. She then leaned against him, burrowed into Leo's arms, and, like a cat, closed her eyes contentedly. Leo suspected this naive girl lived on cuteness. This was almost too unfair. Lily, he called softly. You're killing me with cuteness. A little while later, perhaps feeling too comfortable like this, the girl started to feel a bit sleepy. She quietly turned her head and asked, can I sleep like this for a bit? I suggest you don't. Why? Leo looked troubled. My health bar isn't enough anymore. Hearing this, Lily could only say pitifully, I'll go cook. What are we having for lunch? The girl opened the refrigerator, scanned it carefully, and the dishes she could make immediately came to mind. Hand-torn cabbage, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. In the days Leo was on his business trip, she hadn't had the motivation to buy groceries. A single leftover dish would suffice for an entire day's meal, so there wasn't much left in the refrigerator. However, when Leo was around, she had to cook at least 2 dishes. Her boyfriend was very picky. There's also leftover cake from yesterday, the girl said, a little surprised. Leo made a somewhat disgusted face. That stuff doesn't taste good after sitting overnight. For him, watermelon and cream that had been in the refrigerator overnight were even harder to swallow than durian. It's not like it's inedible. Lily mumbled softly, picking up a cherry and putting it in her mouth. She then showed a satisfied expression. It was still so delicious, sweet and sour. She specifically picked up a cherry that hadn't gotten much cream on it, walked to Leo, opened her mouth slightly, and said softly, "Ah?" Leo was a little disgusted by fruit taken from the refrigerator, but since it was given by his girlfriend, he obediently opened his mouth and ate it. "Isn't it still delicious?" "Mainly because you're feeding me," Leo said, frowning and smacking his lips. The cream truly tasted strange after sitting overnight. "This stuff spoils easily. If you like it, just buy more. We're not short on money for a cake now." If he didn't have so few desires, his consumption level would have quadrupled long ago. Leo felt that if it were him 2 years ago, he would definitely have bought a top-tier computer before anything else. Unfortunately, even if he did buy one now, he knew he no longer had the time or interest to spend on it. Rather than buying a top-tier computer to play chess all day, it would be better to buy this naive girl a couple more dresses. They were more pleasant to look at. "We need to save money," Lily said seriously. "How much money can one cake save? I earn enough in a day to buy who knows many cakes." "I'm tired of it, tired of it. I won't eat it after this meal." Lily left that comment and quickly went into the kitchen. "But we have to save money," the girl mumbled softly as she chopped vegetables. Where would they not need money to raise children after marriage? Hengshun was different from her hometown. Children nowadays were like money-eating monsters. Everything cost money after they were born. And she heard that a good kindergarten in Hengshun cost tens of thousands a year. She hadn't even gone to kindergarten when she was little. Oh right, she hadn't even earned her own dowry yet. She suddenly felt immense pressure. Marriage was so hard. As she thought about it, her chopping movements suddenly stopped. She quickly raised both hands and patted her cheeks. "Lily, what are you thinking? You just had your 19th birthday." 19. Leo sat on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the kitchen, sighing with a wry smile. He had realized that no matter how much money he made, it couldn't influence this naive girl's way of thinking. After dinner, Jake sent a message asking Leo to play a game of chess. Leo saw it was still early, so he joined a match. He hadn't touched Summoner's Rift since leaving university. He was too lazy to even play maintenance games. Usually, it was Aram or teamfight tactics. Lily sat beside him, reviewing her textbook, occasionally looking up at the bewildering things on the screen. She didn't know why she enjoyed watching so much, perhaps simply liking the feeling. After Leo returned, her efficiency in memorizing things indeed improved significantly. She no longer had trouble focusing. She accompanied Leo, and Leo accompanied her. Everything was good. "Why are you in last place?" Lily looked up at Leo's character getting beaten up and asked curiously. Leo cleared his throat, a bit embarrassed. "I'm deliberately selling health. It's a strategy." "Oh, so impressive." Lily nodded, half understanding, believing whatever Leo said. A little while later, there were 2 gentle knocks on the door. Hearing the knocking, Lily quickly moved Leo's hand from her thigh and sat up properly. Leo's blood pressure immediately rose. He walked over angrily and opened the door. He found it was the auntie who had given Lily a bag of peaches that day. "Leo, are you free now? Can you come help me move something?" The older middle-aged woman smiled, a bit embarrassed. "It's just me and my grandson at home right now. Neither of us can move that thing." Lily, like a silly roe deer, lay on the sofa, secretly glancing towards the door. She remembered this auntie. She had been quite nice to her. "You go home and wait for a bit. I'll be right over." Leo generally wouldn't refuse such a favor. You never knew when you might need someone's help yourself. Leo closed the door and stared fixedly at the computer screen, feeling a pang of reluctance. He squeezed Lily's cheek. "You play for me. This is my life-or-death game." I don't know how." Lily was startled. How could she handle such a difficult task? "It's very simple. See these people on my board? Just pick whatever champions you see." Leo took the girl's hand and helped her hold the mouse. "And this one called Ishiki is also my wife, is Jake. Look at what champions he has on his board, and just pick the same ones." Currently, he had 40 health, and Jake had 17. It was unrealistic to quickly teach this naive girl how to manage her economy. It would be better to teach her how to block Jake's champions, making him finish 5th and losing some points. Leo gave a few more simple instructions, then muted Jake's in-game messages and quickly ran downstairs to help. Lily placed the computer on the coffee table, then obediently squatted in front of it, taking a deep breath. She had never been this nervous for an exam. She was immediately defeated as soon as she took over. "That bad guy named Ishiki is also my wife," even ran over and gave a thumbs down. In her panic, she remembered Leo's parting instructions, silently recited them a few times, and then seriously began to execute them. A few minutes later, Leo returned home. "Parents these days are really something," he muttered as he washed his hands in the bathroom. Lily, still busy with the task Leo had given her, asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Her grandson isn't even in kindergarten yet, and her daughter-in-law bought him such a huge punching bag," Leo said, walking over and gesturing with his hands. "Good heavens, that kid is definitely going to be the kindergarten bully." Leo imagined the classic title muscle-bound men used in their videos, XX years old, afraid of school violence. He walked panting to the sofa and almost collapsed when he saw the screen. "Where did you get so many 3-star champions?" Leo counted carefully. Good heavens, for 3-star champions. Lily thought she had made a mistake and said timidly, "I don't know. I just picked whatever was there. You better not be playing games with your life. What do you mean? Your luck is too good. They all couldn't beat me, Lily said proudly, like a primary school student who had finished her homework early, waiting for praise. So impressive. Leo gently pecked the girl's cheek, then sat behind her and continued to watch her play. Now, there was only one dream chaser pursuing 3-star 5-cost champions, and this naive girl left for the final showdown. Jake had indeed been blocked by Lily's champions and left in 5th place, just one spot away from earning points. Leo looked at the dozens of message notifications on his messaging app, not daring to open them. A group of people who played the game properly naturally couldn't beat someone using immortal methods. Lily won her very first game. Leo took over the computer, seriously getting back to work. Was the game fun? He looked at the dense files and asked softly. Lily rubbed her head against Leo's shoulder like a cat. I don't understand anything. Please show some respect to the players you just sent off, Leo said, speechless. This naive girl randomly equipped items, only built one synergy, and still managed to luck her way to 1st place. Who could she complain to? The dealer had no shame. Clearly, they were a Lucist. A long while later, having mostly arranged the handover tasks, Leo suddenly let out a deep sigh. He couldn't understand why he, such a proper person, had inexplicably become like this. Logically speaking, he wasn't a pervert. He truly couldn't figure it out. His actions of touching the girl's leg became a bit agitated. Have you started using lotion lately? Lily didn't deny it, only asked. Does it feel more comfortable to touch? Yes, it feels smoother. Master Chun was always professional. He could tell with one touch. Damn it. What kind of angelic girlfriend is this? She takes care of her skin just so he can enjoy touching it. Leo chuckled pervertedly, touching it twice. Then twice more. Lily ignored his hooliganism and pointed to the kitchen, whispering, I boiled hot water for you. Drinking some of this will make your stomach less likely to hurt. I'll drink it later. I need to deal with work matters. The girl nodded gently, stood up, and rubbed her tired eyes. Then I'll go take a nap first. I was studying late last night. If Chloe asked her what major to choose after her college entrance exams next year, she would definitely say not to study accounting. Leo also stood up upon hearing this. I'm sleeping too. Didn't you just say you had things to do? Just finished. Lily marveled at Leo's high work efficiency and said softly, Then you should drink some water first. I'll drink it after I wake up, Leo said, then walked directly into Lily's bedroom, leaving her standing there bewildered. Lily. Lily returned to her room to find Leo already lying down obediently, facing her, looking completely harmless. Has the air conditioner repairman not come yet? The girl urged. Only now did she realize she would be sleeping with Leo again in the future. They're busy with their schedule lately. He said he'd be here soon. Lily tilted her head. But it's almost past the season for air conditioning, isn't it? Are there still so many people who need their air conditioners repaired? I thought the most people needing repairs would be at the beginning of summer. Is this naive girl getting smarter? Leo thought, but his expression remained unreadable. Those air conditioners work tirelessly all summer long, day and night. They're tired. Lily felt it didn't matter whether she believed it or not. She timidly laid down by the edge of the bed. I don't feel that hot anymore. I'll go sleep in your room, she whispered after a while. No, you're hot. After 2 minutes, the girl turned around and saw Leo still lying there obediently, showing no intention of touching her. She didn't say anything more, but she always suspected Leo was looking for more benefits. After all, that was his personality. However, the truth was indeed like that. Leo forced himself to resist the urge to move closer, closing his eyes and reciting the preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tung to distract himself. A small indiscretion could ruin a great plan. He had the self-discipline of a master fraud boiler, with his own strategies and plans. He had just recited up to fishermen's songs at dusk, when he suddenly felt something burrow into his arms. He opened his eyes. Lily was lying on her side, hugging him, her face buried in his shoulder. What's wrong? He didn't react immediately. The girl's face wasn't visible, so her voice was muffled. These past few days you were gone. I couldn't sleep at all. Leo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. I was planning to behave myself for another 10 days or half a month before hugging you. You just gave yourself away. This naive frog was actually quite good. She was jumping into the pot herself. You won't suddenly go on a business trip while I'm asleep, will you? Lily whispered to Leo, hugging him even tighter, as if afraid he would suddenly leave. No, Leo said. He turned on his side and gently patted the girl's back. Go to sleep. All his perverse thoughts suddenly vanished. He felt a pang of sympathy. With his left arm serving as a pillow for the girl and his right arm tightly embracing her waist, they slept in each other's arms, holding the soft pillow. He slept with a rare sense of peace. Sleeping while holding this naive girl felt truly blissful. It seemed even time slowed down. Leo woke up already past 1 p.m. He rubbed his arm, which was a bit sore from Lily using it as a pillow. He threw off the covers and slowly walked out of the room. He didn't have a habit of sleeping with a blanket in summer. Clearly, Lily had covered him. As soon as he entered the living room, he felt the atmosphere had completely changed. It was entirely different from the scent in Lily's room. What was going on? Were all girls' rooms fragrant? Just as he was a little curious, Lily, who was drawing to the side, suddenly spoke. Someone asked me for a commission to draw an anime avatar based on his photo. But after I drew a few drafts, he wasn't satisfied. He said it didn't capture his handsomeness. Such a thing exists. Leo, very surprised, leaned closer to the girl. After seeing the photo sent by the client, he frowned. It's truly difficult to draw him like that. Next time you encounter such a wise person, just block them. So you can earn money now? Leo decided to bypass the unappetizing topic. 200 for an avatar. She gently waved 2 fingers. This was the price she had set after doing market research, much lower than others. Anyway, it was all for practicing drawing. Why not earn some money while practicing? I only plan to earn a little money when I have nothing else to do. I won't pursue this path in the future, she added seriously before Leo could speak. Why? Leo bit back his advice, curious about her answer. I feel like I'll be replaced by AI, Lily said, pulling out 2 AI-generated drawings from her folder and comparing them to her own. She could only say it was a good thing she hadn't learned that style initially. Currently, one could still differentiate between human and AI drawings at a glance, but who knew about the future? Noticing Leo's somewhat strange gaze, she shrunk back a bit and asked, puzzled, why are you looking at me like that? You're so smart, you feel like a stranger to me. The moment Leo finished speaking, Lily stood up. Don't hit me. I'm serious. Leo walked to the balcony and looked outside. There were only a few scattered clouds high in the sky. The sun wasn't particularly bright, and a gentle breeze occasionally swept through the window. It was actually a bit cool. Summer was indeed coming to an end. He guessed that each rain would bring a drop in temperature. Let's go to the amusement park this afternoon, he suggested, turning back. He had been on a business trip when this naive girl proposed it, so now was a good time to make up for it. Lily opened her phone, then slumped onto the table, looking very disappointed. I have an entrepreneurship lecture this afternoon. Should we skip it? You can experience skipping class with your boyfriend, Leo said, leaning against the balcony and watching the clouds, a mischievous grin on his face. He looked like he was luring an innocent girl. I wouldn't dare, Lily mumbled softly. She had never even dared to think about skipping class in her entire life. She hadn't even taken a day off when she had a fever. This class is purely a formality. I've been through it, don't I know? Leo shrugged, saying that he had barely used anything taught in that class when he started his business. You can treat it as a practical experience with me. Who knows, they might even invite me to share my experiences later in your class. But we're going on a date. Honest people have no friends, Leo said with a wry smile, walking over and taking her phone. Lily's phone password was still his birthday, but the wallpaper had been changed to a photo of him giving a speech at the university. 2 minutes later, Leo placed the phone back on the table. I've gotten permission to take a leave of absence. Leo felt a little guilty. This naive girl was so unshakable about attending class that her counselor was startled, thinking she had contracted a serious illness. The girl first looked at him in surprise, then lowered her head and pursed her lips, feeling like she was walking down a path of no return. Lying to her mom and staying out all night before was one thing, but now skipping class for a date? What had she been through during this time? I'm going to be corrupted by you, Lily said, feeling wronged and scared. She never thought her first thought would be that she was willing to take a day off to go out with Leo. It was as if there was a little devil in her mind, constantly tempting her to go wild with Leo. I'm becoming more and more playful now. Her tone was as if she had made a huge mistake. Leo sighed softly and pulled the girl into his arms. Your mindset is still problematic, Lily Leong. There's nothing pushing you forward anymore. You need to slowly get used to stopping and enjoying the scenery. Lily waking up promptly at the first light of dawn was not typical for a 19-year-old girl. She worked hard every day as if being chased, yet she had only just turned 19. At this age, eating, drinking, and having fun should be the most normal state, right? Her past experiences had changed her too much, almost stripping her of her ability to feel joy, making her unable to even smile at first, and even now, she still hadn't learned to experience life. To be precise, Lily was now like someone who had just escaped from a prison called the past. She looked at the world bewildered, completely unable to integrate into the life she should be living at her age. Her current psychological state was essentially no different from that of a prisoner, except that what had imprisoned her for so many years was suffering. The girl felt as if she had just arrived in this world and hadn't yet lived a single day for herself. Leo resolved to gradually give back all the few beautiful things in life to this girl he loved most. If possible, I sincerely hope you can find a goal that you are willing to give everything for, instead of being driven by the pressures of life. Leo gently squeezed the girl's delicate little hand. He had long found his own goal, to fully support this naive girl in doing everything she wanted to do, with his life, to the best of his ability. I have one, Lily said seriously. What, you? Lily took Leo's hand, slowly lowered her head, and gently kissed the back of his hand with a soft smooch. I'm willing to give more for you than you can imagine. Leo paused, then took a deep breath. You're being too cheeky. His usually clear mind completely crashed again at this moment. All the words he had wanted to say were completely forgotten. Aren't you happy? The girl asked softly. I'm happy, but this isn't right, Leo said blankly. Lily pouted. You just think I'm dumber than you, and you feel embarrassed that I made your heart race. If you keep talking nonsense, I'm going to ruin you. Someone was getting flustered. I'll say it anyway, Lily retorted, unconvinced. She was determined to keep Leo subdued, not letting him turn the tables. She absolutely refused to be the only one blushing and heart-pounding. Now that she finally saw a chance to take the initiative, how could she let go? Not to mention how cute Leo looked when his heart raced, but he tried to play it cool. Unfortunately, he didn't realize this at all. The two of them, in a tacit understanding, started a competition in this regard, like a childish game of who loves whom more between a couple. Lily put down her drawing pen, took Leo's hands, letting him hug her from behind. Then she leaned against him, closing her eyes contentedly. Leo rubbed the girl's stomach through her clothes. Seeing Lily didn't resist, he was both surprised and pleased. How are you becoming so easy to get? What do you mean? Nothing. I'm just praising your thoughtfulness. Leo secretly delighted. He had been racking his brains trying to trick her, and now the frog was actively offering itself to his mouth. What could be more thoughtful? Although he couldn't rule out the possibility that this naive girl was trying to fish for him, he didn't care. He would enjoy it first. While Leo was giving himself a pep talk, Lily leaned against him again and took a light sniff. You smell really good, the girl said, a faint smile on her face, looking completely at ease. She would never tell Leo that on the days he was away, she would nap in his room, hugging his pillow. Otherwise, she simply couldn't fall asleep. Whether there was air conditioning or not didn't affect her sleep quality. Only Leo's presence did. She had long become an idiot who couldn't live without Leo. She could only sleep after smelling his scent. That's very perverted. How is that perverted? You smell my hair every day. Lily felt wronged. You even bury your face in my neck. And you lick it after smelling it enough. Stop talking. Leo felt extremely guilty and dared not make a sound, letting Lily cling to him like a kitten. Waking up from a deathly illness, I realize I am the pervert. He felt that after a few days apart, this naive girl had become even clingier. Leo, the girl whispered after a while. What's up? I suddenly realized that without you, I would die. Lily said blankly, looking adorably clueless. She imagined multiplying those few days by several tens or hundreds of times. Yes, she really would die. Leo was startled. After Lily explained clearly, he couldn't help but flick her forehead. Whose silly goose is this? After a moment of silence, Leo suddenly remembered something. He took the mouse from the girl's hand and opened a famous gaming platform. I have accounts for all the slightly famous games. See if there's anything you're interested in. Mia begged me to lend her my account before, and I didn't even do that, he said softly. It was truly strange that this naive girl, with a gaming addict like Mia as her best friend, was completely clueless about this form of entertainment. Lily looked at the dazzling array of games on the screen, a little astonished. She mumbled, this isn't right. She felt that if this continued, she would really become corrupted. She had no time for playing. She needed to work hard to earn more money. No, it seemed she no longer needed to earn money for her mother's medical treatment. Before Lily could sort out her thoughts, Leo squeezed her cheek and continued. That's what's strange about you. What's wrong with playing games? I didn't say playing games was wrong. I know. You want to say that it's wrong for you to play games, right? Leo asked in a gentle tone. Lily wanted to refute him, but subconsciously, she seemed to think that way. Leo let out a deep sigh. Auntie's illness will be better soon. You don't have to be so sensible anymore. You can completely learn to be a bad kid, like your boyfriend, living only for yourself. That way, both Auntie and Uncle will be happy. Lily lowered her head and pursed her lips, vaguely realizing her conflicted feelings. I'll slowly change. You don't have to listen to me. I just hope you can be happier. Leo then turned to look at the balcony. There were still a few water droplets on the hyacinth, which had grown straighter and taller. He had changed too. He had been trying every means to change Lily, and wasn't Lily also subtly changing him? All his confidence came from this silly, naive girl who only had eyes for him. Lily saw Leo still lost in thought. She picked up the mouse and scrolled the screen twice. She decided to try gaming because Leo liked games. The novelty would fade eventually. She wanted to be as aligned with Leo as possible, to have more common topics. Leo was willing to engage with her interests. She should do the same for him. This way, over time, they would only become more and more compatible. Your subconscious still links entertainment with doing bad things. Leo leaned down, resting his chin on the girl's shoulder. The time when you had to bear everything is over. You need to constantly tell yourself that you have no worries now. You are just a girl who just had her 19th birthday. Honestly, even if you decide you're too tired to work in the future, I can support you effortlessly. I don't want that. Lily shook her head. I know you don't want that. I just said it to make you understand that you have the means to enjoy life. Lily pouted and hummed, like a primary school student receiving a lecture. You have one more problem. What problem? Lily was a little shocked. Did she have so many problems? She had grown up without being considered a problem child. You're reluctant to spend my money. I could understand why you didn't ask me for money for your mom's surgery when we first got together. But now, why are you still unwilling to use my money? We're not married yet. I'm still your girlfriend. I can't spend so much of your money. Leo pointed to the DSLR camera on the coffee table. But the DSLR you bought for me cost over $10,000. It's different. How is it different? Lily pursed her lips. You're so good to me. That was something you deserved. I'm still not good enough for you. Do you think we won't last? Leo didn't understand, but this naive girl's thought process had always been unique, and he was used to it. He couldn't interpret it with normal thinking. I really want to. Lily's answer was extremely direct, without any hesitation. Then that's all there is to it. Leo couldn't help but firmly poke her head. What's the difference between spending it early or spending it late? To be frank, I earn money for you and my parents. Lily was about to get confused by him and decided to keep her mouth shut. This was an experience she had gained from being tricked too many times. Leo usually wouldn't take advantage of her directly. Instead, he would first trick her into a commitment and then shamelessly proceed. This person loved finding legitimate excuses for his hooligan behavior. The less she said, the safer it was. Just then, Leo suddenly patted her shoulder as if nothing had happened. Go wash some grapes for me to eat. There should be some left from before. Okay. As soon as Lily walked into the kitchen, Leo quickly hid several first-person shooter games and adult films. Damn it. He almost ruined his reputation. A little while later, Leo moved a chair from the dining table and sat beside Lily, watching her play a game. He never expected this naive girl to pick Plants vs. Zombies. The Steam version of this game was entirely in English, but this level of English was not an obstacle for Lily. Isn't there a Chinese version? Lily asked, tilting her head. This doesn't even need Chinese, does it? I could play it in English when I was a kid, around the age I met you. The girl blinked, praising him. You're so amazing. Leo's lips curved into a smile. This was, of course, an exaggeration. He had just fumbled around to figure out what each button did. Many games back then didn't have Chinese translations. He had learned them all by fumbling. Even games like CS. But there were always exceptions. There was a game called Alien Shooter that he was stuck on right at the beginning. Later, when he got older, he played Red Alert and StarCraft and never opened that game again. Even though the zombies were designed to look as harmless as possible and the plants were cute, Lily was still nervous. She wouldn't play unless she was holding Leo's hand with one hand. Leo suddenly discovered that teaching this naive girl to play games was much more enjoyable than playing himself. Especially since Lily played a casual game with such intensity. It was extremely interesting. Is it fun? A little while later, he spit out a grape seed onto a tissue and asked softly. It's fun. Lily very focusedly placed her sunflowers in the back row. She was also reluctant to use nuts as meat shields, showing a very girlish gaming style. Leo was very satisfied. He thought, such a great game. How could it not attract this naive girl? Just get corrupted by the greatest form of entertainment in the 21st century, Lily Leong. In the future, when they had free time, he could also take her traveling, and there were many more things they could experience together. He gently stroked the girl's soft hair, from her head down to the ends. Life was still long. The two played for almost an hour, until 2 p.m. Suddenly, Leo's shout echoed from the living room. Place a plant for the zombies to chew on, buy some time. Your cherry bomb is almost ready. Lily bit her lower lip, then released the mouse, saying with determination, let the zombies eat me. Don't eat them. Leo's mouth was open, and he stared blankly at her. Amazing. Let's play for another half an hour. Then we'll go to the amusement park, he said, chuckling. The moment he finished, his phone on the table rang. Lily instinctively turned off the computer sound, quietly watching him. The call was from Sophie. Hello, Mom. Do you have anything planned for the company this afternoon? The company? No, nothing. Leo waved his hand, signaling Lily to keep playing. He hadn't watched enough yet and hadn't thought much about it. Then come home this afternoon. Leo almost dropped his phone. I have company matters. I just remembered, there's a meeting. You figure it out yourself. A summons from the Empress Dowager brought Leo back from the frontier. Leo always felt that going to the amusement park was becoming a jinx. The first time he mentioned it to Lily, it was her father's death anniversary, and she had to go home. Then when Lily brought it up, he had a sudden business trip. Now, they both finally had time, and had just made plans, but his mom called him back for some unknown reason. How strange. Leo and Lily had just entered the apartment when they saw a girl, who looked like she had just started elementary school, sitting next to Sophie. The little girl seemed subdued, with a small ponytail, sitting silently. Leo took a quick look, completely unfamiliar with her. He pointed and asked, Is her name Chloe Chun? Mom. I'm sorry. My girlfriend's here, don't hit me. Leo was dragged into the room by his ear by Sophie. Lily pursed her lips and lowered her head to greet Marcus Chun. Your skin's itching, isn't it? Sophie said, annoyed. She understood immediately. Leo was asking if that was his biological sister. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She needed to find an opportunity to give this unfortunate son a good beating. He had even brought a girl to his room and touched her legs earlier. Her son, who was so well-behaved, How had he suddenly gone astray? I was just kidding, Leo said, rubbing his ear. I've brought my girlfriend home, and you're still pinching my ear in front of her. Sophie suddenly realized. Oh right, you reminded me. When I have time, I'll teach Lily that trick. You've been afraid of it since you were little. No. Leo immediately panicked. He was already getting headbutt by Lily's fierce tackles every day to the point of being incapacitated. If that naive girl learned this trick too, how would he survive? Then you behave yourself? Don't make me angry, and don't make Lily angry, Sophie said, sitting on the bed. Your dad and I are going to the hospital to visit a patient. You watch the child for half a day. Leo almost choked. He quickly said, I'm worth millions now. You want me to come home and babysit? Even if you're worth tens of millions, in my eyes, you're still just a 20-something kid, Sophie said blankly. I thought you were busy, so I specifically asked you, and you said you had nothing to do. She then reached out and pressed Leo's shoulders. Just think of it as experiencing what it's like to have a child early. You'll be a dad sooner or later anyway. If you didn't suddenly assign me this task, maybe I could be a dad next year. You little rascal. Sophie sighed. This is your uncle's daughter. Her parents have something urgent, so she's staying with us for 2 days. Leo knew his mom liked children and had a good personality, so relatives who had a good relationship with them often left their children at their house. So he wasn't too surprised. He asked, what are you and Dad doing? Going to a funeral? Your cousin's husband passed away. All right. Marcus Chun and Sophie seemed to be waiting for another relative to come and go with them, so they weren't in a hurry to leave. Lily was playing with the little girl with Sophie, while Leo sat at the coffee table, playing chess with Marcus Chun. Anyone who didn't know would think it was a young couple bringing their child home. Since high school, Leo's chess skills had been on par with Marcus Chun's. Most of the time, their games were back and forth. How did my cousin's husband die? Leo asked, placing a captured cannon aside. He died of illness, Marcus Chun said with a light sigh. There was no need to be too specific. Modern medicine couldn't cure many diseases. Don't I need to go back? No. Stay home and watch the child. Leo felt a pang of melancholy. I saw him last time, and he was perfectly fine. The last time, the old man hadn't even a single gray hair. He had happily pulled Leo along, made him drink several cups, and encouraged him to find a wife in university, saying he'd attend the wedding. Yet, in recent years, there had been no news, and then he was gone. The last time you saw him was several years ago, at your graduation party, Marcus Chun reminded him, his expression calm. Leo paused, feeling a little dazed. It really had been several years. Life is very short. For everyone, every meeting is one less. We're doing subtraction from the moment we're born, Marcus Chun said, rubbing his forehead as he pondered his next move. Now, thinking back to when I first met your mom, and when you were just born, it all feels like yesterday. Only after reflecting do I realize that your mom and I are no longer young. Leo unconsciously glanced at Lily. His heart felt a bit timid. Coincidentally, Lily was also looking at him, but because she was at Leo's house, she quickly looked away and continued to play with the Barbie doll with the little girl. Sister, I need to use the restroom. I'll take you, Lily said. Her gentle demeanor and pretty face naturally attracted children. What are you thinking about? Marcus Chun asked softly. Leo turned back. Nothing. I just suddenly feel that life passing by like this is quite good. A quiet life? A quiet life is good. I thought you would be more ambitious than me. Leo subtly curved his lips. Your son has never been very ambitious since he was little. If it weren't for too many complex factors, I would also want to earn a bit more money, and then I would have already quit. Marcus Chun was noncommittal. I heard your company's operating funds are now in the 8 figures. Yes. Then your future life will be anything but quiet. When tens of millions of funds flow through, it will force you to spend all your time on it. Once your appetite grows, you can't just shrink it back. But everyone has their own ambitions. Just know your own mind. In chess, you can negotiate to take back a move, but in life, if you choose the wrong path, it's chosen. Leo grimaced, moved his hand to his chess piece, and pleaded, let me take back a move? My cannon shouldn't have moved here. No, take it. Why are you always on your phone? Leo found it strange that his dad was constantly looking at his phone. Some work matters, Marcus Chun said, then moved his chariot to Leo's general. Checkmate. Amazing. Truly worthy of being my father, Leo Chen's father. Marcus Chun felt a pang of discomfort. Why did it feel like this kid was praising himself too? After one game of chess, Sophie stood up and called Marcus Chun to leave. Lily, thank you for your trouble, Sophie said in a gentle voice. No problem. Mom, what about me? Leo was unconvinced. He was also working hard watching the child. Oh, right. And you? Sophie said, nodding slightly, then looked at Lily with a hint of guilt. Lily, Leo is also troubling you. Leo. The two walked to the door to wait for the elevator. Sophie saw Marcus Chen's phone still lit up and frowned, reminding him, you didn't close your chess app. Oh. Marcus Chen put his phone in his pocket, pretending as if nothing had happened. This little rascal. How could he get better at chess even without playing much? He couldn't even beat him without resorting to dirty tricks. Had he gotten old? Sophie couldn't help but roll her eyes at her husband. Between the old man and the young one, these two combined had 800 tricks up their sleeves. One was worse than the other. She had been tricked into marrying him. Lily went to wash her hands. Leo sat on the floor, staring intently at the little girl. "What's your name?" Leo asked. "I'm Molly. Molly Chun." Leo nodded. "I'm Eddie Pong. Remember to call me Big Brother." Molly looked up at him, her small eyes filled with great confusion. Wasn't his last name Chun? "Don't tease her," Lily said, returning with a jelly cup, gently chiding him. "Sister, feed me," Molly said, opening her mouth and revealing tiny white teeth. She looked adorable. "Okay." Lily fed Molly 2 spoonfuls of jelly, then turned to see Leo blinking at her. "Sister, feed me," Leo said, then opened his mouth, motionless. Lily froze, her face instantly turning red to her ears. Why are you even jealous of a child?" Molly stared blankly at Leo. Leo didn't care and continued to stare at Lily. "Sister, hurry up," Leo urged. Don't say that." Lily's face flushed and her heart pounded at the sudden address. She quickly scooped a piece of jelly with a plastic spoon and fed it to Leo, trying to shut him up. She felt dizzy. Why was he calling her sister out of nowhere? And in front of someone else? Molly looked up at her. "Sister's face is so red." "Your sister might be a little hot," Leo said casually, stacking building blocks high. The jelly was delicious, too bad it wasn't imported. Molly reached for the remote, and proactively turned down the temperature a few degrees, then came back to continue building blocks with Leo. Lily, who had just washed her hands, ran back to the restroom to wash her face. The cool water on her burning cheeks finally calmed her a little. She looked up, both shy and annoyed, at her reflection in the mirror. "Lily, you're actually still happy. You're a pervert." She had clearly been corrupted by Leo, hadn't she? Leo was 2 years older than her too. Returning to the living room, she saw Leo bullying the child again. "You owe me a big apology, you know that?" Leo said with a straight face. Molly was less shy now that she was a bit familiar, but still timidly asked, "Why?" "I was supposed to go on a date with this pretty sister to the amusement park." Leo continued to pretend to be fierce, holding up a Barbie doll. "But because I had to stay home and watch you, it's all ruined." He sighed silently inwardly. This little brat was so annoying, ruining his plans. If she didn't behave, he'd sell her. Molly lowered her head pitifully. "Then you and sister should still go to the amusement park." "But what about you? You can't be left alone," Leo said, a little touched by Molly's childish yet sensible words. He decided to treat her to something delicious later. "Then I'll go too." Leo was stunned. Were there no more honest people left in their Chin family? Only he, the sole descendant, could still be considered a good person. What was a true gentleman, anyway? Lily smiled and sat to the side, carefully arranging the clothes for the Barbie dolls. These little dresses were dazzling and beautiful, one prettier than the next. Unfortunately, the toys she hadn't experienced as a child no longer held the same appeal. Just then, Molly, making a silly sound again, asked, "Brother, is sister your wife?" "Of course," Leo said, then looked at Lily, holding her hand, and asked with a mischievous grin, "Right, wife?" "Absolutely not." Lily didn't want to engage with him. This person would seize any opportunity to take advantage of her. Despite saying that, this naive girl's hand remained completely still, letting Leo hold it. Leo was unconvinced. "Just wait until I get my marriage certificate," he thought. "Let's see if you can still be so stubborn then." "It seems your sister isn't very willing. Perhaps her feelings aren't deep enough, alas," Leo said, pretending to be very sad, turning to Molly. Lily puffed out her cheeks. "You only know how to bully me." The two played with the child for a while. Not long after, Molly grew tired of playing and pitifully asked to play on a phone. Leo occasionally had to answer calls, so Lily had to give her own phone to Molly. Baby bus, strange sounds began to fill the living room. "Watching kids is too simple now. Just give them a phone, and they stop making a fuss," Leo remarked, looking at Molly, who had become well-behaved again. Lily nodded softly, mumbling, "If only watching you were that simple." Even getting him to drink hot water or apply lip balm required coaxing, and even selling her charm. Taking care of a boyfriend was much harder than taking care of a child. Leo didn't hear clearly and turned to look at her. "What did you say?" "Nothing, I didn't say anything." She quickly waved her hand. If Leo heard her, she would be finished. After a while, Leo's initial excitement about watching the child faded, and he sat on the sofa, watching Lily and Molly play. This naive girl seemed to have endless patience. She never got angry, and she was especially obedient to him. Lily held Molly in her arms, gently playing a puzzle game on the phone with her. Every now and then, she would coax Molly to put down the phone and rub her eyes. Leo paused, feeling a sudden sense of déjà vu. This scene made him imagine his life a few years later, after he and Lily got married. It would probably be much the same. He decided to try for a daughter in the future. That would be nice. As Leo thought about it, he vigorously shook his head again. Damn it, what am I fantasizing about now? He had only just barely managed to touch her leg. How far along was this long march? He still had to keep working hard. This naive girl seemed to have a kind of magic. Before, when he watched Lily cook, He would also fantasize about the days when this naive girl would cook for him in the future. Lily would occasionally look up at Leo, but this time she saw Leo sitting motionless and felt a bit strange. She thought Leo was worried about work matters. Leo was indeed worried, but he was worried about what to name their future child. Before she could avert her gaze from Leo's face, Molly, in her arms, leaned against her and let out a big yawn. Leo felt a strange envy. Children were so happy. They ate and played, then got tired, and could sleep whenever they wanted. No work, no worries about mortgages or car payments, no worries about not being able to afford marriage. Tired? Do you want to take a nap? Lily asked softly. Yes. Take her to my room, Leo said softly. Chloe Chin was probably in class now, so he couldn't ask her if she agreed. He decided to put Molly in his own room. Although he wished he could dig a hole and bury his devious sister every day, he ultimately still doted on her. Many of these Barbie dolls were ones he had saved his pocket money to buy for Chloe Chan when he was little. Okay, Lily took Molly to Leo's room. Leo sat on the floor, putting the toys back into Chloe Chin's box one by one. Halfway through tidying, he suddenly smiled again. This devious sister, she had only kept the dolls he had given her in perfect condition. Just then, Molly ran out quickly, her little feet pattering on the floor. While Leo was still curious, she leaned close to Leo's ear and whispered, "Brother, don't be sad. I secretly asked sister just now, and she said she's willing to be your wife. I'm going to the restroom. Don't tell her I told you, okay?" Leo couldn't help but chuckle as he stroked Molly's head. "Brother will take you out for a buffet tonight, okay?" He looked at the little girl with the ponytail in front of him, growing fonder and fonder. This child was cute, and she knew how to talk. So adorable. Molly looked a little confused but still nodded, thinking, why is this big brother changing his expression so quickly? He had been so fierce at first. I want to go to the amusement park, she mumbled softly. Children her age were all playful. We'll go after you wake up. Thank you, big brother. Perhaps she was excited about going to the amusement park. The little one woke up in less than half an hour. Leo casually picked an outfit from his closet and changed into it directly. For boys, choosing clothes was all about convenience. T-shirts and pants just needed to be wearable. There was no need to consider matching. Being able to coordinate black, white, and gray already put one ahead of 80% of boys. When he came out, Lily was sitting on the sofa, braiding Molly's hair, holding a hair tie in her mouth. Her movements were meticulous and gentle, and her virtuous wife and loving mother demeanor made him swallow. Holy cow, do I have the ambition of a warlord? He cleared his throat and asked, "Park or amusement park? There's a park nearby where you can feed swans." Molly's eyes darted around. I want both. Leo's jaw almost dropped. Children these days, how can they be like this? He was certain he couldn't have said something like that when he was little. There's not enough time. We can only choose one. Then let's go to the amusement park. In a few minutes, they were all ready. Leo led Molly to the entryway. Wait a minute. Lily walked over, rummaging through her bag for lip balm. You two put on lip balm. No, Leo was still rebellious. He bit off the chapped skin on his lips and ate it, destroying the evidence. Molly looked up at Leo, then stifled a laugh. I won't either. Lily was speechless. She looked at the two, one big and one small, her eyes filled with exasperation. Leo suddenly smacked his lips with a pop. Lily understood what he meant and turned her face away, both angry and annoyed. Molly, wait here. Brother and sister are going to the room to find you some candy. Leo said. Okay. A few minutes later, under Molly's yawning gaze, Leo's bedroom door slowly opened. Lily walked over and squatted down, taking out an orange-flavored lip balm and applying it to Molly. Molly had said she wouldn't use it, but now she didn't refuse. Brother doesn't need to put it on? She asked curiously. Brother already put it on. Leo leaned in to show her. He's naughty. We won't learn from him, Lily said, feeling wronged. After Lily applied lip balm to the two, one big and one small, they finally left. While waiting for the elevator, Leo tried to hold Lily's hand, but she head-butted him hard. It seemed his mom wasn't wrong after all. This naive girl was indeed taking care of both of them. Leo held Lily's hand, and Lily held Molly's hand. This scene always felt a little strange to him. A perfectly normal date suddenly turned into a family outing. How many years had they fast-forwarded? Leo's apartment was quite close to the amusement park, less than a 20-minute drive. But finding parking took another 10 minutes. Wait for me to find you, test your eyes. When the car stereo sang this line, Leo also turned to Lily and sang a line. Brother sings so well. Molly, sitting in the back seat with Lily, praised. Molly, when you grow up, remember not to be a third wheel to your best friends. Leo made a joke, then looked at the rearview mirror and asked, didn't you put on sunscreen? Lily shook her head. The sunscreen is at home. I didn't bring it out. Leo was a bit speechless. This naive girl remembered whether he had put on lip balm so clearly, but she wasn't so concerned about herself. He sighed softly. Never mind, it's not that sunny anyway. The few of them got out of the car and slowly walked to the amusement park entrance. Today was a beautiful day, with a clear blue sky and visibly floating clouds, making one feel refreshed and joyful. It was truly good weather. The national holiday was over, but the amusement park was still quite crowded. Looking out from a high vantage point, there were heads everywhere, but it wasn't so packed that people were jostling each other. Lily wanted to pay for the tickets. Leo didn't stop her. He just went to a vending machine nearby to buy a few bottles of water. When he returned, he saw Lily smiling sweetly at him. The breeze rustled her hair and t-shirt, making her clothes a bit wrinkled. The tickets are $30 cheaper today than during the holiday. Look how happy you are. Leo couldn't help but laugh. This naive girl's happiness came so simply. As soon as they entered the amusement park, the atmosphere completely changed. The amusement park had just been redecorated, and everywhere was a very girlish, cartoon style. Molly was so excited she skipped as she walked, stopping dead in her tracks whenever she saw something new. Lily, like an old woman visiting a grand garden for the first time, looked around with curious eyes. "Do you want to put your things in my bag?" Lily asked, leaning closer after they had walked hand in hand for a while. Leo had to strain to hear her. It was truly difficult to communicate with this naive girl when it was noisy. "No need. My pockets are big," he said, putting his car keys and phone into his pocket. It also contained his power bank, apartment keys, wireless earbuds, and even a few candies to feed Lily. He truly couldn't understand why Lily always needed to carry a bag when they went out. Lily also couldn't understand why Leo's pockets could hold so many things. Was he Doraemon? "What should we do?" she asked softly again. The various rides around them dazzled her, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do. From afar, a group of people were being flung up and down by the famous roller coaster. She felt she could hear their screams from here, let alone riding it. She didn't even dare to look. Watching the roller coaster go upside down, her heart suddenly pounded, as if she were on it herself. "Check the map." Leo walked to a retail store and picked up a map from the table. He glanced to the side. Good heavens, the drinks in this store were only $1 more expensive than outside the amusement park. They could even be considered an honest vendor. He looked at the confusing array of attractions, also a bit dazed. "Have you been here before?" Lily asked, leading Molly beside him. Leo nodded slightly. "The last time I came here was in my freshman year with my roommates. It's been a long time." The vivid memory of Jake and Ryan throwing up wildly by the trash can still lingered, but now they had all gone their separate ways. It was a bit melancholic. "Many attractions aren't suitable for Molly's height, and you're afraid of heights, so we won't play anything too thrilling," he said, looking at the map in his hand. Lily was secretly pleased to hear this. First, Leo still remembered, and second, she didn't have to worry about dying of fright on the roller coaster. Leo folded the map and put it in his pocket. It's a bit of a shame. After all, coming to an amusement park and not riding a roller coaster is like... Like what? Like coming to an amusement park and not riding a roller coaster. Distracted by the noise around them, he couldn't come up with a better analogy. Just then, Molly, who had been well-behaved for a while, tugged at their clothes. "I want cotton candy." "Buy it," Leo said. He led the two to a stall. He didn't expect these things to be changing with the times. Now they were all sorts of colors. He held up 2 fingers to the vendor. "2, please." 2 cotton candies cost $30. Leo couldn't remember how much cotton candy cost when he was little. Maybe $1 or $2. Damn it. Why were these things, which cost so little to make, sold for so much? Why not just rob people? He might as well open a baked sweet potato stall instead of a game company. Sweet potatoes that cost a few dollars per pound, baked and sold for $15 each. He couldn't even imagine the net profit. He even had a slogan ready. Autumn's first baked sweet potato. Go buy one for your girlfriend. Seeing Lily's blissful expression, he no longer bothered with his inner thoughts. Couples in love were both easily tricked, willingly becoming big spenders for the other's happiness. Forget $15 each. He'd gladly buy her one with an extra 2 zeros on the price if it made this naive girl happy. Anyway, he could afford it. Lily tore off a piece with her finger and proactively offered it to Leo's mouth. Leo shook his head, refusing her offer. Instead, he took the cotton candy, found the spot where Lily had just eaten, and bit into it. The cotton candy, there was a little yellowish from saliva. Lily really wanted to headbutt him, but there were too many people around, so she had to endure his hooliganism. Molly suddenly grabbed Leo's hand, pointing to the bumper cars. "Brother, let's go play this." Leo turned his head and immediately looked troubled. A group of people laughing like idiots, driving extremely slow bumper cars and crashing into each other? How stupid. He might be a millionaire boss in the future. "Do you want to play?" Lily asked very, very softly. "Do you want to play?" Leo sensed the meaning in the girl's words and suddenly felt that he could be stupid for a while too. Lily nodded, feeling very embarrassed. There seemed to be several couples inside. "I want you to drive me." Leo stared intently at the idiots inside, clenching his fists. He hesitated a bit. He had never been interested in this type of ride since he was little. He had always thought it was something he would never experience in his life. Well, everyone laughed at King Yu of Zhou, but everyone was King Yu of Zhou. Just then, Lily, imitating Molly, walked over and took Leo's other hand. Lily gently swayed his arm, lowered her head, and turned away her slightly flushed cheek, only showing Leo half of her shy profile. She said nervously, brother, Let's go play this. Leo froze. Seeing the girl's shy, averted face, he felt his heart was squeezed by this naive girl. When did she learn to use his own tactics against him? But what do you take me for? Do you really think someone as serious as I am would be so easily seduced by you? While his brain thought this, his mouth blurted out, then let's play. Lily was very happy to hear this, but her head drooped lower and lower in shyness. Too embarrassing. Leo walked up and whispered in the girl's ear, call me honey, and I'll play bumper cars with you all day. No, Lily continued to avert her face. Her exposed earlobes flushed. She said pitifully, you keep asking to be called honey before we're even married. What will you ask for after we're married? She didn't even dare to imagine. Soon, the three of them finished queuing and happily sat in a bumper car. Lily held Molly in her arms, sitting obediently beside Leo. The bumper car arena in this amusement park was large, and the speed was slightly faster than those in parks. It was actually quite thrilling to drive. Of course, the impact when being hit was also more noticeable. Brother, let's hit them back. Okay. Molly was startled when someone rushed towards them again. Oh no, this person is fighting back. Run. I'm running. Good heavens, it's all your fault. Now the whole arena is full of our enemies. What was supposed to be a relaxing amusement ride became incredibly exciting because of Molly. Under Molly's command, Leo drove like a road rager, crashing into anyone he saw. A group of people tried to retaliate but found it difficult. This person didn't seem to be here to play casually. He weaved and dodged his bumper car all over the arena, making him impossible to hit. Anyone who didn't know better would think it was a professional driver driving up the mountain. The game experience was extremely poor. Unlike Molly, who was constantly concerned about the battle situation, Lily watched Leo's focused profile the entire time, occasionally smiling subtly. Leo's expression seemed to have a magical quality. Just seeing it made her feel at ease. While Lily was still lost in thought, her whole body suddenly swayed. Startled, she quickly linked arms with Leo. They were hit by a young couple who looked very socially confident. Both of them even stuck out their tongues at Leo and Lily in unison. Before Molly could even give a command, Lily gently tugged Leo's clothes, mustered her courage, and whispered, Leo, let's get revenge. Leo smirked. The goal of this game suddenly became clear. They're dead. After a long while, the few of them slowly walked out of the bumper car arena. It proved that being childish occasionally was good for mental and physical health. Leo had actually had a lot of fun. Why bother thinking some things are childish? Adults are all tsundere. Who knows how many ideas are rejected by a simple, that's a bit childish, missing out on opportunities for happiness. Not many people care whether your actions are childish or not. Just be happy yourself. Leo decided to take a day off and continue experiencing such childish things. I'm thirsty. Molly pouted. Hearing this, Lily took out the bottled water Leo had bought from her bag, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to Molly. Molly took a small sip, not looking very eager to drink it. Leo pointed to the freshly squeezed watermelon juice stall a dozen steps away, looking a bit speechless. She wants watermelon juice. Oh, only then did Lily realize. She had to admit that Leo was more attentive to some details than she was. After Lily paid for the tickets, Leo no longer allowed her to insist on paying for these kinds of expenses. 2 300-milliliter watermelon juices cost the same as 2 cotton candies, making Leo's lips twitch in surprise. For a moment, he didn't know if this store was being unscrupulous or not. Brother, aren't you drinking? Molly held up her watermelon juice and proactively offered Leo the first sip. I'll drink your sister's. Why does brother always eat sister's things? Molly found it strange. Stupid question, Leo shrugged. Because your sister and watermelon juice are both brothers. They're not yours. Lily said this verbally, but her hand obediently handed the watermelon juice to Leo's mouth for him to drink. Molly finished her small cup of watermelon juice in a few sips. Lily, however, drank hers as if she was reluctant to finish it. After walking for several minutes, she still hadn't drunk even half. This was even after she kept proactively offering it to Leo for him to drink. Such subtle thoughts, of course, couldn't escape Leo, whose attention was always on her. Leo pointed to a trash can in the distance and said softly, there's a trash can up ahead. Drink it quickly and throw it away. It might be difficult to throw away later, and it's not convenient to hold while playing. Only then did Lily and obediently drank all the watermelon juice. $15, gone in a few sips. A little sad. Walking by the pirate ship, Molly's footsteps stopped again. I want to play this. She pointed at the torture device-like pirate ship, her eyes sparkling. Your sister is afraid of heights, Leo said seriously. Lily had complained about the height, even at his company. Making her ride this would be asking for her life. Molly nodded obediently, but her childish gaze still lingered on Leo's face. Leo cleared his throat and said again, if we go on it alone, your sister might be abducted by bad people if she's left here by herself. Lily squeezed Leo's hand slightly. I'm not that silly. You still say you're not that silly? I easily tricked you into my apartment back then. Because I like you, so I didn't guard against you at all. Lily mumbled, turning her face away. She wouldn't fall for anyone else's tricks. She might be a bit naive, But even the silliest girl wouldn't go to a boy's apartment alone, especially knowing he was alone. "Brother, why aren't you talking?" Molly asked blankly after a short while. Leo had only just recovered some of his health bar, and quickly shook his head. "It's nothing." "Then let's not play this. Let's play something sister can also enjoy," Molly said obediently. She was truly more sensible than children her age. Good upbringing was important. After all, children were born as blank slates. Whether human nature was inherently good or bad, the words and actions of young children were actually reflections of their parents. Leo rubbed her head. So well behaved. Even without any thrilling rides, the few of them still had a lot of fun. Lily and Molly took turns choosing where to go, and Leo accompanied them. Once they started having fun, time flew like sand through their fingers. In the evening, seeing fewer people queuing, the few of them squeezed in to watch a musical fountain show. The area around the fountain was lit up, and the water flowed and surged with the music. At first glance, it was quite interesting. Leo yawned lazily, feeling a bit bored, but Molly and Lily were engrossed. He watched the girl's profile. The lights occasionally shone on her delicate face, making her look even more gentle and charming. Leo squeezed the girl's hand. The next moment, the girl, still focused on the fountain, squeezed his hand back. Clearly, something more important than the fountain was always on her mind, occupying her attention every moment. He couldn't help but smile. His plan to help this naive girl experience life had taken a big step forward. He would just give himself an award in his mind. Molly looked up at Leo, who was constantly staring at Lily, and blinked in confusion. Brother seemed a little aloof, but was actually very gentle. Sister was also very gentle. Brother loved sister very much, and sister also loved brother very much. This was Molly's assessment of Leo and Lily after spending the day with them. Her experience was not enough for her to understand why Leo and Lily, with such different personalities, got along so well. Just then, Leo answered a phone call. "Hello, Mom, what's up?" "Okay, we'll be back soon. You want to treat me to dinner? You and Dad eat with them. I just need to drop her off, and then I have to go back to the company." "Of course I have to go to the company. They're probably going crazy after I was out of touch for half the day for a date." All right, I'm really going back now. I'm almost at the parking lot." Seeing Leo hang up the phone, Molly lowered her head and pouted, her expression turning a little downcast. She hadn't finished playing yet. Playing with brother and sister was much more fun than playing with toys alone at home. Her mood dropped, and suddenly the fountain in front of her didn't look as good. The previously pleasant songs now just sounded noisy. Leo seemed to see through her thoughts immediately. He leaned down and whispered, "Let's go ride the Ferris wheel later. Remember to tell them that the road was jammed." The sadness on a child's face came and went quickly. Molly immediately smiled and nodded. Okay. This big brother seemed to know everything. She suddenly realized that not only was brother happy, but sister must be very happy too. The Ferris wheel in the amusement park was located by a lake. After dark, it was lit up, still turning at a very steady speed, looking leisurely. Lily was even afraid of riding the Ferris wheel. Her legs were weak when she first got on, and she clung tightly to Leo's arm the whole time, unable to even stand up. Their gondola slowly ascended. Molly, very excited, pressed her face against the window, watching the people below shrink smaller and smaller. "Open your eyes, or you'll have come up for nothing," Leo whispered in Lily's ear. Lily kept her eyes tightly shut, wishing she could burrow completely into Leo's arms. "Try it. Many things aren't as scary as you imagine," Leo said, interlocking his fingers with the girl's, continuing to comfort her softly. "Molly isn't even scared. You're just scared by your own imagination. It's not actually like that." "Okay." Lily mustered her courage, squeezed Leo's hand tightly, and after a long while, dared to open her eyes. Looking at the lights illuminating the amusement park and the calm, still lake beside them, her heart suddenly quieted. For a moment, she forgot to be scared, completely captivated by the scenery before her. But she still held Leo's hand tightly. "Thank you for taking me out to play," Molly said, sitting opposite them, swinging her feet. As she spoke, she stood up and kissed Leo's cheek, then ran to the side to kiss Lily. "Your sister's cheek is only for me to kiss," Leo joked. Molly, worthy of her family's genes, her little brain worked quickly. Her eyes darted around, and she said, "Then brother, you kiss her for me." "All right." Before Lily could react, Leo immediately kissed her cheek hard, then turned back to Molly. "Remember to come play at my house again when you have time." He just liked sensible children like this. Okay, the Ferris wheel turned very slowly. After about 15 minutes, their gondola slowly rose to the highest point. The scattered lights that had been visible earlier had now turned into countless household lights. The sky grew darker, and the summer heat had long dissipated, leaving behind a tranquil atmosphere unique to the night. Molly was tired of playing. She had only been curious for a while when they first got on, and then she leaned to the side, her eyelids drooping. She was now asleep. Lily sat next to Leo, her head resting on his shoulder, her eyes also closed. She had never played so uninhibitedly as she did today. Now, her whole body was exhausted, and she seemed a bit drowsy. Leo gently moved his shoulder. Seeing the girl didn't react, he turned his head and kissed the girl's hair, then said nothing more. He quieted, looked out the window, his mood unusually calm. They say that people live for only a few moments. At this moment, he suddenly felt what kind of life he truly wanted. He had just yawned when his phone rang. It was a call from Tencent. It wouldn't be a casual chat. It was probably something quite important. Seeing the two drowsy girls, Leo hesitated for 2 seconds, then chose to hang up. The gondola immediately fell silent again. He could faintly hear the breathing of the two girls. Leo scoffed, whispering, "What two idiots, falling asleep on a Ferris wheel." "I'm not an idiot." Lily, half asleep, instinctively refuted, tightening her grip on Leo's arm. "If you fall asleep, I'll take you home with me." "Okay." By early November, Leo had finally finished the technical transfer and integration. By this time, his first game, Tower of Slaughter, had added another 2 million to his personal account. The bad news was that, like other mini-games on the WeChat platform, it had benefited from a trend that was now fading. It wouldn't bring in such exaggerated profits anymore. But Leo didn't mind. The revenue had already exceeded his expectations. One had to be self-aware. He knew how immature their company was when they made that game. Confucius once said, "Do not desire to have things done quickly. Do not look at small advantages. Desire to have things done quickly prevents their being done thoroughly. Looking at small advantages prevents great affairs from being accomplished." In essence, it meant one shouldn't be too eager. Things should be done step by step. Leo boiled water, lost in thought. Although he could only explore Lily's legs for now, he knew that the time to unlock more permissions wouldn't be far off. After all, even boiling a frog required strategy. If you scared the frog out of the pot immediately, how could you devour it completely? How could you boil it? Leo was very satisfied with his current approach. He poured a cup of water and returned to the room. The air conditioner still hadn't been fixed, and Lily hadn't asked about it again. When he entered, Lily was lying on her side on the bed. Seeing him, she quickly tugged down the hem of her shirt, covering her unintentionally exposed, slender waist. Experts once said that a girlfriend appropriately giving her boyfriend some benefits is conducive to a harmonious relationship, Leo said, blowing on the hot steam from his teacup. "My mom doesn't even believe those so-called experts on the internet." Lily mumbled softly. Leo placed the teacup on the nightstand and obediently lay down on the other side of the bed, chuckling softly. Auntie is truly smarter than many people her age. She didn't believe any experts, she only believed Lily. Whether those so-called experts meant well for her health, she didn't know, but she knew her daughter definitely meant well. Lily was certainly looking out for her health, so she just needed to listen to her daughter. Unfortunately, many people still couldn't grasp this extremely simple truth. Sensing Leo lying down, Lily turned to look at him, her eyes overflowing with unconcealed joy. "My mom can now walk for almost 10 minutes by herself." "Then if I bully you again, won't Annie chase after me to hit me?" Leo said. Leo's words made Lily laugh. Her heart immediately filled with anticipation for the future, but she still said softly, Then you just don't bully me, and it'll be fine. And my mom wouldn't bear to hit you." This person was so annoying. She was already used to being bullied, and he was still pretending to be concerned. "Humph, as if you can resist bullying me." "It's a bit cold." Leo shivered and leaned closer to Lily. Hangzhou not only lacked spring, but also autumn. After the heat, it was straight to the cold. What are you doing?" Lily moved back towards the edge of the bed, watching him warily. Leo found it strange. "Before, when I just came back from my business trip, you proactively came and hugged me to sleep. Now you won't let me hug you." "I only hugged you to sleep that one time." The girl completely retreated into the blanket, only her clear, beautiful eyes visible. Leo shook his head. "That doesn't count. I even let you use my arm as a pillow then. By all accounts, I was the one who was taken advantage of for free." He hadn't done anything then. He was just planning to take a nap, and this naive girl had climbed into his arms herself. It had nothing to do with him. Lily grew more and more wronged. "But you were the one who stretched out your arm." "Did I? I forgot. It was so long ago, who remembers?" Leo smiled at her. "Lily Liang, you need to provide evidence when you speak. Do you have any?" I. She truly didn't. The girl decided to make concessions. So she mumbled softly, "If you just take a nap obediently, I'll let you touch my legs, okay? I'll go draw on the sofa later, and you can rest your head on my lap." She never expected these words to have the opposite effect. "What nonsense." Leo sternly refuted Lily's slander. "I'm such an innocent and upright gentleman. How can you make me sound so filthy? I just want to hug my girlfriend to sleep. I have no lustful intentions," he said very earnestly. "Your suggestion that I'd give up hugging you to sleep for some benefits is an insult to my character. You know that?" Lily believed him. "I'm sorry," she said softly, then proactively leaned a little closer to Leo. After a series of coercion and inducements, Leo finally had his way. He hugged the soft, fragrant girl from behind, placed his right hand on her abdomen, and then remained motionless. "Let's find some time to look at that apartment we bought. Just furnish it simply for now." The bedroom was quiet for a moment. Leo whispered. Lily nodded gently. "Okay, actually, the formaldehyde should have mostly dissipated by then. By now, there's definitely no problem. You and Auntie can live there first. Before the girl could speak, Leo continued. Your apartment's lease is up this month, isn't it? Lily paused. She hadn't expected Leo to remember so clearly. Is that okay? The girl still whispered. Leo gently pinched the girl's stomach. If you keep talking like this, I'm going to ruin you. This level of physical contact still made the girl's heart tremble a bit. She couldn't help but lean back, trying to escape Leo's claws. Then she bumped into the air conditioner remote. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Lily didn't know how to lie anymore and just froze there, motionless. The girl felt a bit wronged. It always seemed to be like this. Only when Leo's fangs were fully exposed did she realize her boundaries had long been eroded. Where had things gone wrong? She couldn't understand it. Even if she wasn't as smart as Leo, she shouldn't be so unilaterally manipulated, should she? What are you thinking about? Leo asked, seeing the girl hadn't reacted for a long time. Lily grabbed Leo's arm and gently bit him, leaving a very faint tooth mark. I'm thinking how much of a hooligan you are. Leo was quite dismissive. What's there to think about? I'm only a hooligan with you. Really? Although it wasn't the first time Leo had argued like this, the girl still asked again, as if by a strange impulse. Leo leaned his mouth close to the girl's ear and breathed warm air onto her earlobe. In this life, I'll only corral your one cabbage. The warm breath was like an electric current spreading through Lily's body, making her tremble. She pulled the blanket higher, ignoring this bad person. In just a few minutes, Leo's hand unknowingly slipped under the hem of Lily's sleep shirt. Lily shuddered, but realizing Leo's hand was still on her stomach, she relaxed a little and closed her eyes again. One's ambition often grows larger and larger. Soon, he began to slowly move again. Hesitating for a moment, he still cautiously attempted to climb the mountain. If he didn't make Lily angry, he could successfully unlock more permissions. If he did, he would just obediently return to his own room, back to square one. Leo decided to take a gamble, willing to accept the outcome. Fortunately, he won the gamble. What they say about seeing mountains as mountains is true, but climbing them immediately feels different. Without anything in between, the soft sensation made his heart pound. The girl opened her eyes and looked down at the bulge in her clothes. What are you doing? I'm thinking about the meaning of life. Lily heard this and angrily pinched the soft flesh on Leo's arm, expressing her most powerless form of punishment. This girl, as gentle as gentleness itself, was still afraid of hurting Leo. You should unhook that. Doesn't it hurt your hand, being so restrained? All right. Leo suddenly became obedient again, doing exactly as Lily said. What an experience it was to have such an understanding girlfriend. Exploring certain territory was always better when it wasn't too vast, too grand, and it might look impressive but feel unpleasantly large and tiresome to traverse. Too small, and it lacked challenge, leading to a sense of, is that all? Lily's territory was just beyond Leo's full grasp, always feeling just a little out of reach. It was like a mirage appearing before someone dying of thirst, tempting them to try again and again, always seeming within reach, yet always a little too far. So, he never tired of exploring. Lily lay on her side, facing away from him, allowing Leo to indulge in his playful advances. All talk of him being a gentleman was false. The girl grumbled inwardly, feeling wronged. After a while, she quickly bit her finger, stifling any sound. It was too embarrassing. Can we just go to sleep now? Lily pleaded, burying her flushed face in the pillow. Sleeping, Leo said, pulling his hand back, still wanting more. He wasn't greedy. Everything had to happen step by step. Besides, Lily was already accommodating him so much. Lily, who used to gasp in fear at simple skin contact, had clearly put in immense effort for him. A few minutes later, Leo, unable to sleep, sat up from the bed. I'm going to the restroom. Around 1 p.m., Leo woke to an empty bed. Lily, as usual, had already gotten up. He stretched as he walked out of the bedroom, only to be ambushed by Lily, who was waiting. She headbutted him hard. Ah! Leo was startled. He leaned against the wall, clutching his stomach and wailing. Good heavens, what are you doing? If I die, you won't have a boyfriend. Lily was scared by his reaction and quickly leaned in. Are you okay? I'm fine. When Lily realized he was faking, she looked at him with a wronged expression and returned to her drawing. Rule number 2 of the How to Defend Against Leo guide. Don't believe a single word Leo says. After not being allowed to wear spaghetti strap dresses in front of Leo, the girl added another entry to her defense guide. Leo rubbed the spot where he was hit and pulled up a chair to sit beside Lily. The character on the screen was already a rough sketch. A cute short-haired girl holding an adorable dumpling. It was clearly Nagisa Furukawa. She had just watched that anime recently. When Lily first started drawing, he could offer some pointers, but now he couldn't help at all. Perhaps in a while, even Mia wouldn't be able to teach her. Leo didn't deny that her rapid progress was related to her talent, but even more, it was due to her relentless diligence, day and night. Lily's approach to everything seemed to always involve working tirelessly. He, for one, couldn't do it. He had a gene for slacking off, a family heirloom from the Chin family. I've decided to deduct 1 point from your good boyfriend quantification standard, Lily said, still pouting, suddenly very seriously. Leo found it interesting. What new trick had this naive girl learned from her unqualified advisor? People nowadays, always finding someone inexperienced in relationships to be their strategist. It was truly a case of the blind leading the blind. 1 point. Leo pretended to be in pain, asking, then how many points do I have left? He guessed Lily had created a scoring system for him. Perhaps if he dropped to 6 points out of 10, she would ignore him. Lily stopped drawing, thought for a moment, then very seriously said, still, a lot. Leo, then what's the point of this quantification standard? He couldn't help but laugh. This naive girl was sometimes adorably exasperating. Mia would probably be furious if she knew how Lily was using her advice. This assessment was rendered useless right at the start, simply because Lily liked him too much, and her initial score was too high. There were too many points to deduct. It was simply impossible to deduct them all. Why is it useless? Lily pouted, turning back to her drawing. She had finally steeled herself to threaten him. So why did it have no effect? Have you had any stomach aches these past few days? Lily asked suddenly mid-drawing. Leo shook his head. No, my diet has been very regular these days. Since moving to the rental apartment, Lily had taken full charge of his diet and daily life. His 3 meals a day were incredibly regular, making it hard to even get a stomach ache. He even had to compete with her to cook for her. Lily had her own small stubbornness in this regard. Back home, when he was too lazy to get up in the morning, Sophie would at most scold him. If he truly wouldn't get up, she would just grumble and go to work. Lily was different. She would even bring the food over and feed him directly. No matter how lazy he was, he would still obediently eat breakfast. Drink some hot water. I'll go boil some for you, Lily said, standing up. Can I get a point if I drink hot water obediently? Lily nodded gently. Yes, you can. 1 point at a time. You can. Then I'll drink it. Leo leaned leisurely back in his chair, watching the girl's retreating figure. He couldn't help but smile again. The good boyfriend quantification standard was stillborn on its first day due to too many bugs. Leo turned around and suddenly noticed a few images open in the bottom navigation bar. He curiously opened them. They were several rather crude 4-panel comics. He was initially smiling, thinking, I never expected Lily to have a talent for drawing 4-panel comics. The pig's head died in various ridiculous ways and got beaten up. It was quite entertaining. This pig was indeed asking for it. It deserved to be beaten. If only the era of comedic 4-panel comics hadn't passed, this naive girl might really have become famous on her own. Back then, comics like Arrogant and Starkey were very popular and enjoyable. Just as his smile grew wider, he suddenly noticed his name written on the pig's head. At that moment, Lily had also just sat down and noticed what Leo was looking at. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. Lily's brain froze for 2 seconds. Then she finally mustered the courage to secretly glance at Leo. Leo was looking at her expressionlessly. I'm sorry, the girl whispered. If apologies worked, what would we need police for? Lily was a little scared by his gaze. Weak, pitiful, and helpless, she bit her lip. Finally, she extended a trembling hand, proactively pulled up her pant leg a little, revealing a pale, tender thigh, and then pouted, blinking at him. Don't think I'll let you off just like that. Am I that easily fooled? Leo said righteously, while simultaneously touching her leg. Good heavens, she was pleading with him like this. Was this girlfriend almost illegally cute? So, the little white rabbit who beat up the pig's head, was that you? Leo asked. It was me, she replied. Leo said, annoyed. Then you should be living happily with me, not beating me up every day. Lily turned to look at Leo, clear and enchanting eyes filled with flowing water. Who told you to bully me every day? I didn't. Then who was bullying me during our nap? That. All right, I'll try my best not to bully you in the future. Leo felt a little guilty. For once, he didn't know how to argue. I don't believe you. Lily squeezed out a fierce expression and turned back to her drawing. Don't draw anymore. Hurry up and play Plants vs. Zombies, Leo urged. He hadn't watched Lily battle wits with the zombies in too long. He felt ants crawling all over him. Lily glanced at the time. Still 13 minutes to draw. All right. Leo had a sudden idea and took out his DSLR to take a few photos of a focused Lily. This camera, since he got it, had only photographed Lily. It had accumulated quite a few pictures. He could even see subtle changes in this naive girl. He, spending every day with her, naturally didn't notice, but looking at the photos, he would spot many things. Most obviously, the girl smiled more and more, and her melancholy lessened. She no longer only showed her profile to the camera, but gradually got used to facing it directly. Her smile was sweet, and her dimples shallow. Leo knew very well that she wasn't smiling at the camera, she was smiling at him. Her once slightly vacant eyes now looked clear and bright. He wondered how he would feel looking at these photos years, or even decades, later. Looking at the gentle and captivating girl in the frame, Leo suddenly froze. Lily rested her chin on one hand, staring intently at something, seemingly deep in thought. The bright afternoon sun shone on her delicate profile, as if freezing time itself. She was like tranquility itself. Lily, turn around and smile. Hurry, hurry, Leo urged gently, smiling. The next second, he looked at the frozen frame and couldn't help but curve his lips. This was the first time he had captured the girl sticking out her tongue at him. Another big step forward. The naive girl of the past wouldn't have done that. Putting the camera away, he sat back down beside the girl, satisfied. How much longer are you going to draw? 2 minutes, Lily said seriously. Lily was truly self-disciplined. She would draw for an hour and then only play games for 10 minutes, without fail. Every time Leo got into the swing of watching, this naive girl would pause the game and go back to drawing. It bothered him so much that he simply downloaded the game on his own laptop, just to relive his childhood. But playing it himself wasn't as interesting as watching this naive girl play. When he played, he could win with his eyes closed. Not a single plant would be hit, let alone his car. But playing a game with too much focus on winning lost its fun. Lily was different. She would play a casual mini-game so nervously, occasionally even planting a charming mushroom behind a nut wall. Later, after hearing that charming mushrooms only worked when eaten by zombies, she never brought them again. Sometimes, in her nervousness, she would plant plants in the wrong rows, and if zombies entered the house, she would cover her eyes and refuse to look. This naive girl was pure entertainment when playing games. Leo felt the zombies were the most pitiful. Who knew? If they opened her skull, they might find it empty. A group of brothers risked their lives to breach the defenses and get into the house, only for it all to be in vain. The last zombie to walk out of the house, looking at the piles of bodies and severed limbs, would let out a difficult moan from its rotten throat. It was all for nothing. Our mission failed. The owner of this house has no brain at all. The sense of immersion was strong, and the thought alone was despairing. Just as Leo was mentally conjuring a tear-jerking drama, Lily suddenly said, "Making money has become so easy now." She extended her finger to the drawing on the screen. "This drawing can earn me a few $100s. Your teacher Leo taught you well, didn't he?" Leo looked at her, very smug. Lily again checked the time, then put down her drawing pen, stretched, and immediately threw herself into Leo's arms. Now was the time for cuddling. The girl rubbed against Leo like a cat, and instantly felt all her fatigue dissipate. This person must be her Doraemon, sent from heaven. If she hadn't met Leo, some things she definitely wouldn't have figured out for years. Now, she could earn a few $100s just by drawing. As her skills grew, she would only earn more and more, without having to brave the sun or be scolded. Before, she only knew about handing out flyers and being a waitress. That kind of job would offer the same salary for years. The less replaceable a skill was, the more money one could earn. This was a realization she had just come to. Handing out flyers was something anyone could do. With more people doing it, salaries wouldn't be high. Why hadn't she understood this before? "What's wrong?" Leo asked, looking at the motionless, naive cat in his arms. "Hug me." 10 minutes later. "Why did you place the ash behind the torchwood? It's completely useless." Leo's tone revealed his rising blood pressure. Lily awkwardly pursed her lips, feigning calmness. "It's part of the plan." "Leo, you don't learn the good things from me," he said, a bit speechless. This naive girl even learned to imitate him. This one must not be kept around for long. "I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense." Leo couldn't help but rub his sore eyes. This computer screen was one he bought in high school. Its quality couldn't keep up with the times, and looking at it for too long made his eyes hurt. "Let's get a new monitor. Don't your eyes get tired from drawing for so long?" He silently cursed himself. "Damn it. Why am I only thinking of this now?" "Not tired." Lily said this, but couldn't help but turn her head and blink. "I use it regularly too, so it's time to replace it," Leo said seriously. "But I don't know what kind of monitor is good for drawing. Go ask Mia." "Oh." Lily opened her chat with Mia, her hands clumsily typing on the keyboard. "I want to buy a monitor. Do you have any recommendations?" "Just a few $100s one is fine." Leo frowned and scoffed. "Your method is too clumsy. If it were me, I'd say any monitor under $1,000 is trash, no arguments accepted." That afternoon, Lily had a class, so Leo left at the same time as her, heading to the company first. He planned to pick her up after class to go look at houses. He had just arrived at the company entrance when, through the glass door, he heard extremely noisy sounds coming from inside. Leo pushed the door open, bewildered, and saw two groups of people huddled on either side, making a racket. This game was purely a mid-lane difference. "No, Ethan, how could you possibly be solo killed by Mia? Weren't you going to restore the programming team's glory?" Programming team versus art team, best of 3, final game. 1 Coke for every bet. Place your bets now. Someone spotted Leo first, and the laughter quickly died down, eventually disappearing completely. It felt like chatting in class and suddenly seeing the teacher lurking outside the window. "You guys." Everyone fell silent, seemingly prepared to be scolded. Under everyone's trembling gaze, Leo continued. "Are you isolating me? You're not including the boss in such a fun activity." Leo's complaint echoed in everyone's ears. His point of focus seemed to be different from what everyone expected. "What's the score?" he asked, curiously leaning behind Ethan Pong, watching him play a back-and-forth mid-lane game against a LeBlanc. 1-1. The employee who had been shouting about bets timidly replied. Leo nodded. This situation couldn't have been organized by these people during work hours without him. Since he wasn't here, Jake must have instigated it. He waved for them to continue playing and hurried into Jake's office. You didn't even call your dad for such a fun thing, Leo complained loudly as he entered. Jake was startled by the sudden opening of the door. He said, speechless, alas, go play. Even though they wouldn't have beaten you anyway, they don't know that. Would you go easy or not? The whole game would just turn into an Academy Awards ceremony. You and I should just stay incognito with each other. Why bother making a fuss with them? It's below our standard. He calmly flicked his cigarette ash, looking like he had seen through all worldly affairs. Why don't we just play one on each side? You're just afraid of looking bad, aren't you? Leo looked at him dismissively. Your dad knows you too well. The 4 people in their dorm were not just sleeping dragons and phoenixes. Aside from him, they were all typical bad at it, but addicted. When the 4 of them played together, the system would randomly match one lucky person to suffer with Leo. Jake was unconvinced and immediately stood up. Damn it, let's go one-on-one. Do you dare to play a father-son match? Can you two mature a little? Chloe Lu, who had been quietly sitting aside playing on her phone, finally couldn't take it anymore. If you threw these 2 out on the street, no one would ever guess they were running a company. Jake immediately sat down. Chloe, you truly are my good girlfriend, he thought. I was worried about what to do if Leo actually accepted. Leo then noticed Chloe Lu, who had been sitting motionless to the side. He said, surprised, good heavens, your white shirt blended in with the wall. I really didn't see you. Lily must spoil you in everything, making you forget how to say anything nice, Chloe Lu grumbled, annoyed, while also handing Leo a bag of snacks she had brought. They had been friends since freshman year, and they were all used to teasing each other. Leo tore open the potato chips and put them in his mouth. That's right, my girlfriend is awesome. Oh really? Chloe Lu sat in the chair, arms crossed, and asked curiously, when you two usually argue, who usually gives in first? Lily's personality had left too deep an impression on her. She had never met anyone who could comfort someone without saying a word. The most absurd thing was that she really had been comforted by her. Jake immediately got agitated. Why are you asking him that? What's wrong with asking that? Chloe Lu was puzzled by Jake's reaction. Exactly, what's wrong with asking that? Leo echoed. Then he sighed deeply. But I really can't answer that question. Because Lily and I never argue. You two should also argue less. You need to communicate promptly when things come up. Arguing doesn't solve any problems. He even started giving advice. When Leo was chased out of the office by the 2 of them, he happened to see Mia happily tidying up her things. Alas, you guys are so fragile. I'll just transfer the bonus directly via WhatsApp. I'm going to accompany the boss's wife to class. After saying that, she slung her bag over her shoulder and swaggered off. Leo looked at the glass door, which had been closed again, and blinked blankly. Why was she so arrogant? What were you all doing? The art team, with 2 girls, and you couldn't beat them? Leo asked Ethan Peng. Because Mia often instilled anti-flirting techniques in Lily, seeing Mia's smugness made him more uncomfortable than if he had been killed. Ethan Peng awkwardly pushed up his glasses. The art team relies on those 2 girls to carry. Mia playing against us is basically smuffing. Are you sure it's smuffing against you? You were solo killed twice in lane. A guy next to him, who seemed to be the jungler based on the scoreboard, complained. Competitive games, if you win, everyone's brothers. If you lose, it's straight to court to liquidate the war criminals. Very common. I've been playing mobile games recently, haven't played this in a long time. My hands are a bit rusty. Ethan Peng continued to defend himself. Got it, you've been playing Genshin Impact, Leo summarized succinctly. He then walked to the center of the room and cleared his throat. Since everything's done, I'm going to hold a meeting. The staffing allocation for the 2 games needs to be changed. Before the meeting, Leo wrote a few large characters on the clean whiteboard. The handwriting was flowing and dynamic, yet every word was incisive. Ethan Peng was solo killed twice in lane by a girl on November 4th. Please be aware. The programming team was defeated 2-1 by the art team. A wake-up call. Only then did the meeting slowly begin amidst everyone's uncontrollable laughter. In the lecture hall, Mia looked at the $500 transfer record on her phone, feeling incredibly pleased. She was still basking in the satisfaction of her recent show-off. Lily, meanwhile, sat neatly beside her, her gaze fixed on the PPT, but occasionally her eyelids would droop, looking drowsy. After recovering from her joy, Mia suddenly felt the atmosphere around her was a bit strange. She turned and realized Lily was wearing a black dress with a white belt cinched at the waist, making her already slender waist even more striking. She exuded a cool elegance. Coupled with her focused expression, it gave people a sense of only to be admired from afar. Mia was stunned. How could someone embody both a gentle and a cool, aloof style? And that figure, could she even lie flat? A few seconds later, she looked down at her own flat chest, and suddenly felt like dying. Didn't sleep well at noon? Mia whispered. The teacher for this class was particular, so she didn't dare to slack off too obviously. No sooner had she spoken than Lily's cheeks immediately flushed crimson. Then she buried her face on the desk like an ostrich, motionless. After a few seconds, she muffled a hum. Mia's mind instantly conjured too many unapproved scenarios. Leo, you're a monster. Lily, you look so chic today, I love it so much. As soon as class ended, Mia immediately leaned in, teasing playfully. My heart's pounding so hard I feel like I'm going to faint. Are you okay? Where do you feel unwell? Lily looked at her nervously, her clear, bright eyes filled with concern. Mia rubbed her forehead and sighed softly. All right, you lost your cool the moment you spoke. She truly envied this naive girl who was so blessed. She could pull off any style. She had to find an opportunity to trick this naive girl into cosplaying with Leo. Even if Leo was the one who ultimately got the pleasure, at least she could feast her eyes. Did Leo buy you this outfit? She asked again. Yes. We're going out later, and Leo told me to dress formally today. Lily then looked at her, feeling wronged. Mia, the method you taught me didn't work. It shouldn't be like that. Mia scratched her head. It didn't happen like this in TV dramas. 2 minutes later, Mia's exasperated shouts echoed through the classroom. Why did you give him so many initial points? If you set your bottom line so low from the start, anyone would take advantage of you. What was the difference between this and saying, go ahead and do whatever you want of me, I'll still love you? He just has that many points in my heart. Lily, like a child who had made a mistake, lowered her head and fiddled with her fingers. Mia felt a sudden punch to her chest. She almost spat out a mouthful of blood and could only say helplessly, then just lie to him. Tell him it's only 10 points, and he'll get nervous. Lily bit her lip, looking up at Mia, who had stood up. I don't want to lie to him. Mia looked as if she had been struck by lightning, then, like a deflated balloon, sank back into her seat, her eyes dull. Don't tell anyone I taught you. I'd be embarrassed. Is there no other way? Lily still hadn't given up resisting Leo's tyranny. Mia said, disheartened. Instead of hoping to become smart enough to control Leo, you'd have better luck hoping to give birth to a child smarter than him to punish him. You're talking nonsense again. Lily gently chided her. Just as she finished, a few girls walked over from the back of the classroom. Lily, we're going to Leo tonight. Do you want to come? The leader, a coolly dressed girl who was their class president, asked. Lily was startled by the sudden invitation and stammered, unsure how to decline. She hadn't exchanged more than 2 sentences with this person since the beginning of freshman year. Why was she suddenly calling her Lily? After a few seconds of awkward silence, she finally managed to squeeze out a few words. Thank you. I have other plans. The girl nodded. Then, as if just noticing Mia, asked her, what about you, Mia? Mia showed a polite smile. I'm a bit busy too, sorry. All right then, another time. Watching them walk away, Mia curled her lip in disdain. Lily was becoming more noticeable in class. Besides her starting to care more about her appearance, it also had to do with Leo's company gaining more and more fame. Telling these university students that a game company was developing rapidly might not mean much to them, but associating it with Tencent, which they used every day, immediately changed their perception. No university student had ever escaped being scammed by Tencent. Mia was quite disdainful of this behavior. When Lily applied for financial aid, this class president had been indifferent. Before, when Lily often missed group messages due to her part-time jobs, no one had ever kindly reminded her like this. Why weren't they so enthusiastic before? She scoffed inwardly, then turned to Lily and asked, now everyone seems to want to socialize with you. How does that feel? No particular feeling. Lily was tidying her books, covering her mouth as she quietly yawned. Then she gave Mia a shallow smile. Having you and Leo is already enough happiness for me. Mia was very touched. Her brain automatically filtered out Leo's name. She took Lily's hand, her eyes glistening. I'm going to use all my prize money to treat you to dinner. We're going to a Western restaurant tonight. I have to go with Leo to look at an apartment. Lily's expression was a bit troubled. Question mark. Mia felt a circle of question marks appear over her head. Had she misheard something? Look, at an apartment. Lily lowered her eyes, nodding slightly, a little embarrassed. A wedding apartment? Mia pressed on. No. Seeing Lily fiddling with her fingers and mumbling softly, Mia finally couldn't take it anymore. No way. Your expression already betrayed you, all right. Give me back my earlier touching moment. She was about to complain again when she suddenly saw a group of people gathered at the classroom door, talking and laughing around a boy. Looking closer, she realized it was Leo. Your husband is here, Mia said, patting Lily's arm. This was the first time she had seen Leo come to the classroom to pick up Lily. It was new. He said he was coming to pick me up. Mia rolled her eyes at Lily. Good heavens, you don't even deny it anymore, do you? You're not even bothering to pretend. The two quickly gathered their things and walked over. Just as Mia was about to approach, Lily suddenly stopped. Leo seemed busy, and she didn't want to disturb him. Senior, remember to save spots for us junior students in your company. You've already hired so many juniors from the neighboring department. Several people gathered around Leo, teasingly saying. Although Leo wasn't particularly famous yet, it was hard for anyone in the school who wasn't completely out of touch to not know him. No problem. As the saying goes, keep good things within the family. When my company expands, I'll definitely prioritize helping you all. This year, I'll cover your class's activity budget for the evening party. Save your money to buy more good food for your class meetings. Really, you can't just take care of my girlfriend for nothing, can you? I definitely have to give you some benefits, Leo said with a faint smile. Her personality is so introverted. You'll still have to work hard to help her with things. We're all classmates. It's only right. Senior also takes such good care of us. Mia was a bit surprised. Leo would usually be disdainful of such people, but given they were Lily's classmates, he could clearly put on a good front. These two's personalities were truly complementary. Mia thought to herself. She suddenly froze again. Oh my goodness, when did I become so mature that I'm feeding myself dog food? Lily still had no intention of hurrying over, standing quietly beside Mia. Just then, Leo, finishing his conversation, leaned forward and shouted loudly, "Wife, don't dawdle, come out. Don't shout, don't shout." Lily scurried over, grabbing Leo and pulling him towards the stairs, not daring to look at anyone else. But even with her head down, her expression showed both joy and shyness. Even the faint blush on her cheeks was delightful. Mia stood there blankly, unable to even move her legs. You too, just kill me with your sweetness. Lily rested her forehead against Leo's back, her gaze fixed on her toes, pushing Leo forward. How could this person be so shameless? With so many people watching in the hallway, if he kept shouting, how could she ever show her face again? Now, if people saw her again, their first thought wouldn't be, look, that's Leo's wife, but rather, look, that's the person who was loudly called wife yesterday. Why don't you want me to shout? Leo asked, walking while being pushed by her. He hadn't shouted enough yet. He had to admit, shouting wife in public felt different from doing it privately. Privately, it felt like playful banter, but in front of others, it felt much more official. I just said not to shout in front of so many people. I didn't say I didn't want to. Lily's voice grew softer and softer. She pressed herself tightly against his back, grumbling softly, feeling wronged. Leo was satisfied. It was as if all his scheming had been just to hear those words. He turned around, happily took the girl's hand. Let's go look at the apartment. Hand in hand, the two descended the stairs, step by step. Are you really going to cover their budget? Lily asked softly. She still hadn't fully grasped the meaning of Leo's words earlier. It won't cost much anyway. This kind of favor is the easiest to buy, Leo shrugged. As the saying goes, those who eat from others have soft mouths, and those who take from others have short hands. If anything happens in class later, they'll definitely look out for you, especially the class president. That's just how human relationships work, Leo said, emphasizing each word. What if someone takes it seriously? You're such a silly girlfriend. I was just casually making a promise. Everyone's an adult. No one will take it seriously. Even if they do, my company only hires fresh graduates at the very least. By then, you'll have already graduated, and I won't need to deal with them. As he spoke, Leo walked down 2 more steps, then turned and looked up, staring fixedly at the girl before him. They stood a few steps apart, one high, one low, looking at each other. Next time, how about trying not to hide behind me? Let's try to just stand by my side, okay? He said softly. This naive girl, though she could flirt with him intensely when they were alone, was still a top-tier social introvert in public. She would almost always shrink behind him when facing outsiders, just like before. She was indeed adorable, but in the long run, it might not be a good thing. If he were a selfish person, he might wish this naive girl was especially dependent on him, even unable to live without him. But he wasn't. Being Lily's support and being her dependency were two vastly different things. Lily pursed her lips, her expression a bit troubled. After being with Leo, she had gradually become a bit lazy, always thinking she could just leave things to Leo. Besides essential communication, she still wasn't good at dealing with others. Thinking this, she felt she hadn't made much progress. She was still as shy as before, instinctively avoiding social interactions. Just then, Leo smiled faintly and spoke again, his tone gentle. Of course, I'm willing to protect you for a lifetime. But our initial agreement was also that we would both slowly get better, wasn't it? Lily lowered her head and pondered for a moment, then nodded seriously. I'll try my best in the future. Leo, like coaxing a child, clapped his hands with a smile. Come here quickly. I'll reward you with a kiss. Who's rewarding whom? Lily said, a bit speechless, but she still obediently walked to the step where Leo was standing. Leo eyed her. Then do you want it or not? I do. Half an hour later, the car parked in front of Iheyeun. This apartment complex, after multiple negotiations between the developer and the owners, was finally delivered in the first half of this year. Leo didn't know much about the detailed process. By the time he bought the apartment, these issues had already been resolved by the pioneering complainants. For example, the poor quality of the windows, leaks in the garage, and the garden being half-built and then abandoned, among other things. As the saying goes, one generation plants trees, another enjoys the shade. Aside from its good location, the complex also put a lot of effort into landscaping. As soon as you entered, you could see a rock garden and a fountain, with flowers and green plants around the buildings. Occasionally, You could even spot a pavilion. Leo stood at the complex entrance, looking at the name, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. The names of apartment complexes these days are really getting worse. He couldn't help but complain. However, the prestige of a complex wasn't determined by its name, but by its price, like some luxury residences. What do you think it should be called? Lily turned her head, looking at him curiously. I don't know. I'm just nitpicking. It doesn't mean I can come up with a better name, Leo said. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't come up with anything nicer. Lily seemed to suddenly remember something and poked Leo's waist with her index finger. You're so lazy. Your company's name wasn't even chosen by you. Don't mock me. We're both equally bad at naming things. Your social media account is still called Muji Mu. I think it sounds good, Lily said sheepishly. Then she excitedly grabbed Leo, pointing to a pavilion in the distance. That pavilion is similar to the one at our university. The one we used to go to for naps at noon. Leo also thought it looked similar, except that it was easier to get mosquito bites here in the summer. It's been a long time since we went there, hasn't it? Then should we go again sometime? She still liked that place. It held many memories. It was in that pavilion that she had been able to take a peaceful nap for the first time in years. How can I nap with you there? Leo had just finished speaking when he saw the girl pouting at him. He quickly cleared his throat. Ahem, it's mainly because it's too cold now. I'm afraid you'll catch a cold. Leo, you be careful not to turn into Pinocchio one day, Lily whispered a playful threat. This person was so devious, always tricking her. That would be great, wouldn't it? Leo said nonchalantly. If I were Pinocchio, I would first say something like, the first digit of the lottery winning number is X, and then see if my nose grew longer. Or say the stock will definitely rise. That way, I could just stay at home and play, and still support you. To be even more complicated, I could even engage in scientific research. Pinocchio's ability is purely a causality weapon. It can directly determine the truth of an event regardless of any factors. The only thing that limits its power is human imagination. Lily turned her face away, not wanting to speak anymore. Her boyfriend's thought process was different from normal people's. Leo walked to a holly bush and grabbed a few leaves. Soon, there will be fewer insects, so Auntie can come out for more walks. No sooner had he spoken than they saw an elderly couple approaching. The old man, well into his 70s, sat in a wheelchair, pushed slowly by the slightly younger old woman. Leo had just moved aside when the old man suddenly reached out, pointed at him, and asked the old woman in a slightly hoarse voice, Is Xiaohang back? Leo hadn't even had a chance to speak when the old woman gently patted the old man. Your grandson isn't that tall. The national holiday is long over. Xiaohang went back to school. The old woman smiled apologetically at the two of them. She wore gold-rimmed glasses and looked very cultured and capable. I'm sorry, this old man mostly only remembers me now, she said, full of regret. For some reason, Leo felt that while her tone was sad, it also held a hint of pride and happiness. After speaking, the old woman used a tissue to wipe the corner of the old man's mouth, her eyes full of doting affection. Xiaohang, have you found a partner? The old man clearly hadn't heard the old woman's words. A faint smile appeared on his wrinkled face. Leo leaned down and smiled with him. Yes, Grandpa. Isn't she beautiful? After all, he should call someone of that age Grandpa. Calling him wouldn't cost him anything, as long as the elderly man was happy. The old man was indeed happier, his originally dull eyes clearing up significantly. Good, good. Once you find a job and get married, Grandpa will have no more worries. The old woman sighed softly, seemingly accustomed to it, and said to Leo, You look so young. Are you a university student? I just graduated. My girlfriend is still in university. While Leo was chatting, Lily slowly crouched down, her body bent, and wrapped the blanket that was covering the old man's legs more snugly. Her movements were skilled and meticulous, and soon the old man's legs were thoroughly covered. People with poor leg circulation were prone to cold legs, especially in this weather. The old woman was a bit surprised. Girl, you're really good at taking care of people. And you're so pretty. A perfect match, truly wonderful. Lily stood up and pursed her lips. She had intended to stand behind Leo, but remembering what Leo had told her, she stopped in place, nodded gently, and whispered, I'm more familiar with this. Elderly people seem to be quite talkative. After a few more exchanges, the old woman pushed the old man away. Why did we come out? Yesterday you told me to take you for a walk today, the old woman said softly. I didn't say that. Let's go back. Oh, come on. Since we're out, just keep me company for a while. Alas, I really spoil you too much. Grandpa, that's too much. You were shouting so much yesterday, and today it's suddenly I wanted to come out? The two pairs, one old and one young, parted ways and walked in opposite directions. Those old people have such a good relationship. Will we be that happy when we're old? Lily asked softly. Leo frowned. I thought you'd ask if we'd grow old together. Don't jinx me. Also, you'll be even happier than that when you're old. Lily looked back at the gradually receding elderly couple, then leaned in and tightly linked arms with Leo. Because we'll definitely grow old together, the girl said, firm in her belief. Then she asked, Why are you a little insecure about our relationship? Don't you believe I'll always like you? No way, I totally believe it. Lily suddenly felt a bit strange. Leo always told her to be more confident, yet he himself seemed a little insecure. It was like a healer who couldn't heal themselves. He was so good at giving her a sense of security, yet he himself lacked it the most. It's okay if you don't believe it, Lily hummed softly, smiling faintly. She linked Leo's arm even tighter and rested her head on his shoulder. Whether it was that girl who had hurt him like this didn't matter anymore. A sudden gust of wind blew the stray hairs on the girl's cheek, rustled the surrounding green plants, and carried the girl's gentle words to Leo's ears. This life is still long. I can slowly prove it. A new house was, after all, a new house. Stepping inside, one could immediately feel that it was much brighter than the rental apartment. Since it was a simply furnished apartment, the floor tiles were new, and the walls had already been painted. There was no need for extensive renovation for now. It just needed new furniture. Leo walked into the living room, stopping to look around. Buying his own home truly felt different. Under normal circumstances, he should be like Chloe Liu, having just finished his bar exam and debating whether to continue studying or become a grind at a law firm. He had bought a house much earlier than expected. This naive girl had truly changed the trajectory of his life, more than a little. Of course, it was reciprocal. He had also changed Lily's future. The path where they lived alone no longer existed. Their lives had intertwined the day they met. So, fate was a very strange thing. The second before he met Lily, he never imagined he would meet such a girl. And the moment he saw her, he certainly didn't imagine this naive girl would become his girlfriend. Leo took the girl's hand and led her to the spacious master bedroom. This master bedroom was probably twice the size of Leo's room in the rental apartment. He patted the wall next to the window. I'll buy a desk for you to put here, and you can draw here. This spot was perfect. When her eyes got tired, she could look out the window. Later, he would secretly buy this naive girl some good quality furniture. She wouldn't even notice the difference. Lily gently shook her head. No need. I can't draw without you. All right. This room is yours to design. I'll go see how to design the living room. We can't waste such a beautiful floor-to-ceiling window, Leo said, walking out the door, uncharacteristically excited. Lily looked at Leo's retreating figure and smiled subtly. She could tell that Leo had specifically chosen a location not far from his own house or her rental apartment. That way, no matter where he was, he could rush over as quickly as possible if anything happened. A lot of the security she felt came from Leo's unspoken details. Her courage had never grown. She just had someone she could rely on. Leo had always loved floor-to-ceiling windows. As he stood in the living room, contemplating the layout, Lily slowly walked out of the room. I'm a little excited, Lily said honestly. Look at you, so easily excited. Such a small apartment, and you're already like this? Lily turned her face away. After a long pause, she finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Because we're going to live here after we get married. No ambition. My girlfriend is gentle and beautiful. To marry you, wouldn't I need a big flat or a huge villa at least? Lily walked to the balcony with her hands behind her back. The hem of her black long dress swayed gently with her steps. Reaching the center of the balcony, the girl turned back and said, I don't care. Leo spread his hands, a bit speechless. That's why I say you're the silliest. I'm silly. That's why I ended up with a hooligan like you, Lily mumbled, biting her lip, unconvinced. She hadn't even realized it when she started living with Leo every noon. Then, before she knew it, she was inexplicably sleeping in the same bed. And then. Lily stopped recalling halfway. She didn't want to think any further. She secretly glanced down. How had Leo managed to succeed? She had to get smarter quickly, or one day, before she knew it, they might even have children. Leo walked over, put his arm around the girl's waist, and pulled her into his embrace. It's too late for you to regret now. Try to be smarter in your next life. I don't regret it. And in my next life, it'll be my turn to trick you. She couldn't always be bullied by Leo in every lifetime, could she? That would be too tragic. What goes around comes around. One day, it would be her turn to bully Leo. Who was Leo Chin to think he was so special? Leo couldn't help but laugh. So you've already given up resisting in this life, huh? No way. You just wait, the girl mumbled in Leo's arms. Despite her words, her body was already pressing against his, clinging to him, relishing the reassuring feeling. Oh right, I've changed my mind. We'll buy new furniture after we get married, Leo said suddenly. Although the name is under my name, this apartment will be for you and Annie to live in. My parents also agree. Lily looked up, blinking at him. Did I fall for another trick? How many more traps had this person dug without her knowing? What do you mean another? That sounds so unpleasant. I told you before, don't be so meticulous with our things. This person, and the money I earn, will eventually be yours. The money you earn, and you yourself, will eventually be mine. Being so meticulous harms our relationship. Was that sentence just a setup for this moment? Lily didn't know whether to feel touched or to headbutt him. She thought it was entirely possible, given that this person could endure almost a month of not moving during their naps, just so he could hug her to sleep. I didn't. If you really feel uncomfortable, you can apply for a loan from me, you know? Leo raised an eyebrow. Lily's mouth was slightly agape, her eyes vacant. She said blankly, I don't think I can pay it back. What could be more despairing than suddenly being burdened with $1 million loan? Even if she drew an avatar for $500, how many avatars would she have to draw? It was countless. Leo immediately perked up. It's okay if you can't pay it back. I accept. Seeing Lily about to deliver a rocket headbutt, Leo quickly swallowed his words. This silly girl was so dishonorable, trying to ambush an elderly person like him. A moment later, Leo looked at Lily, who was cleaning dust, and sighed helplessly. Lily's mindset made him unsure how to feel. He curved his lips and sheepishly leaned closer, breathing on the girl's ear. Ms. Lily Leong, how have you considered it? Do you choose to pay in installments, or pledge yourself to me? You can also choose to consider it as joint property with your boyfriend. That way, you won't have any debt to bear, and naturally, you won't need to pay anything back. Lily, who was sweeping, shivered as if zapped by an electric current. She looked up at him, both shy and annoyed, a few strands of hair escaping behind her ear and clinging to her cheek. The girl's eyes were moist, her breathing growing more rapid. Finally, she said, feeling wronged, I'm not paying it back. This person was always trying to trick her into giving herself away or bullying her. Pay it back? No way. Right, just like that. Leo nodded, very satisfied. He pecked her cheek. I still have over 2 million. Do you have any cars you like? No. All right, I'll go search for nearby furniture stores. Leo said, walking to the side. Lily stood there blankly, suddenly unsure what to say. What kind of bank was this home of yours? Should we spend a bit more and find a designer to pick out all the home decor for us? It would cost a few tens of thousands, and the professionals would handle everything perfectly. After a while, Leo suddenly said, sounding a bit weak. Tens of thousands was indeed a small amount of money for him now, and spending it for his own peace of mind wasn't out of the question. Lily heard him and slowly walked over, gently shaking his arm. Let's go to the furniture store together later, okay? The girl looked at him, her clear, beautiful eyes blinking. Then tonight, we can also eat out, saving money to buy me dresses. There's so much money. You can buy many dresses you like, and I'll wear them for you. Even traditional Chinese dresses. They're such a good thing. Leo's intelligence immediately went offline, his brain crashing from Lily's rapid-fire persuasion. He was completely swayed. His mind was now filled with images of Lily in various dazzling outfits, leaving no room to think about anything else. Lily nodded, satisfied, and immediately turned back to cleaning. As she swept, she sighed silently. Alas, life is not easy. Saving money is so hard. A long while later, Leo, whose intelligence had returned to full power, slightly opened his mouth, staring blankly at Lily. He suddenly began to doubt if he was being completely manipulated. And this naive girl, too. After flirting and seeing it work, she immediately stopped. Was that not too much? You won't even humor me a little longer? After a moment's pause, he sighed again. When we decorate our wedding home in the future, I absolutely cannot let Lily offer suggestions. This naive girl was too overwhelming. If she started flirting and acting cute, no matter how grand a villa, it wouldn't feel luxurious. When guests came over, the high EQ comment would be, your house is quite spacious, you can even play badminton in the living room. A villa is indeed a villa. The low EQ comment would be, good heavens, such a big villa, and the living room only has a sofa and a coffee table. The bedroom just has a wardrobe and a bed. Thinking of these things, Leo couldn't help but click his tongue twice. If I have a daughter in the future, I must spoil her. Otherwise, like her mother, she didn't have a good life, and she'll be easily tricked away. And then, after almost being completely devoured, she'd still try to save money for the person who devoured her. What a moving story. What's wrong with you? Lily asked, seeing Leo still lost in thought. I was just thinking about something, Leo said, then scratched his head and continued to ponder what to buy. This time, he was even more bewildered than when he first moved into the rental apartment. Back then, he only needed to think about essential daily necessities. Now, good heavens, everything was missing. For a moment, he didn't know what to buy. The apartment was empty, a state of complete disarray awaiting new beginnings. Leo intended to sit down and sigh, looking around. Well, there was nowhere to sit. He simply hardened his heart and sat on the floor. Lily pointed to the other side of the living room. I finished cleaning here. Sit here. Alas, I've already sat down, my pants are dirty. Let's just stay like this. Leo waved at Lily. Come sit with me and look. After that, I'll help you with the cleaning. This makes you look like a maid. Anyone who doesn't know might think I've done something to you. You were just trying to be my creditor. Lily mumbled softly, but still obediently came closer. If you admit this apartment is our joint property, then I won't be your creditor, will I? Leo shrugged, looking regretful. Fortunately, you admitted it. Otherwise, I'd make you do chores in a maid outfit every day. Lily pouted and poked Leo's chest. Your heart is black. She couldn't even imagine the extent of her boyfriend's perversion to think of such a thing. Leo grabbed her hand, stopping her from poking. Behave yourself. Hurry up and decide where to buy furniture later. Although he never intended to live in this apartment, he had to take care of these things in advance. He couldn't leave them to Lily. Otherwise, this naive girl would surely save wherever she could, not even buying a sofa. Who knows? One day, he might even come back and see Lily cooking on a $100 induction cooker. Leo sat cross-legged. Lily, not wanting to get her dress dirty, simply gritted her teeth and sat on his lap. You're quite smart, Leo couldn't help but remark. This dress is one you gave me. All right. After discussing for a few minutes and deciding which stores to visit later, Lily stood up, no longer sitting on his lap. It was uncomfortable. Leo, seeing the girl avert her face, not daring to look at him, naturally guessed the reason. He stood up, a little embarrassed, and went to help sweep the floor. Sometimes being too young wasn't a good thing. Both of them didn't want the other to do more work, so their movements were quick. Soon, the floor was swept clean. Leo thought there was no need to clean too meticulously. They would have to clean again after the furniture arrived anyway. Despite this, Lily still cleaned the floor tiles everywhere spotlessly, making the new house feel even more new. Leo clapped the dust off his hands and exhaled deeply. Done for the day. Lily pointed to the slightly stained windows. We should wipe the windows too, since we're already here. All right, I'll go get the glass cleaner from the car. Lily was truly efficient at housework, leaving Leo stunned. He had never seen anything like it. I think if you worked as a cleaner, you'd put all the lazy ones out of business, Leo said, staring blankly. I don't want to. Lily thought Leo was foolish and seriously retorted. You taught me that jobs that are easily replaceable earn less money. I thought you found such work demeaning, Leo said. He never expected this naive girl to actually consider it. But to be fair, if he had met this naive girl doing cleaning work without knowing her, his house's windows would definitely get dirty every other day. All money earned through one's own labor. How is it demeaning? Lily mumbled softly, a bit puzzled. It's a shame not all girls think like you. Cleaning windows was more demanding than sweeping, requiring a lot of patience. Before long, Leo couldn't take it anymore. Do we really need to clean so thoroughly? He leaned against the nearby wall, his arms aching. The outside can wait for the rain, Lily said seriously while working, completely unaware that she had said something very naive and foolish. The highest temperature today was 23 degrees Celsius, not hot, but sweat had already beaded on the girl's cheeks, sticking a few stray hairs to them. She just kept working diligently, not even bothering to brush her hair back behind her ears. Leo couldn't help but curve his lips, amused by the girl's words. Looking at the girl's delicate profile and focused expression beside him, he suddenly froze again. His thinking must be flawed. Spending money to hire people to do these things, then both spending money and losing the opportunity to do these things with this naive girl. Wasn't that just being a pure fool? In the future, he would also decorate their wedding home with this naive girl. Good or bad, it would be their home. Even if the furniture and decor were simple, they would have chosen them together. The meaning would be different. Leo obediently picked up the rag he had thrown aside earlier and went back to help. You should rest. I'll finish cleaning soon. The girl noticed his presence and said softly. Although Leo's earlier wailing about being tired was an exaggeration, Lily took it seriously. She gently pushed Leo back. It'll be done in a moment. I rest while you work alone here? Leo said, a bit speechless. That would be too monstrous. Lily gave him a shallow smile. A drop of sweat just slid down her cheek, but she still said softly, It's okay, I'm not tired. Leo paused, then leaned in and kissed the girl's cheek. Don't kiss me, there's sweat. When the two walked out of the complex, it was already dark. The streetlights around them had just lit up, illuminating the surroundings. The November night was very quiet, no longer filled with the chirping of insects. The evening breeze brought a chill to his face, making Leo shiver. It seems we can't go to the furniture store now, Lily said, standing by the roadside, her eyes reflecting the speeding cars, a little wistful. It's all my fault for being so slow. Leo gently took the girl's hand. Feeling it was a bit cold, he covered it with his other hand, exhaling warm breath onto it. It doesn't matter. One more day won't delay anything. Not to mention, the main culprit for their slowness seemed to be him. Back in the car, Leo gradually felt warmer. He let Lily choose where to eat, while he happily browsed dresses. The joy of having a girlfriend more beautiful than a model was right here. Wasn't this more fun than a dress-up game? A sailor uniform counts as a dress, right? Leo asked with a mischievous grin. Although it's too cold to wear outside now, you can wear it at home. Lily shrank towards the car door. Can we just forget about this? Then I'll spend the money on hiring a designer. I'll wear it. I'll wear it. You remember that, the girl said, sounding weak. Then she rested her head against the car window, her eyes vacant, her face a picture of despair. The trap she dug for herself, she had to jump into, even with tears in her eyes. Lily, why did you inexplicably give yourself away again? After a while, Lily suddenly said, her eyes dull, starting tomorrow, I need to work even harder at drawing and earning money. Why? Leo found it strange. You're such a spendthrift. What if I have to support you one day, and I can't afford it? Leo looked completely baffled. Don't talk nonsense. There's no man who knows how to manage a household better than me. For a moment, He didn't even have time to be shocked that this naive girl still hadn't given up on her dream of supporting him. Is that so? Lily didn't believe his lies at all. She still hadn't recovered from the despair of having to wear all sorts of flashy clothes again. Of course, Jake alone spent tens of thousands on games, Leo said with a very disdainful tone. At least my money is spent on real things. Jake, don't blame me. We're brothers. If I'm in trouble, you, as my brother, must take the bullet for me. Which man hasn't taken the fall for his brother with his girlfriend? That's what good brothers for, aren't they? Drinking, fishing, all-night internet cafes. Don't ask, just say your brother dragged you along. But truthfully, he was indeed more of a spendthrift than Jake. After all, he had paid for Lily's mother's surgery in full when Lily was just his girlfriend. But that was his own earned money. He could spend it however he liked. No one else had the right to comment. Lily couldn't help but gasp. Spending so much money on games, she couldn't even imagine. Fortunately, her plants only needed sunlight, not cash. Indeed, Lily immediately felt that Leo wasn't such a spendthrift after all. If Leo dared to waste money like that, she would definitely headbutt him. Have you decided what to eat tonight? Leo asked softly. You can eat whatever you want. I'm fine with anything, Lily said timidly. Leo poked her forehead. No, fine with anything. Then I'll cook for you. We're already out, Leo said, tapping the steering wheel twice. Then he added, never mind, I'll choose. Lily suddenly looked a bit wronged. You don't want to eat my cooking? This was truly one of her biggest fears. She had spent a long time researching Leo's tastes and preferences. I'm just worried you're too tired. I don't know who works like a little ox, without stopping. I'm not an ox. Lily gave him a resentful look, then leaned against the side, letting Leo drive wherever. Then you're a squirtle, hitting me so hard. Leo grumbled, then focused on driving. Lily, this little calf, hit people too hard. The two chatted back and forth on the road, and the 10-minute drive passed in a blink of an eye. Leo chose a grilled fish restaurant. In front of it stood a plastic dummy in a Disney style, smiling with a big open mouth, holding a fish in its arms. He pointed at the dummy and deliberately shouted, Lily, it's you. Use rocket headbutt. Lily didn't react. He turned his head curiously and found that Lily had fallen asleep. The car was very quiet. He could vaguely hear Lily's breathing. The girl slept peacefully, her breathing soft. Her hands were clasped in her lap, her head resting lightly against the car window. She looked elegant and well-behaved. She even had a faint smile on her lips. He wondered if she was having a good dream. Seeing those rosy lips, Leo couldn't help but want to lean in and kiss her. Not wanting to wake this naive girl, he ultimately just turned slightly and poked the girl's soft cheek. Seeing Lily's eyebrows furrow slightly, he quickly withdrew his hand. Fortunately, Lily just shifted slightly and remained fast asleep. Silly girl, even like this you say you're not tired. Lily certainly fell asleep quickly when she was with him, always drifting off when he wasn't paying attention. It showed that he wasn't a pervert at all. A gentleman was a gentleman. Leo smiled, very pleased, and quietly sat back in his seat, watching the night outside the car window. Lily groggily opened her eyes and saw Leo sitting there expressionlessly, seemingly deep in thought. The car lights weren't on. Only the dim light from his phone shone on his face, reflected in his eyes. Only she could tell that this was Leo's expression when contemplating work matters. Are we here? Leo curved his lips. We've been here for over an hour. Why didn't you wake me up? Lily immediately sat upright, rubbing her eyes, her voice muffled. Leo put down his phone and took the girl's hand. I originally wanted to take you to a hotel and devour you, but then I changed my mind. Hooligan. Leo offered a polite verbal tease, and Lily, in turn, politely called him a hooligan. The two had an inexplicable understanding in this regard. Getting out of the car, Lily looked at Leo's profile, feeling both puzzled and touched. This person was strange in that he wouldn't say things like, let's go back to sleep early after eating. Most of the time, he would simply choose not to disturb her, letting her sleep for a while longer. Lily didn't know if she would have that much patience, as she hadn't experienced it. I'll be spoiled by you. What if I get used to it? The girl asked, very worried. Oh, the sun would rise from the west then, Leo scoffed. You have no clear understanding of your own stubbornness, Lily Leong. He now had to coax and trick Lily even to buy her something. The tricks others used to coax their girlfriends with lipstick and cosmetics simply didn't work for them. Spoiled. This naive girl was funny for even thinking that. He suddenly felt a bit amused. This naive girl's thought process was truly strange. You're too good to me, Lily said, walking with Leo's arm linked in hers, her head bowed. The street at 8 p.m. was bustling with pedestrians. The two of them were attracting countless glances. This naive girl was naturally beautiful, and now that Leo occasionally made her dress up, she was a showstopper on the street. Leo stopped in the crowd, paused, and then looked fixedly at the girl beside him. Even if I take 10,000 steps back, the world has never spoiled you. What's wrong with me spoiling you a little? Lily fell silent, only clinging tightly to Leo's arm, walking in silence. The two arrived at a grilled fish restaurant. Don't you dislike fish? Lily asked curiously as soon as they sat down. She remembered Leo's dietary preferences very clearly. It was a strange thing. Before meeting Leo, she quite liked fish. Later, as she cooked it less, she gradually stopped liking fish too. I'm bringing you to try something you haven't eaten before. This is also part of experiencing life, Leo said nonchalantly, then scanned the QR code on the table with his phone to order. Lily rested her chin on one hand, still a bit drowsy, seemingly not fully awake. You still remember that? The girl said coquettishly. She had been startled when Leo told her at university to try not to shrink behind him anymore. She thought Leo had forgotten, and she wanted to be a lazy, naive girl who only needed to interact with Leo. Now it seemed there was no hope. This person clearly always kept this matter in mind. What do you mean, I still remember that? We made 2 agreements. Besides slowly getting better with you, it's to take you to experience all sorts of things you haven't experienced before, Leo said seriously. Mid-sentence, he suddenly felt like he was an NPC. You're so strict, Lily mumbled, resting her head on the table. These are the only 2 things you can't be lazy about. Leo shrugged. I told you before, I'll support you, letting you be a carefree, naive girl. If you don't want that, you can only accept the standard. I call it the Good Girlfriend Quantification Assessment Standard. Lily perked up a little, sitting upright and asking curiously, then how many points do I have? Leo looked at her calmly. 0 points. Ah. Lily's mouth was slightly agape, her clear eyes wide, as if struck by lightning. Why? She asked again. 0 points was a huge blow to her, a well-behaved girl. Because this is an adding points system. If you do well, I'll give you points. The maximum is 10 points, 6 points is a pass. When you reach a passing score, I will definitely give you a reward you'll never forget in this lifetime. I swear. He then excitedly opened his phone's memo app, typing quickly. You can also choose to use your points to draw prizes midway. 1 point for 1 draw. There are various rewards. You can also choose a free single draw once a week, but that might result in a punishment. Isn't that interesting? He was clearly suffering from an occupational hazard. What are the rewards? Lily asked blankly. Haven't decided yet. For example, taking you to various places to play, or buying a new drawing tablet. The grand prize is agreeing to anything you ask and giving you a stop hooliganism card. What about punishments? The girl thought Leo, now that he worked in games, was quite fun, and that stop hooliganism card sounded really useful. She felt her safety was always at risk. If Mia had given her such a fun quantification standard back then, her good boyfriend quantification standard was nowhere near as fun. Leo showed a harmless smile. For example, wearing black stockings for me. I'm going to deduct 1 point from your good boyfriend quantification standard, Lily said, puffing out her cheeks. This person never thought of anything good. Leo unwrapped the disposable chopsticks in front of Lily, proactively placing them on her bowl. Who was so touched just now? And now you want to deduct my points. Lily pouted, feeling wronged. Then I won't deduct. Leo scoffed inwardly. His system incorporated the essence of the good boyfriend quantification standard, removing its flaws. It was definitely more effective than Lily's version. If he followed that naive girl's system completely, he would definitely give her an incredibly high initial score, rendering it ineffective. Better to make it an adding points system, only adding, no subtracting. Clever him. Just as Lily was about to say something, her phone vibrated. It was a message from Mia. Mia, what are you doing? Lily, eating grilled fish. Seeing several voice messages suddenly sent by Mia, Lily paused, then tapped play. Mia, I'm working overtime. Your boyfriend is a monster, you know that? The company's been busy recently, and he actually started this event where whoever leaves last gets 4 times their salary, plus a shopping cart. Now most of the art team hasn't left. They're all just sticking around. Mia, I originally thought I'd just try it out, so I worked an extra hour. But there were still so many people who didn't leave. I had just finished tidying up my things, and suddenly I felt that after staying for over an hour, it would be such a loss to give up now. The more sunk cost there was, the harder it was to leave, so I stayed until now. Mia, the worst part is, he explicitly said there's no overtime pay for this situation. He's a monster, a monster. Mia's furious shouts echoed around them. The atmosphere at the dining table froze for a few seconds. Lily, I'm eating with Leo. Mia, sorry for disturbing you. Putting down her phone, Lily felt inexplicably awkward. She stealthily looked up at Leo, curious about his reaction. Leo was resting his chin on one hand, looking at her expressionlessly. When he saw her look up, he even raised an eyebrow at her. Tell her I heard everything, Leo said, smiling. Lily, the naive girl, took him seriously and sent a message. Mia said she'll definitely live up to your expectations and asked you not to deduct her salary. After a while, Lily whispered. Leo picked up a piece of grilled fish and put it in his mouth. Do you know why Mia's salary is the highest in the company? Lily shook her head blankly. Because the extra part is what I deduct for fun. Leo always felt that all the restaurants around him were chains, especially Milk Tea and Hot Pot, and this grilled fish restaurant. However, eating at chain restaurants had a distinct advantage. While not necessarily delicious, they were unlikely to be particularly bad, making the chance of a bad experience slightly lower. For example, this restaurant was good in every way except it was too spicy. Leo, burning from the spice, picked up an ice-cold Coke and gulped it down. Actually, sometimes I think you're being lustful is a good thing, Lily said suddenly, her expression a little melancholic. How so? Leo was very puzzled. For a moment, he even forgot to put down his Coke. Because you're truly amazing. So amazing that it feels like someone I can't reach, someone who wouldn't be with someone like me. Your being like this makes you feel a little more real to me. Lily stammered, unsure how to express herself properly. Leo said nothing. He just picked up his phone, opened selfie mode, and held it up to Lily. Do you know how much more beautiful you are than other girls? He asked softly. Lily pursed her lips, unsure whether to be happy or sad. Just then, Leo spoke again. And, in my eyes, your beauty is the least outstanding of your many qualities. So, do you realize how wonderful you truly are now? Lily lowered her head. After a long while, she just softly hummed, mm. When they were almost done eating, Lily suddenly saw a little girl carrying cotton candy walk into the store. She immediately remembered the cute child she had gone to the amusement park with recently. What's Molly doing now? She asked softly. Molly was truly cute and sensible. She liked her very much. What about Chloe-chun? She also missed Chloe-chun a little. Her world was very simple. She only had a few people she could miss. Then you can rest assured, she won't cry. I'd bet 50 cents she's sleeping in her evening study session. Leo's gaze also fell on the little girl with the cotton candy. He teased, you miss Molly? Don't worry, she'll definitely come often. We'll have Chloe-chun take care of her sometime and see who can handle whom. He was suddenly looking forward to that scene. Due to his parents' excellent character, his family was very well liked, and Marcus Chin's wide network meant many relatives often visited their home. Molly's parents were simply close to Marcus Chun and Sophie, so Molly would likely visit often. Seeing Lily serving him food, Leo had a sudden idea. I'm so tired. You feed me. Unexpectedly, Lily's face inexplicably flushed, and she immediately lowered her head, turning away. What's wrong with you? Why are you blushing just because I asked you to feed me? Leo was baffled. She hadn't reacted like this when feeding him before. Lily's mouth repeatedly opened and closed, but she couldn't make a sound. After a long while, she finally managed to squeeze out a few words. Call me sister. Sister. Leo said it directly. Hesitating for even a second would be a disrespect to his title as the master of boiling frogs. He couldn't help but let out a dry chuckle inwardly, thinking, naive girl, you're truly naive. Why are you so bad at it, yet so addicted? Bad at it, but addicted. High attack, low defense. That must be you, right? Lily froze completely, her eyes vacant, filled with confusion. This wasn't right. This wasn't how she imagined it. Shouldn't Leo have blushed, his heart pounding, and then angrily refused? Or at least shown some nervousness? But he hadn't paused for even a second. How could this person be so shameless? Lily's sister? What are you spacing out about? Seeing she didn't react, Leo simply walked to the opposite side of the table, sat next to her, and called out. Lily's heart gave a thump, startled by the address. She quickly pleaded, Don't call me that. I know I was wrong. The main thing was that Leo was already the type with a very delicate face. If he kept calling her that, even if she didn't have that kink, it would be invoked. Every time Leo called her sister, she felt like an electric current passed through her. Who could handle that? The more she thought about it, the hotter her cheeks got. She simply buried her face in Leo's shoulder, continuing to act like an ostrich. Leo shrugged helplessly. What's the big deal? I don't care at all. If you like hearing it, I'll call you that every day from now on. Plus, the black dress Lily was wearing today made her look quite commanding, which further removed any psychological burden for him. You only don't care because you're too much of a pervert. Lily couldn't help but chide him coquettishly. Because of the extreme embarrassment, her voice trembled a little, and coupled with her already slightly flushed cheeks, she looked even cuter. And I don't even like it. I just wanted to see you nervous, she stammered, explaining. Lily Leong, is there a possibility that your thought is still a bit perverted? Leo wasn't done teasing her, continuing to provoke her. He felt this naive girl's head was almost going to steam. He leaned his mouth close to the girl's ear. Would a normal person want to see their boyfriend nervous? You're still talking. Lily looked up at Leo, feeling wronged, her eyes already moist, looking like she would burst into tears if he bullied her any further. Leo laughed and rubbed the girl's head. All right, I won't say any more. This person was such a poor sport. He started the trouble himself, and then got angry himself. After tidying up their things, the two walked out of the restaurant side by side. The pedestrians on the street were no longer as dense as when they arrived. Occasionally, a few scattered individuals hurried past, shivering and pulling their coats tighter. It was already past 10 p.m., and it was uncommonly cold. Leo draped his jacket over the girl. He was about to take a deep breath when a chill immediately rushed into his nostrils, almost making his nose run. When does one suddenly start missing summer? Summer was better, Leo remarked as they approached the car, shrinking his neck. He had clearly forgotten how much he had cursed summer heat. The cold wind made one more clear-headed. At this moment, even Master Chun had calmed down. I suddenly feel like we're both so strange, calling each other brother and sister, he said, looking at the girl beside him with a faint smile. He had called her sister twice by now, and Lily had called him brother once. Don't say that. Lily reached out and gently patted his back. The jacket draped over her shoulders swayed with the movement. Don't say that. You're going too far. My mouth is my own. You can't possibly block it, can you? Leo finished speaking, only to realize that the girl who had been walking beside him was gone. He turned and saw Lily had stopped at some point, looking at him indignantly, her eyes shimmering with a crystalline mist that glinted faintly in the surrounding lights. Neither from the cold nor from feeling wronged, the girl's nose and eye sockets were slightly red. I'm sore. Leo was about to apologize when Lily stood on tiptoe and leaned in. November. The night in Hangsheng was very, very cold, but this kiss was warm. After a long while, the two figures hidden behind the car slowly separated. Did that shut you up? Lily pouted, continuously poking Leo's lips with her index finger, venting her dissatisfaction. I regret it so much, so much. Who would have thought this person's shamelessness would grow even thicker? What will I do now? If she kept making concessions and paying up, she'd soon have nothing left to pay with. Leo slightly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, smiling faintly. Yes, madam. Although he had surrendered, Leo felt he had thoroughly won today. Clearly, the initiative was still in his hands, and Lily, the naive frog, was still comfortably in the pot. He was not the one being boiled, and never would be. By late November, the apartment in Ihayuan had been completely organized by the two of them. The furniture they bought was neither cheap nor overly luxurious. Lily always looked at the price first when buying things, often choosing the most cost-effective furniture. In short, the apartment was settled. Now they just had to coax Sarah to move in with Lily. Leo lay on the sofa, looking at his bank balance, feeling inexplicably like he couldn't spend his money. If any of his friends suddenly messaged him, Venmo me 50 to see your skills, he might actually send it. This money was less than his daily interest. Money truly made money. That statement was not false. As long as one wasn't particularly foolish, the amount would likely grow larger and larger. There was no harm in working hard to provide this naive girl with a better life. Just as Leo was still thinking about what to do with this money, the sound of a key turning in the door lock came from the entrance. When Lily had class in the afternoon, she would come here every noon. The two had grown accustomed to this routine. After the door opened, the girl didn't immediately enter. Instead, she leaned in sideways, peeking around. After making eye contact with a puzzled Leo, she scanned the room again before slowly walking in. Before closing the door, she even looked back at the hallway. Anyone who knew would think the mistress of the house was returning. Anyone who didn't would think a thief had broken in. A very beautiful thief at that. You little thief, trespassing. If I tie you up and devour you, would that count as self-defense? Leo said, dropping a pile of documents on the coffee table, his expression calm. If he hadn't graduated yet, he would definitely discuss this question with his teacher. I came in with a key, Lily mumbled softly. Her focus was always so strange. As she spoke, she gently placed her bag on the coffee table, accidentally scattering her textbooks. Leo glanced at them and couldn't help but scoff. Other people's C++ is from beginner to grave. Your accounting is from beginner to jail. You're talking nonsense. Lily gently chided him, then tied up her ponytail and walked towards the kitchen. I'm going to cook. I'll cook today. Leo pressed Lily back onto the sofa, proactively taking on today's task. When he wasn't acting like a hooligan, his conscience still existed. I always feel like I can make that grilled fish we ate the other day at home. Leo opened the refrigerator, seeing the dead fish inside, and had a sudden idea. He had bought it specifically that night because Lily liked fish, but it had been lying in the refrigerator for days. Lily, who was learning from Leo and sitting cross-legged with her laptop, heard this and immediately smiled. Then you should learn how to make it. If we don't eat out, we can save a lot of money. A foolish suggestion. The time I spend learning to cook, I could earn more money by working, Leo said, then picked up a bundle of spinach. I'll make you noodles for lunch today. The fish is for you to make tomorrow. Fair, right? Okay. Just as he walked into the kitchen, he suddenly saw an 8-legged creature crawl over his hand, then onto a bowl. Leo's pupils contracted sharply. First, it was impossible to kill this spider, as big as a thumbnail, with his bare hands. It was too disgusting. But what if it ran away before he could put down the bowl and get some paper? What could be scarier than a spider disappearing in front of you? At this moment, the answer was obvious. A bowl wasn't worth much money. He wanted its life. After smashing the bowl with a thud, he aimed for the spider's location, stepped on it, and then vigorously ground his foot. Before he could even begin to clean up the crime scene, Lily had already rushed over, asking nervously, "What's wrong?" "There's a bug." Leo, who had just been startled by the spider, was now calm and collected. Lily seemed to let out a sigh of relief. She walked slowly over and gently stroked Leo's head. Stupid boyfriend. Leo saw Lily shivering a little and couldn't help but ask, "Why are you more scared than me? Someone who's afraid of bugs." This naive girl wasn't afraid of bugs. She had even caught crickets for him in the mountains. He was completely baffled. Recently, Lily had suddenly become very timid, like a little deer, constantly startled by every little noise. After eating, the two returned to their usual activities. Leo sat cross-legged on the sofa, working, while Lily sat at the desk, diligently drawing. When he received a message from Ethan Peng asking him to come to the company, he sent back a get lost emoji and put his phone away. He now found Ethan Peng extremely annoying because the guy was the overtime champion every day. He was like he lived at the company, always the last one to leave. As a result, no one else even competed with him. Leo truly hadn't expected his strategy of enticing employees to work overtime would end up fizzling out like this. He rubbed his sore eyes, walked behind the girl, and patted her shoulder. Lily shivered as if zapped by electricity, dropping her drawing pen, not even bothering to pick it up. Leo was a bit speechless. He reached out and pulled the girl into his embrace. Silly girl, what's wrong with you? Lily rubbed her cheek against Leo's arm. Nothing. Leo scratched the girl's cheek like he was teasing a cat. Do you know what your behavior these past 2 days reminds me of? It's exactly like how I was after watching a horror movie when I was little. This naive girl, looking over her shoulder every time she used the computer, as if someone was watching her from behind, was just like he used to be. You guessed it. Lily asked, a little surprised. Leo looked incredulous. You watched a horror movie? No wonder you're reacting so strongly. Leo still remembered how I Am Legend, a movie of that caliber, had scared him so much he couldn't sleep, and he had to keep the lights on for almost a month. As he grew older, he rewatched it just to appreciate the plot, only to find it was surprisingly good. He'd occasionally pull it out to watch again, having rewatched it 4 or 5 times by now. People naturally grow bolder with age. First, they develop a clearer judgment of the truth behind such things. Second, after interacting with more people, they realize that straightforward zombies are much cuter than many bad people. At least zombies directly try to kill you, instead of smiling to your face and doing everything they can to disgust you behind your back. This naive girl was barely familiar with online surfing, so her reaction to a horror movie was understandably similar to his own as a child. After all, he still didn't like looking under the bed. Why were you watching a horror movie when you had nothing else to do? Leo asked, chuckling. If he had known horror movies were so effective, he would have used them sooner. I didn't want to. Lily looked very wronged. What do you mean you didn't want to? Leo was even more puzzled. What? Could horror movies be forced upon someone? Were normal people that bored? Wait, there did seem to be someone who could be that bored. Lily slowly shook her head. Nothing. She gently took Leo's hand, pointed to the female character she had drawn on the screen, and softly asked, Does she look good? Looks good. Leo praised her sincerely. This naive girl seemed to really enjoy drawing characters from his games, or rather, the ones he personally helped design. He suddenly noticed something else that was very strange. This naive girl's drawing had over 200 comments below it. Hold on. Leo took the mouse, clicked on Lily's profile, and scrolled up. Then he discovered a fact that utterly shocked him. Good heavens, she already had over 10,000 followers. It's only been a few months, and you're already famous? He rubbed his eyes a few times before he could believe he hadn't misread it. Would his girlfriend actually become some kind of digital art master one day? He never expected he would have the fate of being a kept man. Lily lowered her eyelids, her tone a little disappointed. It seems only my art style is popular. My drawing skills and anatomy are always criticized. Then why are you sad? This is a good thing. Leo poked the girl's head and continued. Basic skills like anatomy can be improved over time, but an art style is very difficult. An art style is even more exaggerated than handwriting. Everyone's style is different. Once you can establish your own unique style, like WLOP, your anatomy won't be as important, and it will slowly catch up. Lily suddenly felt Leo made sense. His way of looking at problems was always much clearer than hers. But you probably won't be as famous as your boyfriend, Leo said suddenly. What? Nothing. Leo tilted his head, glancing at the draft of the lawyer's letter on the coffee table in the distance. The corners of his mouth subtly curved upwards. A moment later, Leo lay on the bed, yawning lazily. He wasn't in the mood to deal with Ethan Peng today, so he wasn't in a hurry to go over. Anyway, it wouldn't be anything major, just that guy probably came up with another new idea. This was to teach Ethan Peng a good lesson, to let him know the importance of understanding the boss's thoughts. It certainly wasn't because he was too lazy to go to the company. Hurry up and sleep, Leo kindly urged. Lily heard him and timidly walked in from outside, standing in front of him. She bit her lip, whispering, Will you come with me to take a bath? Do you know what you're saying? Leo immediately sat up, thinking, Such a good thing? You say that, and I'm no longer sleepy. Only then did Lily realize the ambiguity in her words. She quickly said, I didn't say for you to come in and take a bath too. Then I'm not going, Leo said, then laid back on the bed, completely losing his enthusiastic demeanor from before. Please, I'm scared. Lily's voice grew softer and softer. I'm afraid something will crawl out of the toilet. I think any ghost with normal intelligence wouldn't crawl out of there. Leo said this, but still obediently walked with the girl to the restroom. Didn't you shower at home last night? Leo asked curiously, listening to the shower running in the bathroom. His mood was very complex. He was only a wall away from Lily, and the sound of the running water was too suggestive. No wonder some people said they could eat 3 bowls of rice just from this. That was at night. I didn't dare. The girl's shivering voice, mixed with the sound of water, came from the bathroom. I can't possibly ask my mom to accompany me like that. So your boyfriend can be bossed around like this? I'm telling you, if this continues, my physical and mental health will suffer. I'll give you some benefits later then. Deal. Leo happily accepted the contract the girl had signed and continued to stand outside the door, chatting with Lily. He took out his phone and began to interrogate the prime suspect in this incident. Leo, Lily's been easily startled lately. Do you have any idea why? Mia, maybe it's because of the gif I showed her. Leo, no wonder she wouldn't tell me. Mia, she's probably afraid you'll deduct my salary? Mia retracted a message. Leo, thanks for the heads up. Intentionally scaring the boss's wife. You're down 648. Leo thought, Mia, you're a monster. My girlfriend is already naive, and you scare her even more. Devious. He cursed inwardly, then sent another message. Show me. He was extremely disdainful of such things. Horror gifts and bad luck if you don't forward to 10 groups were old tricks from when he was in elementary school. He never expected anyone to still be scared by that stuff. A few seconds later, Leo's phone clattered to the floor. His back pressed tightly against the wall. He muttered, breathing rapidly, damn, that was actually pretty scary. The most disgusting part was that it looked normal on the surface, aside from a slightly creepy background, until you started thinking your phone was lagging, and then the scary thing suddenly popped out. What's wrong? Lily opened the door, poking her head out halfway. She was at her most nervous, so she didn't think much and just peeked out. No, Leo's words caught in his throat, and he froze. Before Leo could react, Lily had already retreated into the bathroom, leaving behind only a supremely embarrassed, coquettish cry. You hooligan.